Chapter 851 A Scar. At this moment, Tang Lan suddenly shouted, "Come on, I want to see how powerful your stunt is." His voice was like a bell, echoing in this empty battlefield, full of determination and fearlessness. I saw the soul power all over his body surging violently like a surging tide. The powerful fluctuations in soul power made the surrounding air buzz, as if overwhelmed and about to be torn apart by this majestic power. The Overlord spear in his hand burst out with dazzling light. The light was dazzling, like a newborn sun, hot and bright, illuminating the dim corners around him and reflecting everything as if it were daytime. Mr. Xiang's violent earth-shattering strike rushed towards Tang Lan with endless power like an overwhelming force. That force surged forward, and wherever it passed, the ground cracked, and huge bottomless ravines appeared, flying sand and rocks, blocking the sky and the sun. But Tang Lan did not retreat but advanced, charging forward with his gun drawn. His posture is strong and decisive, his steps are firm and powerful, and every step seems to be stepping on the pulse of the earth. His eyes were focused and firm, revealing the courage to face death as if he were a fearless warrior, marching forward bravely towards unknown dangers. For a moment, the light generated by the collision of soul powers illuminated the entire battlefield. The light was so intense that people couldn't look directly at it, just like the gorgeous fireworks that suddenly bloomed in the night sky, extremely bright. Huge energy fluctuations make the surrounding space unstable. The space seemed to be rippled, constantly twisting and deforming, as if it would collapse and break at any time. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were struck back by this powerful force. Their steps staggered, and they could hardly stand firm. The two of them were like fallen leaves in a strong wind, involuntarily pushed far away by this force. They can only wait anxiously for the results from a distance. He stared at the center of the battlefield without blinking, his heart was in his throat, and he was so nervous that his breathing became rapid. Finally, the light gradually dissipated, and a figure appeared on the battlefield. It's Tang Lan. He still stood upright, his posture as straight as a pine tree. Although the clothes on my body are a little damaged, they are still hanging on my body. There are also many scratches and bruises on the exposed skin, and some wounds are still slowly oozing blood. But his eyes were full of perseverance and unyielding. Like a burning flame that never goes out, hot and bright, impossible to ignore. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong cheered excitedly. Their voices were full of excitement and joy, as if they were about to break through the sky. Tang Lan looked at Mr. Xiang and said coldly, "Your unique skills are nothing more than this." His voice was cold and firm, like ice that had not melted for thousands of years. Full of confidence in one's own strength, confidence and contempt for opponents. Every word seemed to hit Mr. Xiang's heart with great force. Every word seemed to be carrying a huge force, hitting Mr. Xiang's heart heavily. Like a heavy hammer, it set off a storm in his heart. That heavy blow made Mr. Xiang's soul tremble. Its thoughts instantly fell into chaos and rage. Mr. Xiang's eyes widened. Those eyes almost popped out of their sockets, full of shock. The shock flooded his mind like a tide. It stared at Tang Lan blankly, its mind going blank. I can't believe the facts in front of me. It never expected that its proud and powerful stunt could not defeat Tang Lan. It originally thought that this violent ground-shattering strike with all its strength would definitely break Tang Lan into pieces. But Tang Lan in front of him was still standing there tall and straight, unscathed. Its body trembled slightly. The trembling was not because of fear, but because of extreme anger. Every muscle is beating with anger, as if it will break free at any time and burst out with more terrifying power. How can you, a human being, take my violent earth-shattering strike? Mr. Xiang roared. The sound was like rolling thunder, reverberating between heaven and earth, causing the leaves all around to fall. The voice was full of unwillingness and anger. That unwillingness is like a sharp thorn, stinging its self-esteem. That anger is like a blazing fire that will burn everything down. It continued to roar angrily. My unique skills are honed through countless battles. They are extremely powerful. No one has ever been able to resist them so easily. Who are you? That you can remain unharmed in the face of such power? This is simply a humiliation to me. I, Mr. Xiang, have been in this world for so long, and I have never suffered such a setback. Tang Lan just sneered. The corners of his mouth were raised, and the sneer was full of disdain. He said, "You alone can't hurt me. In my eyes, your little ability is nothing more than a small skill. I, Tang Lan, have gone through countless hardships along the way. What kind of powerful attacks have I not seen? Your so-called stunt is full of flaws. Trying to hurt me is just a fantasy. Don't think that you can show off your power in front of me just because you have some brute strength. Today is the day of your defeat. Tang Lan's voice was steady and powerful. Every word is like a sharp sword, piercing Mr. Xiang's vitals. Demonstrates his incomparable confidence and contempt for Mr. Xiang. Night shrouds this ancient forest, and the moonlight shines through the dense branches and leaves, casting mottled light and shadow. The surroundings were eerily quiet, except for the occasional call of a night owl. After hearing what Tang Lan said, Xiang Jun became more and more angry. It looked up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. The sound seemed to tear the sky apart. Then, like a moving hill, it swooped towards Tang Lan again. This time its attack is more ferocious and faster. Like a black lightning flashing across. The strong wind howled and swept past, and the surrounding trees were blown to and fro, and their branches and leaves were flying. Some small tree trunks were even broken directly by the strong wind, making a clicking sound. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept into the air, forming a chaotic scene. Tang Lan was not afraid at all. His eyes were firm and showed fearless courage. I saw his figure flashing, like a ghost. Cleverly avoided Mr. Xiang's menacing attack. Immediately afterwards, he waved the Overlord spear in his hand. A sharp spear light shot out instantly. The gun light was like a silver lightning, piercing the dark space and shooting towards Mr. Xiang. The light of the gun illuminated the dark corners around it, causing the small animals hiding in the grass to flee in panic. Mr. Xiang ducked sideways, moving quickly and swiftly. The gun light flew past its body. Even though it's just a slight stroke. But it still left a shallow scar on its body as hard as iron. End of chapter. Chapter 852. A huge insult. Although the scar was not deep, it seemed to be a provocation to its majesty. Damn human being, you have completely angered me. Mr. Xiang roared. The voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. The soul power in its body surges crazily. The soul power is like a burning flame, jumping and flickering around it. It opened its bloody mouth, and its fangs looked even more sinister and terrifying under the light. It was preparing to use a more powerful killing move, vowing to put Tang Lan to death. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were watching the battle nervously. Huo Yuhao's fists clenched unconsciously, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He whispered, "Senior Tang Lan, you must hold on." Wang Dong's eyes were full of worry and his breathing became rapid. This Mr. Xiang is too scary. I hope seniors can find its flaws. Their heartbeats accelerated with the rhythm of the battle, and they did not dare to breathe out for fear of missing any moment. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened. Full of surprise, he exclaimed, "Senior, are you going to use all your strength? This power is so amazing, it seems to be able to break through all obstacles." Wang Dong bit his lip, which turned pale. He stared at the battlefield intently and said firmly, "It will definitely work. Senior, I will definitely defeat this evil beast." At this moment, a more powerful aura suddenly burst out from Tang Lan's body. The aura was like a huge surging wave, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. The Overlord spear in his hand shines brightly. The bright light is like the most dazzling star in the night sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. That light contained endless power, as if it was going to swallow up everything. Mr. Xiang felt this power, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. The hesitation was fleeting and was soon replaced by anger. Its eyes became red. The hair on the body stands on end, like sharp steel needles. Its thick limbs pushed hard on the ground, and the earth trembled. The muscles in his body were tight, like pieces of hard rock. Tang Lan shouted loudly, the sound seemed to penetrate the sky. Full of endless majesty and determination, "Mr. Xiang, today is the day of your defeat." Immediately afterwards, he held the Overlord spear tightly with both hands, and his soul power surged crazily. Prepare to use the second soul skill of Overlord spear, Overlord Wind-Eating Sting. I saw Tang Lan's soul power converging on the Overlord spear like a whirlpool. A series of sharp wind blades instantly formed around the gun body, whistling and cutting the surrounding air. Tang Lan's eyes widened. He thrust the Overlord spear forward suddenly, and shouted loudly, "Overlord Wind-Eating Thorn." This spear stabbed at Mr. Xiang with an indomitable momentum. Wherever the gun passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Those wind blades were like wild dragons coming out of the sea, carrying the power of destroying the heaven and the earth. As if he could penetrate everything in the world. Mr. Bear was not to be outdone. He roared up to the sky and the sound shook the whole country. Arrogant human being, don't even think about defeating me. Both claws were swung out, the sharp claws flashing with cold light, like sharp blades. Its claws collided with the overlord's spear, and dazzling sparks instantly burst out. The sparks splashed out in all directions, like gorgeous fireworks. The huge impact caused by the collision of the two caused the surrounding space to distort. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Rubbles flew out in all directions, and some stones were even embedded in tree trunks in the distance. Tang Lan gritted his teeth, and the veins on his arms popped out. Desperately pushing the overlord's spear, trying to break through Mr. Xiong's defense, break it for me. Mr. Xiong used all his strength to resist the overlord's spear with both claws. Its breathing became rapid, and a stream of hot air came out of its mouth. You human being, don't try to succeed. For a moment, the light shines again. The light was so intense that people couldn't look directly at it, as if a scorching sun was exploding in front of their eyes. The air around me seemed to be on fire. The scorching temperature caused the surrounding vegetation to turn yellow instantly, and the land became dry and cracked. At this time, Tang Lan's eyes became more determined. That gaze was like a burning fire, hot and determined. He roared angrily, Mr. Xiong, suffer death. His voice was like thunder, exploding over the entire battlefield. With endless killing intent and belief in victory. Mr. Xiong's strength seems to be weakening. Its originally solid and powerful claws were trembling slightly at this moment. The tremor was not a slight tremor. Rather, the amplitude gradually increases. It seemed that it was already difficult to withstand the tremendous pressure exerted by Tang Lan. The joints of its claws creaked. The originally sharp claws also seemed a little weak. It seems that it may be unable to hold on and collapse completely at any time. Mr. Xiong's huge body began to shake. It tried to stabilize its figure, but it seemed a little unable to do so. Its hind legs kept kicking the ground, trying to gain more support. However, the ground became pitted under its violent trampling. Its tail swung wildly, lashed on the surrounding trees. The trees broke in response, and their branches and leaves flew everywhere. Mr. Xiong's head kept shaking from side to side, breathing heavily in the mouth. The rough air howled like a violent wind. Its eyes were still staring at Tang Lan, although already tired, but still revealed a trace of unwillingness and stubbornness. At this moment, his mind was a little confused. The chaotic thoughts intertwined crazily in his mind, like a mess. With his 480,000 years of terrifying cultivation, it is an accumulation that has gone through endless years, carrying vicissitudes of life and powerful power. Equivalent to a human super Douluo of at least level 98. What a daunting state this is. Logically speaking, we should sweep away this ant in front of us. His heart kept roaring. Such a huge gap. How could there be such a stalemate, and even gradually showing signs of decline? This is totally against common sense. This is beyond all his previous combat experience and knowledge. Mr. Xiong's face was distorted by extreme anger. The two eyes were as wide as bells. The eyeballs were filled with bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. Its nostrils were dilated. Every breath spurts out a stream of scorching hot air, as if it can burn everything in front of it. Its mouth is wide open, its fangs exposed. A low roar came from between his teeth, and the sound seemed like a roar coming from the depths of hell. The veins on its forehead popped out. The protruding veins are like winding earthworms, showing the uncontrollable anger in its heart. How could I, Mr. Xiong, be forced into such a situation by a little human after having been in power for so many years? Mr. Xiong roared furiously in his heart. My invincible power, my cultivation that can make the world tremble, can't do anything to him? This is simply a huge insult to me. End of chapter. Chapter 853 A Sea of Fire. I must cut him into pieces and let him know the consequences of offending me. Its rage burns brighter. The unwillingness and anger in my heart are like a volcano about to erupt. The power to destroy everything may burst out at any time. However, Tang Lan remained unmoved at all. His eyes are still firm. The Overlord's spear in his hand was held even more tightly. The hands holding the Overlord's spear tightly. The joints turn white due to exertion. Shows his unswerving determination. Mr. Xiong, it seems that your ferocious beast, the sixth one, is not very strong either. Tang Lan mocked loudly. The sound echoed in the empty battlefield, full of disdain and contempt. Your so-called cultivation of 480,000 years. In my opinion, it is nothing more than that. Sora has brute strength. But he has no fighting skills. It is simply a waste of your long years of accumulation. 48,000 years of cultivation. I was raised to be such a pig like you. Tang Lan continued to sarcastically mercilessly. I thought you would be such a formidable opponent. I didn't expect to be so vulnerable. What you call majesty? It's just a joke in front of me. Mr. Xiong heard these words. Trembling with rage. It roared again. Human, don't be arrogant. I will definitely cut you into pieces. It regroups its strength. Prepare to launch a more violent attack on Tang Lan. Tang Lan was calm and unhurried. He smiled slightly. Said. Then come on. See what else you can do. The night is deep. The stars are dotted. But it is covered by dark clouds from time to time. It makes the earth flicker with light and darkness. In the ancient forest, the wind howls. The branches sway, making a crunching sound. It seems to be telling the uneasiness. I saw Mr. Xiong looking up to the sky and roaring. The sound seemed to shatter the sky. Directly to Jiu. Its body began to undergo huge changes. It's like a thrilling transformation. Its body shape continues to expand. The body that was originally as huge as a mountain instantly became as huge as a mountain. As if to cover the entire sky. The hair on its body becomes thicker and harder. Each one is shining with dark golden light. That light is not soft, but with a sharp texture. It seems to be able to separate everything. It revealed its true identity, the dark gold terror claw bear. The powerful aura exploded instantly. It was like an invisible storm sweeping around. The air around me seemed to freeze. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. The wind howls around it. But it can't penetrate its powerful aura. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao watched the battle from a distance. I was so shocked by this powerful aura that I was speechless. Their bodies seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. Even breathing becomes difficult. Wang Dong's eyes widened. Eyes full of disbelief and fear. Murmured to himself. This is Mr. Xiong's true form, it's so terrifying. This power is simply beyond imagination. It seems like a demon from ancient times. Huo Yuhao's face was also filled with astonishment. The body trembled slightly. Such a powerful pressure. Can Senior Tang Lan cope with it? This is simply a nightmare. The huge body of the dark gold terror claw bear exudes an endless ferocious aura. The breath is like substance. Everywhere you go. The grass and trees are all withered. The earth and rocks cracked. Every time its huge feet fall, they all make the earth tremble. As if to trample the whole world underfoot. Declaring its unrivaled dominance. At this moment, Tang Lan also felt unprecedented heavy pressure. The pressure is like a majestic and boundless mountain. Pressing heavily and firmly on his body. It made every breath he took extremely difficult. It seemed like all the strength in the body was being exhausted. But there was no hint of shrinking in his eyes. On the contrary, it shines with the light of incomparable perseverance. Like a burning flame that never goes out. Hot and bright, revealing an unyielding stubbornness. The surrounding sky was tightly shrouded by dark clouds as thick as ink. It was so gloomy that it seemed like an endless rainstorm could fall at any time. The strong wind howled, wildly rolling up the dust all over the sky. The battlefield instantly became blurry, like a world in which chaos had just begun. He took a deep breath. The breath seemed to carry a strong suction force. To inhale all the spiritual energy around you into your body. In an instant, the spiritual power of the entire space surged toward his body like a tide. The soul power in the body is running wildly. Like a surging river that cascades thousands of miles. Emitting deafening roars. The light on the Overlord's gun skyrocketed again, and it was dazzling. It was like a blazing sun rising suddenly, illuminating the oppressive darkness all around. Mr. Xiong, even if you show this terrifying body today, what do I, Tang Lan, have to fear? Not only will I not back down, I will completely crush you, the evil beast. Let you see my true strength and understand what invincible power is. Tang Lan roared loudly. The sound was like rolling thunder, resounding through the sky and shaking the heaven and earth. It is full of determination and fearlessness. It seems to be able to break through the endless darkness and haze and shock everything in the world. When Mr. Xiong heard this, his pair of huge copper bell-like eyes widened in anger. His eyes seemed to be about to burst out with real anger. A low and soul-stirring roar came from his mouth. Arrogant human being, today is your death day. I will mercilessly tear you into pieces. Let you pay an extremely painful price for your ignorance and arrogance. Its huge mountain-like claws swung violently. The movement was as fast and violent as lightning piercing the night sky, bringing up a gust of extremely violent wind. The strong wind roared like a ferocious beast with teeth and claws. He rushed towards Tang Lan fiercely. The moment the claws were waved, the space seemed to be extremely distorted. Makes a creepy heart-pounding buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Xiong opened his bloody mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the sky and the earth. A black energy vortex condensed rapidly in the mouth at a staggering speed. I saw the whirlpool spinning faster and faster, turning faster and faster. The surrounding light seems to be mercilessly swallowed by it, forming a deep and dark core. There are traces of dark golden light shining in the darkness. Like venomous snakes spitting out poison, it is eerie and terrifying, making people shudder. With Mr. Xiong's roar resounding through the sky, the black energy vortex spurted out instantly, turned into an extremely thick black light pillar. This is its unique skill, dark gold destruction wave. Wherever he passed, the space was ruthlessly torn apart with fine and shocking cracks, making a sharp crackling sound. It seemed like a broken cry caused by the overwhelming space. The air was instantly ignited, forming a blazing sea of fire. The scorching heat made everything around him seem to melt away in an instant. End of chapter. Chapter 854 Peerless Collision. The ground cracked under this terrifying force. Huge rocks were violently lifted up. In an instant, it turned into powder and dissipated invisible. Tang Lan's figure flashed. Movements are light and agile. Like a ghost, he avoided this fatal blow that was so sharp that it seemed to be able to split mountains and rocks. The corners of his clothes rustled in the strong wind, as if telling the fierceness of the battle. Beads of sweat rolled down my forehead. But the moment it appeared, it was instantly evaporated by the violent power. But Mr. Xiong's attacks came one after another. Like a violent storm, one wave after another, continuous and continuous. There is almost no chance to breathe. At this time, the surrounding trees were shaken by this terrifying force. The branches and leaves were broken, and the leaves fell one after another. The earth is trembling. Huge and bottomless cracks opened. It's like a big mouth, trying to swallow everything in this world. Tang Lan instantly displayed his domain. A domineering aura filled the air. This gave him a huge increase in strength. The Overlord spear in his hand danced like air. The tip of the gun rubs violently with the air. It made a piercing scream, as if to challenge Mr. Xiong. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao watched the battle nervously from the side. My heart is in my throat. It seemed like it would pop out of my throat the next second. Huo Yuhao, do you think Senior Tang Lan can hold on? Wang Dong asked anxiously. There was deep worry and tension in the voice that could not be concealed. His hands clenched unconsciously, and his knuckles turned pale from the exertion. Huo Yuhao clenched his fist tightly. The veins on the back of the hand popped out like winding earthworms. I firmly believe that Senior will be able to defeat it. Senior will not let us down. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and he did not dare to blink, afraid of missing any crucial moment. At this time, the battlefield is filled with rays of light, bright and gorgeous but full of danger. The energy collision caused terrifying waves like waves. The earth is trembling. Huge boulders are constantly rolling down from the surrounding peaks. It seems like the end of the world is coming. Right there at this critical moment, Tang Lan's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. The look was extremely firm, as if he had put life and death aside. He had made up his mind to achieve something even at the cost of his life. He burst out with all his strength. Suddenly raised the extremely heavy Overlord spear high, muttering something. The mysterious spell seemed to come from ancient times. Low and powerful, pouring out from his lips like a torrent. A powerful, unfathomable and mysterious power suddenly burst out from the depths of his body. With Tang Lan as the center, a golden halo that was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it spread rapidly at an astonishing speed, like layers of ripples. With Tang Lan as the center, wherever he went, the Bear King's attacking power, which was originally sharp enough to split mountains and rocks and destroy everything in its path, was weakened like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, as if it had encountered its natural nemesis, and instantly lost its original edge. When the Bear King saw this scene, His anger instantly reached its peak like a volcano about to erupt. And his huge body, as big as a mountain, trembled violently because of extreme anger. And his eyes were like burning fireballs. As if he wanted to burn everything in front of him to ashes. Tang Lan, even if you have this mysterious method, you can't think of defeating me. The Bear King's voice exploded like rolling thunder. And the sound was so huge that the surrounding rocks rolled down, raising a cloud of dust that covered the sky. And the entire battlefield fell into chaos. Tang Lan gritted his teeth, veins popped out on his forehead, those veins were like thick earthworms crawling, clearly highlighting the unimaginable pressure he was under at the moment. Bear, we must decide the winner today. His voice was full of determination and unwavering faith, as if he was announcing his fearlessness to the world. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, as if time was about to freeze, Tang Lan suddenly felt a new, surging force like a surging river surging wildly in his body. This force was so strong, like a flood that broke through the dam, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He shouted with all his strength, the sound seemed to break through the clouds, and the air around him was shaken. He madly injected this force into the Overlord Spear without reservation. The Overlord Spear instantly shone with light. That light was as bright and dazzling as the scorching sun in the sky. And it was impossible for people to look directly at it. Countless mysterious and ancient runes appeared around the spear. These runes flashed with strange and gorgeous light. Each ray of light contained a powerful force that was enough to destroy the world, forming an overwhelming pressure that almost suffocated people. When Xiang Jun felt this pressure, he could not help but feel a trace of uncontrollable fear in his heart. It was a tremor from the deepest part of his soul. As if it was an instinctive reaction when facing a natural enemy. But its strong and arrogant self-esteem and fierce and brutal nature made it still hold on. And it continued to increase its strength and launched a crazy attack regardless of everything. Break it for me. Tang Lan waved the Overlord Spear. With a strong and powerful action and a majestic momentum. Like a god of war descending on earth. A huge gun shadow that seemed to fill the whole world flew towards the Bear King like lightning with the momentum of destroying the world and destroying everything in its path. Wherever it passed, the space was slightly distorted. As if it was to be torn apart by this powerful force. The Bear King wanted to dodge. But sadly found that it was too late. The gun shadow hit it hard with the force of a tsunami. It roared in pain. The sound was so miserable that it was creepy and heartbreaking. The huge body flew backwards. Like a collapsed towering mountain. Brought a gust of wind. Knocked down a dense forest of trees. Branches broke. Leaves flew. It was in a mess. Like the scene of doomsday. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao saw this scene, and their faces showed an expression of great surprise and uncontrollable excitement. Senior is so powerful. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but exclaimed, his eyes widened, like copper bells, full of incomparable admiration and worship for Tang Lan. Wang Dong also shouted excitedly, Bear King is going to lose this time. His voice became a little trembling due to extreme excitement, and even had a little crack. However, Bear King did not fall down easily. It struggled to stand up slowly with amazing tenacity. It was covered with scars and blood, but its eyes were still full of fierceness and unyielding stubbornness. End of this chapter, Chapter 855. This is impossible. Tang Lan's hand holding the Overlord's gun. Looking at Mr. Xiang quietly. His eyes are as calm as water but as deep as the sea. As if I could understand everything. Be fully prepared to face its possible final blow. Mr. Xiang gasped for air. Every breath seems extremely heavy. It seemed as if it was sucking out all the air around it. The wounds on its body are crisscrossed. Continuously oozing blood. The bright red liquid flows down its thick hair. Dripping on the ground. A piece of land was dyed red in an instant. But its fighting spirit has not been extinguished. The burning anger only grew stronger. Tang Lan, this is not over yet. Mr. Xiang roared again. The sound was like rolling thunder. The shock made the air around him tremble. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower, as if they were going to overwhelm the battlefield. The strong wind roared, rolling up the sand and rocks on the ground, forming small tornadoes. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were so shocked by this horrific scene that they took a breath of cold air. The cold air seemed to freeze their blood instantly. Let their bodies tremble slightly involuntarily. At this time, the surrounding environment became increasingly gloomy and depressing. In the dim sky, the dark clouds are stacked layer by layer like heavy lead blocks. It seems like it will collapse at any time. The cold wind howled through the trees. The branches were blown to a creaking sound. Like a groan of pain. Wang Dong's eyes widened. Those eyes are as wide as bells. His face was full of tension and worry. The look on his face was as if he was about to lose the most precious thing. This Mr. Xiang is too stubborn. Will Senior Tang Lan be okay? His voice was trembling. As if squeezed out from between the teeth. Every word is filled with deep fear and uneasiness. His hands were clenched into fists. The knuckles turned white from overexertion. Huo Yuhao frowned. The eyebrows seemed to be twisted into a deep Sichuan. With his eyes fixed on the battlefield. Don't dare to relax at all. The fallen leaves on the ground were blown up by the wind. Whirling around them. It added a bit of anxiety and uneasiness. At this moment, Tang Lan once again raised the majestic overlord spear high. The tip of the gun pointed straight at Mr. Xiang. Like an irresistible finger of judgment. Mr. Xiang, today is the end of you. His voice was firm and powerful. It's like rolling thunder erupting from the chest. Still clearly audible in the strong wind. Every word is full of decisive killing intent and belief in victory. Mr. Xiang let out a deafening, heart-rending roar. That voice seemed to break through the sky. It caused the heaven and earth to tremble violently. On its body as huge as a mountain. Every muscle is tense. Like a volcano about to erupt. Its claws are as sharp as knives. Scratched on the ground. Leave deep traces. The bloody mouth opened wide. Breathing out a hot breath. The fangs flashed with a chilling light. It pounced towards Tang Lan desperately. The whole body is like a moving violent mountain. With a destructive momentum and a resolute determination to crush everything. Every step you take. The ground trembled violently. As if whining in fear. The strong wind formed a huge vortex behind it, capable of swallowing everything. As if to ruthlessly involve everything around it. Crushed to pieces. Tang Lan's face was serious, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. The overlord spear in his hand was slowly raised and pointed at Mr. Xiang. Go to hell. His voice was sonorous and powerful, like a god coming to the world. Then he stabbed out with a spear. The 100-meter-long silvery white spear light, carrying the power of tearing the sky apart, hit Mr. Xiang hard on the chest. Boom! Only a deafening explosion was heard. That Mr. Xiang was knocked back more than 10 meters. The skin and flesh are torn all over the body. Dripping with blood. All the bones were broken. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the jungle, and the echo lingered for a long time. Wherever he went, all the birds and beasts were scared away. Even the insects huddled in their nests and did not dare to move. Tang Lan stood still and didn't move at all. The lips were pursed slightly, and the eyes showed a stern look. Mr. Xiang's body staggered backwards, leaving a big hole with every step he took. The soles of the feet are covered with blood. It looks shocking. Ouch! Deep in Mr. Xiang's throat, he let out a sad roar. It seems to be accusing something. Tang Lan ignored it and turned to look at Huo Yuhao and others. Wang Dong suddenly felt relieved, and his face showed a smile of joy after the disaster. Senior Tang Lan is awesome. Huo Yuhao said with admiration. His words have not yet been finished. Huo Yuhao said in admiration. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed, as if the direction of the wind between heaven and earth was suddenly reversed by some invisible force. A gust of wind swept across the dust and dead leaves on the ground are stirred up, as if announcing the coming changes. What is going on? Wang Dong's voice seemed weak in the strong wind, and his eyes were full of shock and fear. The violent wind was like a ruthless demon king, with the power to tear everything apart, overturning the surrounding trees. The branches were broken under the violent force, making a shrill wail, like a groan of pain. Tang Lan felt this sudden aura, his face changed slightly, and he felt vaguely uneasy in his heart. He retracted his gaze, focused on Mr. Xiang, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. At this moment, Mr. Xiang's body began to tremble, as if summoned by some mysterious force. Wow! Huo Yuhao exclaimed and hurriedly took 2 steps back. I saw Mr. Xiang's wounds all over his body miraculously healed under the influence of the storm. The flesh and blood seemed to be reshaped in this strong wind, like a reborn phoenix, and the surging power made it grow larger. This is impossible. Wang Dong's voice trembled, and his eyes showed deep uneasiness. His heart was beating wildly and he couldn't believe his eyes. The bear's roar became more passionate in the storm, and the hair on its body danced in the strong wind, like a ball of flames, making it look more and more ferocious and terrifying. In the strong wind, Tang Lan's robes rustled. He held the overlord's gun tightly in his hand, secretly vigilant in his heart. He knew that this was by no means an ordinary strong wind, but some more terrifying force was awakening. Back off! Tang Lan warned loudly, his voice vibrating like thunder in the wind, ringing like an alarm bell. There was a hint of urgency in his tone, as if he sensed that an irresistible catastrophe was coming. But Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong failed to react in time. Their eyes were attracted by the violent scene and they completely lost the ability to move. At this moment, Mr. Xiang suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. The sound waves vibrated the air around him, as if he wanted to tear the world apart. Ouch! End of this chapter. Chapter 856. You are just like that. Mr. Xiang's voice seemed to come from the nine heavens, containing endless pain and anger, heading straight towards Tang Lan. Its body began to expand, and huge power surged out of its body. With the help of the strong wind, the entire sky seemed to be torn apart by its roar, and the thunderous roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Tang Lan's heart tightened, and he gripped the overlord's spear, preparing to face the next challenge. His eyes were like daggers, staring directly at Mr. Xiang's changes, and thoughts in his heart surged like a tide. At this moment, a bolt of lightning in the storm pierced the sky, illuminating the entire dark sky, followed by an even stronger aura. Come on, Mr. Xiang! Tang Lan roared angrily, the overlord's spear flashing with dazzling light in his hand, pointing directly at the violent figure. The storm was tumbling around him, as if applauding his courage, and countless lightning flashes flashed in the strong wind, as if an invisible battlefield had been laid out for this life and death battle. Xiang Jun felt Tang Lan's challenge and let out a deep roar, the anger in his eyes becoming more intense. Its strong body is as towering as a mountain, as if it wants to pour out all its anger. With a deafening roar, Mr. Xiang rushed towards Tang Lan again. The strong wind formed an irresistible whirlpool behind him, seeming to tear the battlefield to pieces. Come on! Tang Lan's voice sounded like the horn of the god of war in the wind, carrying unshakable determination. His heart beat like thunder, full of fearlessness and courage. Then, he took a step without hesitation. The firm and powerful steps seemed to carry the power of thunder. The overlord's spear in his hand drew a bright, dreamlike arc in the air. Just like a brilliant rainbow. With a fearless attitude, he faced the violent impact that was about to come. Mr. Xiang is already close at hand. Its huge and rough claws, like giant pillars, were raised high, bringing up a chilling and sharp wind sound. It seems like it can tear the entire space apart. With an unstoppable overwhelming momentum, he slapped Tang Lan hard and fast on the head. Tang Lan's pupils narrowed slightly at this critical moment. However, an extremely sharp light flashed across his eyes like lightning. I saw him holding the overlord gun tightly and tightly with both hands. Exploding out all the strength in his body, he waved vigorously, drawing an extremely strange and elusive arc in mid-air. The tip of the gun moved with a pinnacle precision, impartially placed on Mr. Xiang's claws that are sharp enough to cut gold and break jade. In an instant, there was an extremely clear and deafening impact sound. The second soul skill, Overlord Wind-Eating Thorn. Tang Lan shouted loudly and hoarsely. That voice was full of determination and indomitable power. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound that seemed to make the world tremble. Mr. Xiang's body, as huge as a mountain, shook violently as if it had suffered a magnitude 10 earthquake. Under the powerful impact, its thick limbs, I can't stand it anymore, started to tremble non-stop. Its soles sank deeply into the ground. Trying to steady my body, but still couldn't stop sliding backwards. Several deep furrows were plowed into the ground. At this time, the strong wind howled and swept across the wind, rustled the leaves all around, as if mourning for this fierce battle. The sky is covered with dark clouds, pressed extremely low. It was as if the whole world was shrouded in darkness. The surface of its body instantly appeared with dense and crisscrossing cracks like a spider web. One after another, subtle but dazzling arcs of electricity shot out from the surface of its tough skin. Like countless smart silver snakes swimming freely on its body, releases a heart-stopping light. The faint green light that was originally burning in its eye sockets. At this moment, he became confused and confused. Seemed to fall into brief chaos under this strong impact. Completely lost his original sense of direction and clear consciousness. A deep growl came from its throat. That voice was full of pain and unwillingness. But Mr. Xiang's attack power is so powerful. Even the demigod-level Emperor Tian found it difficult to resist head-on. At this moment, Tang Lan already possessed impressive strength at the extreme Douluo level. However, under this head-on resistance, I just felt that the heavy overlord spear in my hand shook violently as if struck by lightning. An overwhelming terrifying force that seemed capable of destroying everything came instantly like a tide. Tang Lan felt a violent force coming from the gun body, like countless steel needles piercing his arms. The muscles in both arms spasmed momentarily. The bones seemed to be shattered. His chest felt like a heavy hammer blow. Qi and blood surged. My throat feels sweet. Wow! He spurted out a mouthful of blood. The blood drew a scarlet arc in mid-air, splattered on the ground. His body involuntarily felt like a weightless fallen leaf, flying out lightly. A long parabola was drawn in mid-air. His body broke several branches. The sound of branches breaking was particularly clear in the strong wind. And Mr. Xiang is also like this. After being unable to withstand this huge impact force, he staggered back several steps. Its extremely heavy footsteps fell heavily to the ground, leaving behind a series of deep, shockingly clear footprints. Every footprint seems to be a tragic witness to this thrilling battle. Its huge body keeps retreating, knocked down one towering tree after another. Those thick tree trunks were instantly broken under its impact. It made a heart-breaking cracking sound. The hair on its body stands erect. It was like being shocked by electricity. It grinned. A hot breath came out of his mouth. There was anger and a hint of subtle fear in his eyes. Its eyes gradually regained some clarity. The originally shocking and horrifying cracks on the body healed quickly at an incredible speed. The speed is jaw-dropping. Despite this, it still looks majestic like a mountain and majestic like the sea. That body like a towering mountain still exudes a formidable and powerful aura. It's just that the blazing flames in those eyes were obviously much dimmer than before. Like the dying candle in the wind. Unstable and precarious. At this time, Mr. Xiang's huge body finally managed to stand firm. But the body still maintains a stiff state. No further attacks were carried out. The collision of that move just now. It consumes a lot of energy. It takes a little while to get back to normal. But its eyes were still firmly locked on Tang Lan, with murderous intent in its eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 857 Storm. It has not been reduced by even half a point because of this. You are very good, very good. Mr. Xiang's deep voice slowly came out of his mouth. Every word is cold and chilling, revealing a chilling meaning that makes people's hearts tremble. It stared at Tang Lan and said in a low tone. You succeeded in irritating me. Next, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Oh. Tang Lan wiped away the blood that overflowed from his lips. Eyes sparkling with excitement and eagerness to try. Want to kill me? Just you. Of course not enough. Xiang Jun narrowed his red eyes and looked at Tang Lan with a sneer. Today I will let you know what true terror is. Really? Then I'm looking forward to it. Tang Lan licked the corners of Yin Hong's lips with a bright smile. But I can remind you first, don't cry if you lose the battle later. Humph. Mr. Xiang snorted coldly in his nostrils. Do you think you can win like this? You're so naive. Before it finished speaking, it suddenly opened its mouth. In that huge mouth, two fangs suddenly stretched out. Then it turned into a ferocious fang that was 100 meters long. Mr. Xiang opened his huge mouth. The sharp teeth that were sharp enough to crush rocks bit down hard on Tang Lan. Tang Lan's face changed slightly. His figure quickly retreated. Mr. Xiang's reaction was also extremely fast. Its figure suddenly accelerated, chased towards Tang Lan. Wherever it passes, all vegetation was crushed into powder. Even the ground was lifted up by it. Tang Lan's eyes suddenly became solemn. His figure turned into an afterimage in the air. The posture is strong and flexible, running and jumping among the trees. Mr. Xiang, on the other hand, is in hot pursuit, relentless in his pursuit. The distance between the two is getting closer. Looking at it, they are about to meet. Sudden. Mr. Xiang's figure paused for a moment. A trace of doubt flashed in those red pupils. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of sound in the air. That was Tang Lan's figure suddenly teetering from the other side. Take advantage of it when it is not prepared. A whip kick swept out. Tang Lan's kick was extremely fast. Like a roaring hurricane. At that moment, the space seemed to be distorted. His feet hit Mr. Xiong's body with a fierce wind. Rumble. A deafening loud noise suddenly resounded throughout the world. Tang Lan's whole body was sent flying away by a terrifying force that Pamo could not control. Mr. Xiong's huge body was actually kicked back several meters. He even almost fell down. Mr. Xiong's huge body hit the ground hard, raising dust all over the sky. For a moment, the ground cracked with cracks like dense spider webs. The force of this kick is really too strong. Tang Lan also felt a faint pain in his feet. He looked down at the embarrassed Mr. Xiong from a high place. Laughing loudly. How's it going? Does it taste good? However, in the next second. But Mr. Xiong suddenly raised his head and stared at him. Wisps of black mist surround Mr. Xiong. Its expression is ferocious. Damn guy! I'm going to tear you apart. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Xiong raised his head to the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roaring sound was like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the whole world. As if everything in this world is going to be shattered. The huge body suddenly expanded several times at an incredible speed. The huge body that was originally as towering as a mountain. At this moment, it is like an ancient behemoth that covers the sky and the sun. The muscles all over his body flexed instantly. The muscles are as hard as iron. Like an indestructible boulder. Each piece contains the power to destroy heaven and earth. The veins are exposed like an angry dragon, wandering around its body, full of endless violent atmosphere. The bones made a series of crisp and violent cracking sounds, like the roar of fine steel being forged. Deafening. It's as if its entire frame is made of the strongest steel in the world. Its body is getting bigger and bigger. It's like a small moving mountain. Every step you take, the earth trembled violently under its feet. Let out a painful groan. That majestic momentum carries the impact of destroying everything. Everywhere you go. Flying sand and rocks. All vegetation was destroyed. Roar. It opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth like a bottomless black hole. The strong smell of blood emanating from the mouth makes people almost faint. That scarlet tongue is like a giant python springing out of the nine nether abyss. With lightning speed, he rushed towards Tang Lan. Tang Lan didn't dare to show any slightness. A flash of perseverance and determination flashed across his eyes. The whole body jumped like an arrow from the string. His body is like a light flying swallow, trying to avoid this fatal blow. But the tongue stuck to Tang Lan like a tarsal maggot. Mr. Xiong's power is simply unbelievable. Its tongue seems to be the strongest rope in the world. Once entangled, just like an iron lock, there is no way to break free. After entangled with Tang Lan, it is shrinking even more desperately. Like a giant python strangling its prey. Bang 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 bang. Tang Lan's body was entangled by Xiong Jun's tongue. Like the remaining leaves swaying in the strong wind. Swinging violently from side to side. May be shattered to pieces at any time. Danger is everywhere. The surrounding air was stirred by this powerful force and became as chaotic as a whirlpool. Forming bursts of howling wind. But his movements are still as agile as the wind. Every shake and dodge is extremely precise. Just right. Every time at the critical moment, he managed to avoid fatal damage. This made Mr. Xiong feel a hint of uncontrollable embarrassment in his heart. He is a majestic bear. He has always been a dominant presence in this vast area. Majestic. An arrogant person. Now, actually, he couldn't even attack a mere second-level soul master for a long time. This is simply a great shame. Damn it. The angry roar sounded again like a volcano erupting. Voice the sound is filled with endless anger, unwillingness, and mania. Mr. Xiong's palm slammed to the ground with overwhelming force. The ground suddenly made a deafening dull sound. In an instant, the earth cracked open with countless cracks as dense as spider webs. These cracks quickly spread around. Bottomless. It was as if the earth was being torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The wild wind swept across all directions like a violent tsunami. It blew the surrounding leaves and made a rustling sound. The leaves are falling in a flurry. Like a green rainstorm. Overwhelming. The next moment, Mr. Xiong rises from the ground like a majestic hill. It opened its terrifying bloody mouth. The extremely sharp fangs flashed with a cold light. Like the sharpest blade in the world. A chilling, cold light shone in the dim light. End of chapter. Chapter 858. Nowhere to escape. Its huge body carries a deafening roar of wind. Like a violent tornado. With the force of thunder, it pounced straight towards Tang Lan fiercely. It seemed as if he would be ruthlessly torn into countless insignificant pieces in an instant. You come so fiercely. Wang Dong looked at this horrifying scene and said. My heart beat hard. As if being held tightly by an invisible big hand. A strong look of worry appeared on his face. The worry enveloped her delicate face like a haze. She couldn't help praying for Tang Lan. I hope I can avoid this attack. Her voice trembled slightly. With unconcealable anxiety. Huo Yuhao pursed his lips tightly. Punched into a straight line. The fists were clenched tightly. The veins on the back of the hands are clearly visible. His eyes always stayed on Tang Lan in mid-air. My eyes didn't even blink. As if afraid of missing any moment. I wonder if Senior Tang Lan can handle it smoothly. He murmured softly. The voice was so soft that it was almost blown away by the wind. He said silently in his heart. You must hold on. That silent prayer seems to carry endless expectations and trust. Tang Lan looked at the terrifying sight. Mr. Xiang is like a wild beast coming from the wild. There was no fear on his face. His eyes were calm and firm. As if the danger before us was nothing more than a trivial test. Instead, the corner of his mouth curved into a faint arc of ridicule. Haha, you are such an idiot, you want to fight with me? You are still a bit young. His tone is very relaxed and casual. With a kind of nonchalant freedom. There is no tension at all because the opponent has become stronger. It seems that for him. To deal with Mr. Xiang. Effortlessly. That confident look. It seemed as if everything was under his control. Whoops. Tang Lan's figure turned sharply in mid-air like a ghost. His movements are as fast as lightning. Changed direction instantly. If you avoid Mr. Xiang's fierce attack, it will definitely hit your body. The sweeping sound is accompanied by the sound of howling wind. If you are hit, the consequences are disastrous. However, although he skillfully defused Mr. Xiang's attack, but he didn't avoid it completely. Mr. Xiang's claws are as huge as millstones. Still slapped hard on the ground. There was a deafening loud noise. A strong wind arose. The strong wind howled and swept around. Sand and stones are flying. It's almost impossible to open your eyes. The ground was instantly slapped and collapsed several meters. A huge pit formed. The earth and rocks beside the pit rolled down one after another. Even under the influence of Mr. Xiang's unparalleled power. Several thick and ferocious ravines appeared on the entire surface. As terrifying as the claws of hell. Those ravines are bottomless. It seems to lead to endless darkness. Moreover, the shape of the ravine vaguely resembled a bear's claw. The shape is lifelike. It seemed like a mark left by a real bear's claw pressing hard on the ground. It gives people an extremely scary feeling. As if it were an evil brand from hell. Let people just take a look at it. My whole body couldn't help but tremble. The cold hair stands on end. Hiss, so awesome, so awesome. Huo Yuhao's pupils shrank suddenly. The originally bright eyes suddenly revealed infinite horror. It was as if I had seen the most terrifying sight in the world. The heart was twitching violently. Every beat is filled with deep fear. As if being grabbed hard by an invisible big hand. Nearly unable to breathe. My head is buzzing. My thoughts became chaotic at this moment. Thoughts seemed to have stopped at this moment. Mr. Xiang is really too strong. This powerful force is simply beyond imagination. It's like a doomsday storm sweeping over. Even Tang Lan. It may not be able to block it, right? This desperate thought was in Huo Yuhao's heart, passed by in a flash. Let his heart sink to the bottom instantly. Full of endless worries. And at this time, that Mr. Xiang didn't seem to expect that Tang Lan could escape with his own move, bear dominate the world. It was startled. The huge body was sluggish for a moment. It seemed that Tang Lan's escape was unbelievable. Then he roared angrily. The roar shook the heaven and the earth. Like thousands of thunders roaring. As if the whole world is about to be shattered. Let the world change color. Two legs as thick as steel whips suddenly stepped on the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound that shook the ground. The whole land seemed to be shaking. It seemed like a strong earthquake had occurred. The landslide and the ground cracked. And its figure relies on this force of recoil. Jump up into the air. That huge body drew a black shadow in the air. With endless murderous intent and anger. Chased towards Tang Lan in the distance. Damn it! Tang Lan's face changed drastically. The originally calm face was now full of tension and solemnity. His brows were furrowed. His footsteps hit the ground. Use all your strength. The whole person shot out in another direction like an arrow. The speed is so fast that only an afterimage is left. Instantly disappeared in place. Roar! Mr. Xiang let out an angry howl. The sound was like rolling thunder. Explodes loudly in this world. The shock caused the air around to fluctuate violently. It seemed like there were raging waves. Two huge eyeballs widened. There was an extremely hot flame of hatred burning inside. The blazing flame seems to be the karmic fire from the depths of hell. Beating like crazy. Seems to break through the shackles of the eye sockets. Tang Lan was completely swallowed up in this endless anger. Don't even think about escaping. It roared hysterically. That voice was filled with endless anger, determination, and determination to kill. As if this oath carries an irresistible magic power. Can break through all obstacles in the world. Let Tang Lan have nowhere to escape. The huge body carried the terrifying aura that destroyed everything and chased away quickly. Wherever you go. The howling wind formed a violent whirlpool. The dust is flying like a sandstorm that blocks the sky and the sun. It seems as if the bells of doomsday judgment have already sounded. The world is about to fall into endless darkness and destruction. Tang Lan's speed was astonishingly fast. His figure is as erratic as a ghost. Every step you take. They can all step tens of meters away in an instant like a phantom. As if traveling through space. But Mr. Xiang also has extraordinary movement speed. Every time its huge and heavy feet hit the ground. It can cause the ground to shake violently like an earthquake. Deep cracks spread under its feet. It seemed as if the earth was trembling under its feet and begging for mercy. The distance between the two is gradually closing at an alarming speed. The surrounding air seemed to have become as heavy as lead because of this extremely tense chase. It's almost impossible to breathe. Soon. Mr. Xiang once again forced himself in front of Tang Lan like an insurmountable mountain. Mr. Xiang raised one of his huge forelimbs. The forelimbs are as thick as a giant pillar capable of breaking through the sky. Muscles are tight. Full of explosive power. End of chapter. Chapter 859 Soul Shock. Lifted high. With a terrifying power that could destroy everything. He slapped Tang Lan hard and went away. This blow. Carrying the power of overwhelming mountains and seas, destroying heaven and earth. As if it can tear apart space. It was enough to completely crush Tang Lan's body. Let him turn into nothingness and dust under this violent power. However. Faced with this overwhelming and irresistible ferocious offensive. Tang Lan just sneered. That sneer was full of dismissive contempt and extremely calm composure. Then slowly raise your right arm. The movement seems slow. In fact, it contains an indescribable firmness and confidence. It seemed as if everything was under his control. Bang! Tang Lan's eyes flashed with determination. Facial muscles are tight. Teeth clenched. Veins popped out on his forehead. He thought to himself, I must let this arrogant guy know my interests today. Then he roared angrily. The muscles all over the body tensed instantly. The strength gathered in the right arm like a tide. A heavy punch containing infinite murderous intent and threat hit Mr. Xiang's abdomen like a cannonball. Tang Lan's right fist. As if it turned into a bright and dazzling golden sun in an instant. The light is dazzling. It's impossible to look straight at it. That fist carries the power of destroying heaven and earth. As if it could break the void. It hit Mr. Xiang in the abdomen with a bang. Boom! Mr. Xiang suddenly started to cry out in pain. That voice was extremely shrill. Resounded through the sky. The huge body flew out like a cannonball. Go. Wherever you go. The wind howls. The sky is filled with sand and rocks. Tang Lan's speed was incredibly fast. Like a ghostly phantom. Before Mr. Xiang could react. He chased after him like lightning. Another punch was thrown out. This punch carries the power of thunder. It hit Mr. Xiang's neck. Boom! Mr. Xiang screamed again. The voice was full of pain and anger. The huge and burly body fell heavily to the ground. A cloud of dust flew up. It struggled to get up. The body trembled slightly. Looks a little embarrassed. Scarlet eyes glared at Tang Lan fiercely. The eyes are burning with angry fire. The flame seemed to burn Tang Lan to ashes. There was a sneer at the corner of Tang Lan's mouth. That smile was full of ridicule and disdain. He looked down at Lord Xiang. His eyes were filled with contempt. Idiot! You, a loser like you, want to play with me? You are looking for death. Mr. Xiang was furious. Its chest rises and falls violently. Breathing is rapid and heavy. It has always been an object of admiration and respect for others. In its territory, it is the absolute overlord. No one dares to disobey. Where have you ever suffered the humiliation you are experiencing today? This is for it. It is simply a great shame and humiliation. Its dignity was severely stepped on by Tang Lan. Roar! Mr. Xiang was extremely irritable again. The angry roar was like a surging tsunami, with endless violence and destruction. It seems to shake the whole world to pieces. It was as if countless crazy giant beasts were roaring in unison. Its ferocious bloody mouth suddenly opened with a momentum that could swallow the sky and the earth. Like a terrifying black hole with bottomless depth and boundless darkness. And like a devil's mouth that can swallow everything. Biting hard at Tang Lan. Those fangs that were as sharp as a peerless blade shone with a chilling cold light. It seems as if it can ruthlessly tear all life in the world into insignificant pieces in an instant. Seeking death. Tang Lan's eyes turned cold. That cold gaze is like the ice in the polar regions that has not melted for thousands of years. Instantly causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. It's as if even the air has been frozen solid. It's like an ice sword that can penetrate the soul. The figure swayed. His movements are as fast as an illusory ghost. From an extremely tricky and weird angle beyond ordinary people's imagination. Like a swimming fish, he easily avoided Mr. Xiang's crazy and life-threatening bite. Like a light wind avoiding heavy rocks. Whoosh! Tang Lan's figure is astonishingly flexible. Like a swift and sharp peerless leopard that can disappear and shuttle freely in the deep jungle. Every movement is as smooth as water and natural as wind. However, it inadvertently contains powerful explosive power that can destroy everything. It was like a bolt of lightning piercing the darkness. He jumped up. The feet are like extremely sharp and indestructible diamond cones. With a thunderous force that seemed to tear apart the void, it was firmly nailed into the tree trunk. The hard as iron tree trunk trembled violently under this shockingly powerful impact. The leaves are falling like snowflakes, forming a messy rain of leaves. Like a sudden snowstorm. Then his legs suddenly exerted force. With an incomparable force that can crack mountains and crush boulders. This power seems to be violent magma erupting from the deepest part of the earth. Hot and turbulent. Kicked Mr. Xiang hard on the head. Like a cannonball being discharged. Mr. Xiang was knocked back by this sudden and powerful kick. Its body, which was as huge as a towering mountain, instantly lost its balance under the impact of this overwhelming and stormy wave-like force. The steps stagger and sway. Like a drunken giant. Nearly fell to the ground in embarrassment. A cloud of dust was raised. It was like a sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun. 2 streams of blood as thick as paste spurted out from the nose. The blood is like 2 surging and majestic red fountains. Splashing wantonly in the air. Forming a misty and thick mist of blood. The smell of blood spreads. Like a red miasma. There are stars in my eyes. The scene in front of me became blurry. It seems like countless bright but chaotic stars are flashing and jumping crazily in front of your eyes. Like countless flying fireflies. My mind goes blank. Completely confused. Thinking fell into absolute stagnation at this moment. Like a dead machine. It is impossible to make any effective response at all. And while Mr. Xiang was distracted, Tang Lan's figure flashed. His speed is so fast that it is difficult for people to catch him. As if disappearing from this space in an instant. And appeared in front of Mr. Xiang in the next second. There is no sign like a teleporting phantom. Go up and kill them again. The legs are as hard and heavy as iron rods and full of strength. With the sound of howling fierce wind. He hit Mr. Xiang's huge head mercilessly and without mercy. It was like a heavy hammer hitting a giant bell. Dong dong dong. A dull knocking sound came out. Each sound is like a giant war drum being violently hit with a heavy hammer by an ancient giant. The sound echoed in the vast space. Creepy. It was as if I could clearly feel the powerful impact that made my soul tremble and the severe pain that made my scalp numb and my bones chilled. It was like thousands of thunders exploding in my ears at the same time. End of chapter. Chapter 860 The Power of Blood. Ah! Mr. Xiong finally woke up. The sound is like a cuckoo crying for blood. Extremely sad. Full of endless pain and rage. It seemed like a desperate roar coming from the nine nether abyss. It made this heart-rending wail. The huge body was running around like an out-of-control giant chariot. Every step is like a heavy hammer hitting the ground. Let the earth tremble violently. It seemed as if it could not bear the violent force and burst into pieces. Wanted to avoid Tang Lan's brutal and ruthless beating like a violent storm. But Tang Lan's speed is even faster. He seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness. So fast that people's eyes can't keep up. Only illusory after-images are left. One heavy knee hit after another. That knee strike was like a huge meteorite falling from the sky, carrying the overwhelming power to destroy everything. With the force of thunder, it hit Mr. Xiong hard. Each impact made a dull sound. It seemed like the heavy heartbeat of an ancient behemoth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of intensive collisions is endless. The sound was like war drums beating intensively on the battlefield. It's like a giant swinging a giant hammer and hitting the huge rock. Every sound is shocking. It's frightening. Hear it in everyone's ears. It makes their scalp numb. It seems like there are countless crazy ants crawling and gnawing on the scalp. A chill ran down my spine. It was like being penetrated instantly by the biting polar cold wind. The blood is almost frozen. Pfft! Finally. Tang Lan's knees were like two heavy mountain peaks. With overwhelming power. Hit Mr. Xiong hard on the waist. That power seems to be able to move mountains and fill seas, and turn things around. Kicked it to the ground. The moment Mr. Xiong's body, as huge as a mountain, fell to his knees under the impact of this force. The ground sank. There was a loud, dull sound, raising up a cloud of dust that covered the sky and the sun. Like a sudden sandstorm. It makes people's vision blurred. Tang Lan grabbed Mr. Xiong's head. The fingers are like indestructible iron pincers, clasping its forehead tightly with an irresistible force. The knuckles of the fingers turned pale due to exertion. The eyes are full of majesty and coldness. Like a god who controls life and death. That gaze was as cold as frost. It makes people dare not look directly. You beast, do you still dare to be so arrogant? Mr. Xiong howled in pain. That voice was full of despair and unwillingness. Like a wounded beast making its final struggle. Its voice is sharp and miserable. Cutting through the sky. It seems to sting people's souls. It twisted its huge mountain body desperately. Every twist carries huge power. I want to break free from this nightmare-like bondage. However, Tang Lan's legs seemed to have been welded to its body by thousands of years of cold iron. Stable as Mount Tai. Not moving at all. No matter how powerful Mr. Xiong is. Tang Lan's legs were like giant trees rooted deep in the earth. Unshakable. No matter how hard it struggles. Use all your skills. Even if every muscle is tense to the extreme. Like lumps of solid rock protrusions. Neither can stand up. Every time it exerts force, it seems that it has exhausted all the power of its life. But all resistance is of no use at this time. Roar. Mr. Xiong let out an angry howl. That voice seemed to be able to break through the sky. Shocking the world. The sound seemed to tear the sky apart. Let the stars fall. The huge bear paw suddenly slapped Tang Lan with the sound of howling wind. The wind in the palm is like a violent tornado. Everywhere you go. Flying sand and rocks. It seems as if everything in the world can be turned into powder. Tang Lan glanced contemptuously. The eyes were full of disdain. It's like looking at an insignificant ant. Without hesitation, he raised his right leg. That right leg is like an extremely hard, tempered steel pillar. Shining with a cold light. With an indomitable momentum, he kicked the bear's paw fiercely. Two heavy collision sounds sounded. Like earth-shattering thunder exploding in my ears. Deafening. It's as if one's eardrums are to be torn apart. The sound was like a mountain collapsing and the earth cracking. It's frightening. Mr. Xiong roared angrily. The power of your own bloodline is at this critical moment of life and death. Completely inspired. The surging, Hot blood power like magma is like a burning fire, surging wildly in its body. The power surges through its meridians, as if to break through the constraints of the body. Let its body exude a terrifying aura that makes people feel heart-stopping. This breath seems to burn the surrounding air. The heat wave is rolling. It makes people shudder. It's like being in purgatory. It's so scary. Is this the true background of the 10 ferocious beasts? Wang Dong felt the change in Mr. Xiang and couldn't help but said with palpitations, his voice trembling. Yes, I thought what I saw before was its limit, but I didn't expect it to have such amazing explosive power. Huo Yuhao agreed, with the same solemn look on his face. Wang Dong continued with lingering fear, although he has seen Mr. Xiang's explosive strength and knew it was very strong, he didn't expect it to be so strong. It's too scary. Huo Yuhao also frowned and nodded, this power is indeed beyond imagination. We must be more careful in dealing with it. He stared at Mr. Xiang with slightly narrowed eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face. Boom! The next moment, there was a huge roar, as if something exploded, and the sound was like the sky falling apart. Those flying gravels were like cannonballs, sweeping in all directions with the sound of howling wind. Be careful! Huo Yuhao shouted, pulling Wang Dong back quickly. This power is too terrifying! Wang Dong exclaimed, and the two of them stepped back under the impact and almost fell down. Tang Lan also felt the change in Xiang Jun's aura. His eyebrows raised slightly. A mocking and playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That smile is like the cold wind in winter. It makes people shudder. Ouch! Mr. Xiang looks up to the sky and roars. The voice seemed to be a roar from ancient times, with endless anger and madness. Roaring like a madman. The air spurting from its huge throat. A series of ripples visible to the naked eye were formed. Then it kicked off its feet. The ground sank instantly. 2 huge pits appeared. Immediately, the entire body as huge as a hill was ejected. That speed is so fast. Like a cannonball being discharged. With an indomitable momentum. Rumble. Mr. Xiang is like a meteor flying at high speed. Cutting through the sky. Wherever you go. The air was rubbed to the point of making a sharp whistling sound. The terrifying aura it exudes. It makes the surrounding space seem unable to bear the pressure. There is a slight distortion. End of chapter. Chapter 861. Besides me, there is such a terrifying dragon power. Since you have inspired a trace of the dragon god's power in your blood, let me let you know what the true lord of dragons is. Tang Lan shouted angrily. That voice was like a bell from a great bell, echoing between heaven and earth. The shock caused ripples in the air all around. It seemed that even the heaven and earth were trembling slightly in this roar. His eyes widened, with burning anger in his eyes. That anger seemed to be able to burn out all the evil in the world. That firm look revealed an unparalleled domineering attitude. As if the whole world is under his control. He is the only master of this world. Tang Lan directly inspired his second martial spirit, the ancient dragon martial spirit. I saw an extremely bright light erupting from his body like a volcano erupting. The intensity of the light. In an instant, the whole world was illuminated like daylight. In that light, the shadow of an ancient and mysterious dragon gradually appeared. The dragon's body is winding. Like endless mountains. Every inch exudes an ancient and vast atmosphere. The dragon scales shone with a cold light. As if made of the hardest metal in the world. Indestructible. The reflected light makes it impossible to look directly at it. The dragon's claws are extremely sharp. Like a magical weapon that created the world. It seems as if one swipe can tear apart the endless void. The dragon's eye is extremely majestic. It emits a chilling light. That light seems to be able to penetrate the soul of all things in the world. People can't help but want to kneel down and surrender under his gaze. With the ancient dragon spirit fully appearing. An extremely terrifying coercion swept across instantly. The surrounding wind and clouds changed color. Flying sand and rocks. The wind howled. Everyone who witnessed this scene. They were all shocked by this unparalleled domineering force. My heart and mind are trembling. It's like facing the most supreme existence in the world. That terrifying pressure swept over like a surging tsunami, enough to suppress Juxiao and destroy Bawang. The pressure is like an invisible giant mountain, heavy the ground pressed down on everyone's heart, preventing them from even thinking of resisting. It seems that under this pressure, any resistance seems so feeble and insignificant. This is the real top martial spirit. That powerful aura and that chilling sense of oppression all demonstrate its nobility and power. Senior Tang Lan turns out to be a twin martial spirit. Huo Yuhao's eyes widened, filled with shock and admiration. Yes, it's amazing. I only knew that the senior was very strong before, but I didn't expect that he had such amazing background. Wang Dong was also amazed. Huo Yuhao continued, one of the martial spirits is actually the top dragon-type martial spirit, the ancient dragon martial spirit. No wonder it is so powerful. Wang Dong nodded slightly, his tone full of emotion. The dragon clan is the most noble ethnic group in the world, and as a martial spirit, it is naturally the most powerful. The two of them looked at the giant dragon that stretched between the sky and the earth, and their hearts were filled with waves of shock. The aura of this ancient dragon spirit is so terrifying. It feels like we are like ants in front of it. Huo Yuhao murmured to himself. Wang Dong responded, indeed, I really don't know how Senior Tang Lan can control such a powerful martial spirit. Xiang Jun looked at the ancient dragon spirit released by Tang Lan and felt a strong sense of crisis for a moment. The aura of the giant dragon made it feel unprecedented pressure, as if it was facing an invincible enemy. At this moment, Mr. Xiang's heart was in turmoil. It never expected that the human being in front of it had such a powerful martial spirit. In its understanding, as one of the top 10 ferocious beasts, its strength is already at the top of the world, but now facing this ancient dragon spirit, it actually feels powerless. It thought secretly in its heart. The aura exuded by this ancient dragon martial spirit is so terrifying, and its majesty seems to be able to penetrate the soul. Am I really going to lose here today? No, Mr. Xiang, will never give in. But this power is too powerful, what should I do? Response. It raised its head and roared again. Roar, the sound seemed to be a roar coming from the depths of hell, with endless anger and unwillingness. This Mr. Xiang seems to be feeling tremendous pressure. Huo Yuhao said. Wang Dong frowned, it will definitely not be willing to be suppressed like this. Accompanying this roar was the terrifying aura. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to be shaking violently. The earth was shaking and the trees were shaking, as if the end of the world was coming. All the trees were swaying crazily, as if they were trembling under this powerful aura. The branches and leaves fell to the ground one after another, like a green rain. The wings of the birds flying in the sky were frozen with fear. They looked at the scene below in horror, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. They wanted to escape, but found that their bodies seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. But Mr. Xiang did not stop. At this time, its originally majestic body seemed to be driven by invisible forces, showing an even crazier posture. Its eyes turned red, the red color burning like a hot flame and like a raging sea of blood, emitting a chilling light of madness and anger. The body suddenly expanded several times, and the huge body stood like a mountain. Every muscle is tense, as if it contains infinite power and may explode at any time. The skin changed from grey to red, and the bright red was like burning flames, exuding a fiery aura. A series of ferocious bone spurs grew out of the back, and the bone spurs were like blades, shining with an icy sheen. Each bone spur is like a carefully polished weapon, sharp and sharp, reflecting a chilling light under the sunlight. It looks extremely ferocious and terrifying, like a demonic thorn extending from hell. The aura on its body became more and more violent, like a raging storm, carrying the power to destroy everything. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this breath, making it difficult to breathe. I want to see how much your dragon-type martial spirit is. Mr. Xiang let out a low, hoarse roar. The sound was like a devil's roar, full of evil and terror. The sound echoed in the air, as if it could penetrate the soul and make people shudder. Within a radius of 100 meters, flowers, plants, and trees all bowed their heads, as if surrendering to this powerful force. Mr. Xiang thought to himself, I have even defeated the Black Dragon King Dishan, am I still afraid of this mere dragon-type martial spirit? At this moment, Dishan deep in the star forest was like a silent ancient sacred mountain. Suddenly, I felt the power of the dragon contained in the ancient dragon spirit. The power of the dragon was like a raging sea, sweeping through the depths of the star forest in an instant. Ditian's face, which seemed to be able to look down on the world, suddenly froze as if frozen in ice the moment he felt the power of the dragon. Besides me, is there such a terrifying dragon power in this world? End of chapter. Chapter 862 The Territory of the Soul Beast. Ditian's eyebrows as sharp as a sword were raised high. A look of surprise as sharp as lightning burst out in his eyes. Immediately, the corner of Ditien's mouth raised a hint of vagueness but with endless domineering arc. He murmured in a voice that could shake the world, no matter what, he must be killed tonight. He stood up like an ancient war god. That majestic body seems to be able to hold up the entire sky. With a condescending attitude, he slowly looked towards the direction where Tang Lan and Xiang Jun were fighting. That gaze seemed to penetrate endless time and space, falling on the intense on the battlefield, there is a chilling coldness and determination. The other side. In the star forest, ancient trees stand towering, and their dense branches and leaves intertwine to form a green dome. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden beams of light, but at this moment, they were swayed by a powerful aura. Mr. Xiang has already rushed over like a violent whirlwind. It opened its bloody mouth, and that huge mouth seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. The huge interlaced fangs shone with a bloodthirsty light. The light was cold and cruel, as if it was thirsting for blood and killing. It bit Tang Lan's head fiercely, and its ferocious momentum seemed to want to swallow him whole into its belly and destroy him completely. The surrounding flowers and plants shivered under the pressure of Mr. Xiang's momentum, and the fallen leaves on the ground were instantly lifted up and swirled in the air. The ancient tree trunks were also trembling slightly, as if they were worried about this fierce battle. There was no fear on Tang Lan's face, and his calm face was like a deep pool of water, calm and calm. Instead, he showed a mocking smile, with a hint of contempt and disdain in it. "Stupid!" he just yelled. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry an invisible power. "Flip your wrist, the movement is elegant and calm, as if you are dancing a gorgeous dance." The ancient dragon spirit behind him suddenly let out a deafening roar. The dragon's roar seemed to come from ancient times, carrying endless vicissitudes and majesty. The sound exploded like thunder, shaking people's eardrums to the point of bursting. And the roar contained a strange rhythm, which seemed to be some kind of ancient spell, mysterious and profound. It also seems to come from the ancient wilderness, with an ancient and primitive atmosphere, making people feel like they are in that era of chaos. Buzz. When the dragon roar sounded, the sound seemed to be a mysterious call from ancient times, carrying an irresistible power. The plants in the entire forest actually emitted mournful sounds. The sounds were low and plaintive, as if they were telling their helplessness and pain. These plants seemed to feel a huge threat. They began to tremble and sway, as if they were fighting against fate. Then, it began to wither quickly, and the speed was jaw-dropping. In just a few seconds, those towering trees lost all their moisture, their leaves turned yellow, and their branches withered, as if they had been drained of the essence of life. Finally exploded to pieces. The sound echoed in the forest like thunder, and the huge impact made the surrounding air vibrate. Sawdust was flying and falling like snowflakes, and the entire forest instantly became a mess. But at this moment, Tang Lan's indifferent and calm eyes suddenly condensed. A dazzling golden light burst out from it. The light was so dazzling that it looked like two small suns rising suddenly in the darkness. That light seemed to be able to penetrate all darkness and illuminate the whole world. Tang Lan shouted coldly, and the voice exploded like thunder, full of majesty and power. The soul power of the whole body is poured into the right arm, and the soul power surges like a raging tide, as if it contains infinite power. It was smashed out with a bang, as if the blow could break the heaven and earth and shake the universe. Suddenly, a huge dragon shadow appeared in the void. The dragon shadow was huge and majestic, as if it were a mythical beast from ancient mythology. The dragon's tail swept across, the movement was swift and powerful, as if it could tear the entire void apart. It tore the air, made a sharp whistling sound, and fell straight down like a meteorite. With endless power, it slammed into the ferocious Xiang Lord. Powerful diamond claw. A cold look flashed in Mr. Xiang's eyes. Those eyes were full of ferocity and determination. The claws were swung, and the movements were as fast as lightning, as if they could scratch everything. Suddenly struck at the dragon shadow, the blow was so powerful that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. Rumble. There was a violent collision, and the sound exploded like thunder, deafening. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sparks bloomed like fireworks, beautiful and dangerous. The entire void seemed to be exploded, and terrifying winds swept in all directions. The strong wind was as fierce as a violent storm, making people tremble with fear. A terrifying ripple of energy spread crazily. The ripples rippled like water waves, destroying everything wherever they went. Mr. Xiang trembled all over and took 5 or 6 steps back. That power makes it irresistible. The soles of his feet stepped on the thick soil, leaving a row of deep footprints, which seemed to tell the intensity of the battle. Tang Lan did not move at all, still standing in the void. The figure was tall and majestic, like a god looking down on the mortal world. He stared at Mr. Xiang indifferently, his eyes full of indifference and disdain. He didn't attack again, but his aura became more and more terrifying. The momentum keeps rising like a raging ocean wave, making people feel extremely depressed. Mr. Xiang's heart trembled, and a strong uneasiness suddenly surged into his heart. A look of horror appeared on his face, full of shock and disbelief. Just relying on the terrifying duel just now, it could clearly judge Tang Lan's cultivation level. The collision of power and the stirring of soul power made it deeply feel Tang Lan's strength. Big. Very strong. These two words kept echoing in Mr. Xiang's mind. It is estimated that it is infinitely close to the ultimate Douluo level. The strength shown by Tang Lan made Xiang Jun feel tremendous pressure. Slightly stronger than him. This knowledge filled Mr. Xiang's heart with vigilance. Mr. Xiang was slightly frightened. He knew that he was no match for this person in a single fight. In the previous confrontation, it had already deeply realized how powerful Tang Lan was. His own strength seemed a bit insignificant in front of Tang Lan. However, this is the Star Forest. This is the territory of their soul beasts, and there are countless powerful soul beasts. He didn't believe that Tang Lan dared to act recklessly. Thinking of this, Mr. Xiang's eyes turned a rich scarlet color. The red color is like a burning flame, full of anger and determination. It decided to use the power of the Star Do Forest to compete with Tang Lan. It wants Tang Lan to know that in this forest, the spirit beasts are definitely not easy to mess with. End of chapter. Chapter 863 The Power of the Ancient Dragon. Roar. Mr. Xiang suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. The sound was like rolling thunder, exploding loudly between the sky and the earth, as if it was going to split the sky. A circle of energy ripples visible to the naked eye violently sprayed out from its nasal cavity. The energy ripples were like surging giant waves, carrying a terrifying and powerful impact. Like a cannonball flying at high speed, it shot towards Tang Lan like lightning. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp and harsh whistling sound, as if he was moaning in pain. Tang Lan's eyes were like lightning, flashing suddenly, and his eyes revealed a light as sharp as a sword. He slowly stretched out his left hand, the movement was elegant and calm, as if a master was splashing ink, full of artistic beauty. In an instant, a majestic and vast suction force burst out, like a bottomless black hole, turning into a mysterious whirlpool. The vortex was spinning crazily, exuding a heart-stopping and powerful attraction, as if it could swallow up everything in the world. What is shocking is that the energy containing terrifying power was easily absorbed into the body by the vortex, and disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. What? Mr. Xiang's eyes widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. It looked at Tang Lan with eyes full of deep fear, as if it were looking at an invincible myth. The second soul skill, Overlord's Wind-Eating Sting. Tang Lan shouted in a low voice. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain endless majesty and power. The Overlord's spear in his hand shook slightly, and the movement was swift and powerful, as if it could shatter the void. In an instant, a ray of dazzling white light burst out from the tip of the gun. The white light was like the scorching sun in the sky, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Immediately afterwards, the white light spread like a raging tide at an extremely fast speed, covering the entire spear in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the white light expanded rapidly, growing 100 times in size in just the blink of an eye, like a giant stick holding up the sky, huge and majestic. On this giant stick, there is a powerful force as vast as the sea, which seems to be able to crush the entire world. When it struck down hard, the huge pressure was like a mountain falling apart, and the whole space was shaking violently, as if it couldn't withstand the power of destroying the world. The air emitted waves of low whimpering sounds, as if it was trembling with fear from this powerful power. Everything around him was shrouded in this powerful pressure, making people feel extremely depressed and suffocated. Mr. Xiang's eyelids twitched violently, and the violent beating seemed to express his inner uneasiness and fear. A look of horror appeared in his eyes, full of shock and disbelief. It seemed to have seen the end of the world coming, and its heart was filled with despair. At this time, Mr. Xiang's muscles on his face were twitching slightly, and his eyes showed deep panic. He quickly displayed his defensive soul skill, Golden Armor Shield. The voice was urgent and panicked, as if he was racing against time. In an instant, a huge shield that was 10 meters long appeared on its chest. The shield was huge and majestic, as if it were an insurmountable mountain. The shield is made of hard rock. The rock is extremely hard and seems to be able to withstand all attacks. The inscriptions on the surface are flowing, and those inscriptions are like mysterious symbols, exuding bright golden light, like metal castings. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Mr. Xiong's eyes widened and he stared closely at the giant stick that was about to fall. His eyes were full of nervousness and uneasiness. Bang! The giant stick that reaches the sky struck the shield heavily, making a muffled sound like a bell. The voice was deep and deep, as if it could penetrate people's souls. A huge shock wave suddenly centered on the two and surged in all directions like a roaring wave. The shock wave was powerful and violent, as if it could destroy everything. Destroying large tracts of trees and thorns, those trees and thorns appeared so fragile in the face of the shock wave, and were instantly destroyed to pieces. Mr. Xiong's body was trembling slightly, with a painful expression on his face, obviously affected by this powerful impact. And the giant stick reaching the sky was blown away by this blow. The power was so powerful that it was irresistible. It hit hard deep in the forest, making a huge sound that seemed to shake the entire earth. The force of the impact made everything in the depths of the forest tremble, as if they were afraid of this powerful force. Mr. Xiong stared blankly at the one that was blown away. The giant stick reaching the sky, its eyes full of shock and fear, took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Ouch! A shrill howl sounded. The sound seemed like a cry of despair coming from the depths of hell, making the entire forest tremble. The leaves fell one after another, and the branches swayed violently, as if the entire forest was trembling with this terrible sound. The sound was like a sharp blade, cutting through the silent sky, making people terrified. There is a shocking mark on the giant stick that reaches the sky. The mark is like a ferocious scar, telling the story of the fierce collision just now. A powerful wave of power emitted from the traces, as if to remind people how intense the battle just now was. At this time, a golden light suddenly flashed in Tang Lan's eyes. The golden light was like a bright star, illuminating the whole world in an instant. The right fist was suddenly clenched, and the movement was full of power, as if it could hold the whole world in its hands. The shadow of the ancient dragon spirit behind him also moved, and the dragon's horn lit up with a ray of light. The light was as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Immediately afterwards, an even more terrifying aura was released from Tang Lan. The aura was like a raging tide, sweeping through the entire forest in an instant. The breath contains endless pressure, making people feel extremely depressed. Boom! With a shocking loud noise, a terrifying dragon shadow rose into the sky from behind Tang Lan. The dragon shadow was huge and majestic, as if it were a mythical beast from ancient mythology. Soaring through the 9 heavens, the movements were swift and powerful, as if they could tear the entire void apart. The power shocked all directions and made the whole world tremble. The whole air was distorted, as if it could not bear this powerful force. Tang Lan's eyes were filled with many emotions such as coldness, violence, and killing. His face was tense, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. What kind of eyes are those? Bloodthirsty and cruel, like a wild beast. Those eyes were full of madness and determination, as if they could destroy the entire world. That look is completely a symbol of nobility, as if it should be standing on the clouds overlooking all living beings. There was an inviolable majesty in those eyes, which made people feel extremely awe-inspiring. End of chapter. Chapter 864 Penetrating Everything. This scene was so weird that it made people's hair crawl, and inexplicable panic arose in their hearts. The appearance of the dragon shadow and the terror in his eyes made people feel like they were in a terrifying world. The entire forest was shrouded in this weird atmosphere, making people feel extremely depressed and frightened. Tang Lan snorted coldly, his voice full of majesty and disdain. When he raised his right arm, his movements were elegant and calm, as if he was dancing a gorgeous dance. A brilliant golden light bloomed, and the golden light was as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. The Overlord spear was actually fused with the ancient dragon. It was a shocking picture. I saw light surging on the Overlord spear, and the ancient and mysterious lines seemed to be activated instantly, exuding profound power. The ancient dragon martial spirit slowly circled down, its huge body exuding endless majesty. The scales on the ancient dragon's body shone with a mysterious luster, and each one seemed to contain infinite power. When Gulong got close to the Overlord gun, there seemed to be a mysterious attraction between the two. The ancient dragon's body gradually fit into the Overlord spear, and the process was like two ancient powers merging with each other. In the shining light, the aura of the ancient dragon and the power of the overlord spear were intertwined, as if they were weaving a powerful web of power. The lines on the gun seemed to come alive, spreading along the ancient dragon's body, as if in deep communication with the ancient dragon's power. At the moment of fusion, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. A powerful wave of power spread out around the overlord spear, causing the air to vibrate. The light became stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire area like daylight. The ancient dragon's head blends perfectly with the tip of the overlord's spear, and the tip of the spear seems to carry the anger and majesty of the ancient dragon. The golden light and the mysterious aura of the ancient dragon set off each other, exuding a frightening aura of destruction. It seems that this is no longer an ordinary weapon, but an artifact that can dominate the world. Buzz! The next moment, the overlord spear trembled violently, as if it came to life. The trembling frequency is like a heartbeat, full of vitality. The golden light burst out from the tip of the spear, and the light was like a sharp sword, carrying a destructive aura. It seems to be able to destroy everything, making people feel extremely frightened. The ancient dragon spirit hovered around the overlord spear. The dragon shadow was huge and majestic, as if it was guarding a sacred treasure. The dragon scales shimmer with mysterious light, and the dragon claws are waving, exuding powerful power. The scene seemed like an ancient painting, full of mystery and majesty. At that moment, the whole world seemed to become solemn, and even the sound of the wind became much quieter, as if to worship them. Roar! A deep dragon roar suddenly came to mind, and that sound had a meaning that could penetrate eternity. This sound seemed to be the voice of heaven, like a real dragon roar. Okay, how scary! Huo Yuhao's eyes widened with shock on his face. His voice trembled slightly, as if he was still immersed in the shocking scene just now. It's the first time I've seen two martial arts fused together. This is simply unbelievable. Huo Yuhao's eyes were full of wonder and awe, as if he had seen a whole new world. Yes, Senior Tang Lan's operation is really incredible. Wang Dong on the side couldn't help but sigh. The power of this kind of fusion is simply unimaginable. How did Senior Tang Lan do it? Wang Dong had a puzzled look on his face, and he was full of curiosity about Tang Lan's strength. Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, Senior Tang Lan's strength is unfathomable. He must have gone through countless trials and explorations before he could reach such a state. This kind of martial soul fusion technique requires an extremely deep understanding and control of martial souls. Senior Tang Lan has undoubtedly achieved this. Huo Yuhao's eyes were full of admiration. He longed to one day be as powerful as Senior Tang Lan. Well, we must learn from Senior Tang Lan and constantly strive to improve our own strength. Wang Dong nodded, his eyes full of determination. Only in this way can we win the battle in the future and protect everything we hold dear. The two looked at Tang Lan again, their hearts filled with longing and expectations for the future. The fusion of two martial souls. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world changed color. A mysterious and powerful force surged in the air, making people feel an unprecedented shock. The Overlord Spear in Tang Lan's hand evolved into the Dragon God Overlord Spear. The Overlord Spear seemed to have been injected with new life, and the lines on the gun's body shone with mysterious light, as if telling ancient legends. At the tip of the spear, the dragon shadow hovered, exuding endless majesty. And with the help of the dragon soul, it becomes even more powerful and terrifying. The dragon soul seems to be the soul of the Overlord Spear, giving it more powerful power. That power is like a raging tide, making people feel extremely depressed. This gun has completely transformed into another form. It is no longer an ordinary weapon, but an artifact. The gun body exudes a mysterious aura, as if it is integrated with heaven and earth. If the original Overlord Spear gave people a violent feeling, then now it is like a real divine dragon descending into the mortal world, exuding endless domineering energy. The domineering force is like a violent storm, which makes people feel extremely shocked. This is a very shocking scene, as if it can easily destroy everything. The Overlord Spear exudes a bright light, which is as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Suspended in the void, exuding overwhelming power. The power was like a raging ocean wave, making people feel extremely frightened. Tang Lan held the Overlord Spear in both hands and stood in front of him. His movements were full of power, as if he could hold the whole world in his hands. Immediately, an extremely mysterious aura came out of his body. The aura was extremely ethereal yet powerful and majestic, as if it came from ancient mysterious power. It seems to be able to crush everything and suppress the sky. It makes people feel incomparable awe. Looking directly at the dark gold dread claw Xiong in front of him, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. That brilliant light is like a sharp sword, as if it can penetrate everything. Tang Lan's eyes were full of confidence and majesty, as if telling Mr. Xiong that he was invincible. Boom! There was a loud noise, as if the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Tang Lan's body disappeared from the same place, the speed was too fast for people to catch, as if it merged into the void instantly. In just an instant, he arrived in front of the dark gold dread claw Xiong. His figure was like a ghost, making it difficult for people to guard against him. End of chapter. Chapter 865 Determined to seek death. The dragon god's overlord spear stabbed out. The movement was swift and powerful, as if it could pierce the entire world. The dragon god overlord's gun exudes a bright light. The light is as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. As if it could penetrate the void, wherever the tip of the spear pointed, the space seemed to be torn open, revealing black cracks. The sharp spear tip tore through everything, as if nothing could stop its progress. He stabbed fiercely towards the dark gold terror claw bear king, with a speed as fast as lightning and with endless killing intent. The overlord spear pierced the void and emitted bursts of harsh sound waves. The sound was like sharp arrows, making people's eardrums hurt. The surrounding air became chaotic, as if being stirred by a powerful force. The air twisted and formed whirlpools, as if to tell the powerful power of the overlord spear. The pupils of the dark gold terror claw bear king shrank, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Unexpectedly, his attack would be dodged. Tang Lan's speed was too fast, even exceeding the speed of sound. That speed makes people feel extremely frightened, as if they are facing an invincible enemy. The reaction of the dark gold terror claw bear was also very quick, its body jumped up suddenly, its movements were as agile as a cheetah. A claw was shot out, and the claw shone with a metallic light, as if it could tear everything into pieces. With powerful force, he slapped Tang Lan fiercely. Bang! There was a loud noise, like two mountain peaks colliding, making the whole earth tremble. Powerful forces collide together, a huge shock wave was formed, spreading to all directions. The surrounding trees were uprooted and the rocks were shattered into pieces, as if the end of the world was coming. The shock wave gradually subsided, and amid the smoke and dust, Tang Lan and the dark gold terror claw Xiong stood facing each other. The hair on Mr. Xiong's body stood up slightly, and his eyes were full of vigilance and anger. Its right arm was a little sore and numb, and the hard fight just now was actually at a disadvantage. You know, it is a powerful beast in itself. Although it is not purely a power type, its power is still extremely terrifying due to its strong recovery and amplification capabilities. The blow just now was lost. It was lost to the opponent. How could it not be filled with shock? And this is indeed the case. Tang Lan stood there with the overlord gun in hand and never retreated. The domineering spear power was still concentrated on the tip of her spear, exuding a terrifying aura. Even though Mr. Xiong's cultivation reached more than 400,000 years, when he faced such a gun, he felt a little fluttering deep in his heart. It felt the endless breath of death from this spear, as if this spear could penetrate the sky. This gave him a sense of fear in his heart. Mr. Xiong, get out of the way, my target is not you. Tang Lan looked at Mr. Xiong in front of him and said indifferently. Those cold words are like the ice and snow in the cold winter, making people shiver. Hearing Tang Lan's indifferent voice, Mr. Xiong's face darkened, and a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. As a top soul beast, it possesses strong pride and arrogance. It is the most powerful existence among bear monsters, and it will never allow others to provoke it. Not to mention being looked down upon. Ouch! Roar! Mr. Xiong roared up to the sky, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body, as if it was about to overthrow the sky, and the entire sky became extremely dark. At this moment, the world is shaking. A boundless power spread out from Mr. Xiong, as if the world was shaking, as if it couldn't bear its power. The aura was extremely terrifying, suffocating, as if it could pierce the sky, and shocked people's hearts. At this moment, Mr. Xiong was completely angry. That huge body is like a prehistoric beast, exuding endless pressure. Its body was expanding crazily, turning into a behemoth 100 meters in size in the blink of an eye. The whole body is covered with golden hair, and every muscle contains strong power and is full of explosive power. Now Mr. Xiang has shown his peak state. His huge body looks extremely tall and full of boundless power, which makes people feel frightened. That powerful aura swept through the 8 wastelands and Liuhe, covering the entire world, making people feel an inexplicable panic. Tang Lan looked at Mr. Xiang, who looked like a wild beast in front of him, with a smile on his lips. My target is just the 3-eyed golden beast. Are you sure you want to stand in front of me? Tang Lan said to the dark gold dread claw Xiang, his expression looking quite calm. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain endless majesty. His gaze was like a torch, staring straight at Mr. Xiang, as if he could see through its heart. His target has been the 3-eyed golden raider from the beginning to the end, and that is the only purpose of his operation. Humph! Dark gold dread claw Xiang snorted coldly, and the sound exploded in the air like muffled thunder. A frightening golden light bloomed in his eyes. The golden light was like a sharp sword, as if it could illuminate everything. That light contains powerful power, which makes people feel extremely depressed. The 3-eyed golden leopard is an auspicious beast of our star forest. How could I just sit back and ignore it? Mr. Xiang's voice was full of anger and determination, and his guardianship of the 3-eyed golden leopard was unquestionable. Then it stepped on the ground with the solace of its feet, and the movement was full of power, as if it could crush the entire earth. The whole mountain range was shaking, as if there was an earthquake. The earth is shaking and rocks are rolling down, as if the end of the world is coming. Then it rushed towards Tang Lan. Its speed was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to avoid. Waving his fist, it was like falling from a meteorite. That fist was huge and powerful, emitting blazing golden light, like a ball of flames, burning everything, trying to burn everything out. That terrifying power is enough to easily destroy everything. The surrounding air was distorted by the powerful force, forming whirlpools. Tang Lan raised his head and looked at the flying fist, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. What a stupid guy! His voice was full of ridicule and disdain. I didn't want to kill you, but you insist on seeking death, no one can blame you. Tang Lan murmured to himself. His eyes were full of indifference and determination, as if Mr. Xiang was just an insignificant existence in his eyes. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if turning into a phantom of nothingness. The speed was so fast that it was simply astonishing. It was like a meteor that instantly cut through the void. It was so fast that no one could keep up with it. In just an instant, Tang Lan completely disappeared from where he originally stood, as if he had never appeared there. The next moment, he appeared in another unexpected location like a ghost, as if he could shuttle through space at will, making it unpredictable. End of chapter. Chapter 866 Humiliation. The Dragon God Overlord spear in Tang Lan's hand swept out. The movement was fierce and decisive, full of indomitable momentum. That Overlord gun seems like a giant agile dragon, like a giant python wandering around, full of mysterious power and agile beauty. The body of the gun shone with mysterious and bright light. Those lights were beating like ancient runes, as if telling ancient and mysterious legends. Every ray of light contained powerful power. It carried unparalleled sharp energy and crashed down on the fist. The sharp energy seemed to be the sharpest blade in the world, able to easily penetrate all hard objects. That powerful force seemed to be able to split the entire world into two, making people feel extremely shocked and depressed. Bang! A crisp and harsh sound spread throughout the world. The sound was like a bell, powerful and loud, making people's eardrums buzz. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sparks bloomed like colorful fireworks in the night sky, bright and eye-catching. The clanging sound of metal collision continued to sound, and the sound seemed like a fierce confrontation between two peerless warriors, full of power and rhythm. The Overlord spear actually cut off Mr. Xiang's fist, and blood spilled out. The blood fell like red raindrops, exuding a pungent smell of blood in the air. Every drop of blood seems to contain Mr. Xiang's powerful vitality, making people feel the tremendous pain Mr. Xiang suffered. Roar! The pain made Mr. Xiang roar angrily. The roar was like thunder exploding in the sky, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The voice was full of anger, pain, and unwillingness, as if a wounded beast was making its final roar. The severe pain was unbearable, and its eyes were full of anger and pain. Those eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames, making people feel the anger in its heart. It never thought that Tang Lan was so powerful that he could cut off its fist. Killing a soul beast like you that is more than 400,000 years old should be able to drop a lot of good things. Tang Lan slowly took a step forward. The steady steps were as firm and powerful as the beating of war drums. Each step seems to make the earth tremble slightly. The raised dust shimmered in the weak sunlight, as if it was the beginning of the upcoming fierce battle. There was a cold look on his face. It looked like it was covered with a thick layer of frost. It makes people shudder just by looking at it. Those eyes were full of teasing. That look seemed to be looking at a poor prey that was doomed to fail. With a kind of superior arrogance and disdain. At least there will be a soul bone worth hundreds of thousands. Tang Lan's voice sounded again. There was an unabashed greed and full confidence in those words. His eyes were fixed on the behemoth in front of him. The look in his eyes was like a hungry wolf seeing a fat lamb. He was rapidly calculating in his mind the huge gains that this battle might bring. It was as if he had seen the precious soul bone emitting a mysterious light in his hand. At this time, Tang Lan's words completely angered Mr. Xiang. The huge body trembled slightly. Like a volcano about to erupt. Mr. Xiang, as a spirit beast with more than 400,000 years of age, is one of the kings of the Douluo forest. On weekdays, he is respected by everyone and is majestic. Wherever it goes, other spirit beasts bow to it. Its majesty is as unshakable as a towering mountain. Have you ever been as frustrated as you are today? Someone actually said arrogantly in front of it that they would hunt it down and take away its soul bone. This is simply a great insult to its royal dignity. Mr. Xiang's huge eyes were burning with blazing anger. Like two blazing flames. I want to burn this ignorant human being in front of me to ashes. Its thick limbs moved restlessly. Every movement made the ground make a dull sound. It seems to be venting its inner anger and unwillingness. It opened its huge mouth, showing extremely sharp teeth. Each tooth is like a sharp dagger, flashing with a chilling cold light. It let out a deafening roar. The sound seemed to be able to penetrate the sky. It made the entire Douluo forest tremble. The roar was full of anger, majesty, and warning. It seemed to be declaring to Tang Lan its inviolability as a king. Tang Lan heard the angry roar, but was not affected by it at all and did not stop his fierce attack. His posture is as tall as a pine tree, his eyes are as firm as iron, and he shows no fear in the face of the powerful Mr. Xiang. His long overlord spear drew a perfect arc in mid-air. The arc was graceful and full of power, as if it were a paintbrush drawn by the god of destiny. The gun body flashed with cold light, like a silver lightning, with unstoppable momentum, and then slashed hard on Mr. Xiang's neck. Ding! The sound of gold and iron mingling sounded, clear and loud, echoing in the silent forest. The overlord spear struck hard on Mr. Xiang's neck like a steel sword, and the powerful impact shook the surrounding air. Mr. Xiang's tough fur was instantly broken by the attack of the overlord gun, and blood spurted out. Like a red fountain, it dyed the surrounding ground red. The shocking red color seems to be the mark of war, telling the cruelty of this fierce battle. The overlord spear waved even more crazily, and the heavy shadow of the gun fell on Mr. Xiang like a violent storm. Every swing carried great power, as if it was going to completely defeat Mr. Xiang. Ah! Mr. Xiang looked up to the sky and roared, his voice miserable and sad. The roar seemed to be unwillingness to fate and anger at this sudden attack. Its huge body was trembling in pain, and its shocking voice echoed in the forest for a long time. A low roar came from its throat, the sound full of anger and pain. With his physical defense power, he was invincible in the Star Forest. However, at this moment, he was beaten to pieces by Tang Lan's overlord spear. The wound was shocking and the blood was constantly flowing, as if telling the story of its current predicament. Although it was only a minor injury, it made Mr. Xiang feel an unprecedented sense of shame and humiliation. That wound may indeed be just a small injury to its huge body, but in its heart, it is a heavy blow to its kingly dignity. As a powerful soul beast that is more than 400,000 years old and one of the kings of the Douluo forest, has it ever suffered such humiliation? This small wound seems to be an eye-catching mark, always reminding it of being injured by a tiny human being. End of chapter. Chapter 867. Your soul bone is also excellent. Let the anger in his heart burn like a raging flame, and he wants to tear Tang Lan into pieces immediately to eliminate the anger in his heart. There was a hint of ridicule on the corner of Tang Lan's mouth, and the smile was full of disdain and arrogance. He looked at the angry Mr. Xiang and said slowly, "You are really tough enough to be able to roar? But so what? You still can't escape the end of death." His words were like an icy cold wind blowing through the smoke-filled battlefield, making Mr. Xiang's anger even more intense. Roar! Mr. Xiang shouted violently, and the sound seemed to be able to shatter mountains and rivers. It kicked the ground with both feet, and the powerful force caused the ground to collapse instantly. Its figure rushed towards Tang Lan like a cannonball, its speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Its huge body drew a black shadow in the air, carrying the aura of destroying everything. Its claws were like aquiline hooks, flashing with a sharp cold light, and it clawed at Tang Lan fiercely, as if it wanted to turn him into meat to vent its hatred. Tang Lan's face remained indifferent, as if nothing in the world could move him. Faced with the fierce and rapid attack, he did not panic at all. His eyes were calm and sharp, staring closely at the approaching Mr. Xiong. Tang Lan raised his spear and faced Mr. Xiong. The spear seemed to be alive in his hands, exuding a powerful aura. Then, he retreated lightly to the left, his movements light and graceful, like fallen leaves dancing in the wind. Every move he made was just right, not only avoiding Mr. Xiong's ferocious attack, but also finding the best opportunity to counterattack. Boom! A loud noise sounded like thunder. Xiong Jun's huge body slammed into the ground with thunderous momentum. The heavy impact seemed to make the entire earth tremble. In an instant, dust was flying within hundreds of meters. Like a huge yellow cloud rising instantly, covering the sky and the sun. In the dust, Mr. Xiong's powerful claws sank deeply into the soil, a full 3 inches deep. The soil surged in all directions under its huge force, as if it had been plowed. Tang Lan's spear was firmly pressed against Mr. Xiong's head. The tip of the gun flashed with an icy cold light. The spear left a shallow mark on Mr. Xiong's head. Although the mark is shallow, it seems to carry a huge amount of power. The spear bent slightly under Mr. Xiong's strong pressure, as if it might break at any time. However, Tang Lan held the spear tightly and remained unmoved. Mr. Xiong roared angrily. The roar was like rolling thunder, full of unwillingness and anger. It twisted its body wildly, trying to struggle out. Every struggle caused the ground to shake again, and the surrounding trees shook violently under its power, with leaves falling one after another. There was a hint of disdain in Tang Lan's cold eyes. As if laughing at Mr. Xiong's futile struggle. He shook his right arm hard. The spear drew a graceful arc in the air like a spiritual snake. Then he slapped Mr. Xiong hard on the back. The spear carried strong power and made a crisp sound the moment it was whipped. It seemed as if Mr. Xiong's back was going to be split open. A deep mark suddenly appeared on Mr. Xiong's back, his fur rolled up, and blood oozed faintly. Bang! An earth-shaking loud noise suddenly erupted. It was as if a bomb exploded in this mysterious forest. A terrifying force burst out like a raging wave. The power was so powerful that it made people frightened. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart with tiny cracks. Mr. Xiong's huge body flew backwards instantly under the impact of this terrifying force. As helpless as fallen leaves swept by the strong wind. The huge body flew backwards at an extremely fast speed and hit a big tree in the distance. The big tree is so thick that it takes several people to hug it to surround it. However, under the impact of Mr. Xiong, it seemed so fragile. There was just a crisp click sound, the big tree was broken in the middle, the crown fell to the ground with a crash, and a cloud of dust was raised. Ouch! Mr. Xiong let out a painful cry. The voice was shrill and tragic, as if telling the great pain it was suffering at the moment. Its body rolled violently, and each roll brought up a piece of soil and fallen leaves, showing its painful heart. Red blood flowed from its mouth and nose. The blood was like blooming plum blossoms, which looked particularly dazzling on its black fur. Blood continued to gush out and drip onto the ground, forming a shocking pool of blood. How dare you fight me in your current state? Tang Lan smiled disdainfully. That smile was full of sarcasm and confidence. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if they could penetrate everything. His body was like electricity and he rushed towards Mr. Xiong as fast as lightning. His figure left blurry after images in the air, making it difficult to grasp. That burly body was like a missile speeding towards Mr. Xiong. With indomitable momentum and powerful strength. Every move he makes is full of power, as if he can destroy all obstacles in front of him. Boom! A loud noise exploded like the sky and the earth were shattering. A vast momentum spread instantly, surging like a stormy sea. The momentum was so powerful that it seemed to envelope the entire world. The wind roared, leaves fell one after another, and the surrounding air seemed to be oppressed by this momentum, becoming heavy and depressing. Tang Lan's figure was as fast as lightning, and he was in front of Mr. Xiong in the blink of an eye. His body was as straight as a pine tree, his eyes were as firm as iron, and the dragon god overlord spear in his hand was emitting a cold light. The overlord spear drew a mysterious arc in the void. The arc was graceful and full of power, as if it were a miraculous work of nature. Then, the overlord spear stabbed hard at Mr. Xiang's extremely generous body. The tip of the spear shone with a sharp light, as if it could penetrate everything. Dang! A clear and sweet sound came out, like the sound of a bell, echoing in this silent forest. The spear pierced Mr. Xiang's chest hard, causing a burst of dazzling sparks. The sparks were as dazzling as fireworks, lighting up the surrounding darkness. However, Mr. Xiang's body was as hard as if it were made of steel. The spear only left a shallow mark on its chest. Tang Lan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt the strong force coming from the overlord gun. The force was like a raging ocean wave, hitting his arm wave after wave. That kind of strength is not like that of a huge body. It is powerful and mysterious, and seems to contain endless power. Moreover, there was a dull pain in his tiger's mouth. The pain was like a needle prick, which made him slightly shocked. End of chapter. Chapter 868 Can't sit still and wait for death. Tang Lan could feel the danger contained in the huge body in front of him. The danger was like a beast lurking in the darkness, which could pounce out and devour him at any time. It is indeed a peak soul beast, and it is indeed very difficult to deal with. Tang Lan thought secretly in his heart. When it comes to strength, Tang Lan is absolutely confident that he is superior to his opponent. After countless battles, his strength has been tempered to its peak state. Every muscle in his body contains powerful explosive power, as if he can erupt with heaven-destroying power at any time. In his understanding, facing Mr. Xiang in front of him, he firmly believed that he had an absolute advantage in strength. In this collision, Tang Lan clearly had the advantage. He could feel that his power had completely suppressed Mr. Xiang, and the feeling of being in control of everything filled him with confidence. He knew that as long as he continued to maintain this advantage, victory would definitely belong to him. Click! Click! At this moment, a frightening sound sounded. I saw Mr. Xiang's skin cracking, and the sound was as clear and crisp as ice breaking. A series of hideous scars spread all over the body like spider webs, which is shocking. Some of those scars were deep enough to show the bones, and some were dripping with blood, which made people shudder. Scarlet blood seeped out from the cracks, turning Mr. Xiang into a bloody monster. The blood was like streams of red flowing on Mr. Xiang's black fur, exuding a pungent smell of blood. Mr. Xiang's appearance became extremely terrifying at this moment, as if he was a demon crawling out of hell. Ouch! Mr. Xiang let out a shrill scream. The cry seemed to penetrate people's souls, causing an inexplicable fear to surge into their hearts. Its voice was full of pain and anger, as if it was venting its unwillingness to the whole world. Dense green veins appeared on the surface of its body. Those veins were like twisting earthworms, as if they were about to burst out of magma, giving people an inexplicable feeling of threat. The veins were bulging high, as if they might burst at any time, releasing powerful power. At this moment, Mr. Xiang's body seemed to have turned into a bomb that could explode at any time, making people afraid to get close. Xiang Jun stared at Tang Lan, then two blazing flames burned in his red eyes, as if he wanted to burn Tang Lan to ashes before he would give up. An indifferent sneer appeared at the corner of Tang Lan's mouth, with a ruthless and cold look in his dark eyes. Without any hesitation, he once again grasped the spear with his right hand and rushed out again. At this moment, the spear came out of the sea like a dragon, its energy penetrated the sky, and it directly took Mr. Xiang's life. The speed of the spear was extremely fast, almost turning into a stream of light. Dang! Another crisp sound came out. The sound was like the clash of gold and iron, shaking everyone's souls. Mr. Xiang's left shoulder suddenly sunk in, and a third of it collapsed from the beating, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Mr. Xiang's figure was shaking even more, and he almost fell to the ground. Tang Lan's attacks were so fierce and continuous. Mr. Xiang could only be exhausted on defense and extremely embarrassed. However, it is a beast-level existence after all. That huge body stood there like a hill, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Even though it has been severely damaged at this moment, the majesty of the ferocious beast still cannot be underestimated. Although he was severely injured, he did not lose his fighting ability. Mr. Xiang's strong limbs were trembling slightly, but they still supported his huge body steadily. Its breathing was slightly heavy, but its eyes shone with unyielding light. Roar! Mr. Xiang let out a low roar. The voice seemed to come from an ancient roar, carrying endless majesty and anger. In an instant, a majestic and fierce aura burst out from it. The aura spread like a raging wave, making the surrounding air seem to solidify. Lines of black light appeared, rapidly expanding, covering the entire body. Those light patterns are like mysterious runes, emitting a strange light. They are constantly flashing on Mr. Xiang's body, as if telling the power and mystery of this ferocious beast. Streams of black energy crazily poured into its body from its body, making its body darker and shinier. The black energy seemed to be the power from hell, full of evil and violence. Mr. Xiang's body seemed to become more indestructible under the nourishment of black energy. A strong and pure killing intent permeated the air. The intent to kill enveloped the entire battlefield like a substance, making people feel an unspeakable fear. Every hair on Mr. Xiang's body seems to be telling his ferocity and cruelty. Roar! Mr. Xiang raised his head and roared, his red eyes glowing with a dark luster, revealing an aura of monster, cruelty, and bloodthirsty. Its eyes seemed to penetrate people's souls, making them shudder. The crimson eyes flashed with crazy light, as if declaring to the world its invincibility. The muscles all over its body bulged, as if full of endless explosive power, and its entire body expanded in an instant. The bulging muscles were like hard rocks, full of strength. Mr. Xiang's body seemed to have turned into a war machine at this moment, ready to launch a fatal attack on the enemy at any time. Tang Lan frowned slightly. He found that Xiang Jun's strength had suddenly improved, and it was getting stronger and stronger. A trace of surprise and vigilance flashed in Tang Lan's eyes. He knew how terrifying this ferocious beast was. At this moment, he had to reevaluate the situation of this battle and think about how to deal with it. The faces of Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao on the side also changed slightly, and they could clearly feel that Mr. Xiang was changing. Wang Dong's handsome face was full of surprise and vigilance at this moment, his eyes stared at Mr. Xiang closely, and he whispered, "This change in Mr. Xiang is so amazing, I don't know if Senior Tang Lan can handle it." Huo Yuhao frowned slightly and responded, "Now we can only look at Senior Tang Lan's strength. We are ready to support you at any time. Senior, be careful, this guy's strength must have become much stronger," Wang Dong said in a deep voice. His voice was low and strong, full of worry. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, "Senior Tang Lan must have noticed it. I hope he can find a way to deal with it." Huo Yuhao nodded and clenched his fists. His eyes also became solemn, as if he was thinking about how to deal with it. Huo Yuhao exuded a firm aura, and he said, "We can't sit still and wait for death. If the situation is not right, we must take action immediately." Wang Dong responded, "Understood, we cannot let Senior Tang Lan face danger alone." End of chapter. Chapter 869 Dragon God Overlord Spear. A solemn look flashed across Tang Lan's face, but his eyes remained firm. His resolute face was full of determination at this moment, and his eyes revealed an unyielding will. Tang Lan walked towards Mr. Xiang slowly, with steady steps and an aura as majestic as a mountain. Tang Lan said as he walked, "Although this beast is strong, I will not back down." The Dragon God Overlord spear in his hand danced more and more rapidly, and the spear glow was like a blooming peony, magnificent and magnificent. The spear glowed with a dazzling light, as if it was going to illuminate the whole world. Tang Lan's figure gradually disappeared among the shadows of the gun, as if he was integrated with the light of the gun. His movements are smooth and natural, full of power. Shua suddenly, the void trembled violently, as if the entire space was shaken by a powerful force. A silver-white spear appeared out of thin air appearing, the spear shone with an icy cold light, like a silver dragon cutting through the void. It stabbed towards Mr. Xiang with a whistling sound. The whistling sound was sharp and harsh, as if it could penetrate people's eardrums. Wherever the spear passed, the air was torn apart, leaving a clear trace. The spear appeared, and a dazzling brilliance suddenly bloomed. The dazzling brilliance was as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire world. Covering everything around you, it makes people feel like they are in a dreamlike world. That brilliance contains powerful power, making people feel an indescribable sense of oppression. Tang Lan's marksmanship was extremely strange, and his figure flickered in and out, like a dragon swimming in the water. His movements are light and agile, making people unpredictable. He sometimes appears on the left and sometimes on the right, making it impossible to determine his location. His figure is like a ghost, making people shudder. And every time he makes a move, it will produce an extremely dazzling light, which is extremely intoxicating. The brilliance is as colorful as fireworks and dazzling. Every move is like a visual feast, making people immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Dang 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 dang. A series of passionate collisions continued to erupt, and the sound was as deafening as thunder. The gorgeous light and shadow are like a dream and so beautiful. In the light and shadow, Tang Lan's figure was as majestic as the god of war, and his spear danced like a whirlwind, making it irresistible. The light and shadow intertwined together to form a beautiful picture, which is breathtaking. Mr. Xiang's body was like a rock, standing firmly on the spot, like an unshakable mountain. No matter how powerful the spears that came like a violent storm were, it still stubbornly blocked it. The spear pierced its body, making dull impact sounds, but it couldn't make it move at all. The wounds on its body continued to increase, and blood flowed gurglingly. The bright red blood dyed its fur red, which was shocking. However, its eyes became increasingly crazier, with endless anger and fighting intent burning in its red eyes. It seemed as if it didn't know the pain, regardless of the injuries on its body, it just wanted to fight the enemy to the end. Its huge body began to shrink gradually, like a deflating balloon. He quickly returned to his normal size, but his strength became even more violent. The ferocious aura was intimidating, like a demon coming out of hell. It exudes a strong sense of oppression, making it difficult to breathe and making the heart beat faster. There was a hint of horror in Tang Lan's eyes. His eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Because Mr. Xiang's injuries have actually healed, and his terrifying recovery ability is simply beyond imagination. Bang! At this moment, a dull and ferocious impact suddenly exploded, like thunder on the ground. The sound was deafening, as if it would make the whole world tremble. The strong sound waves spread around, making the surrounding air seem to be compressed instantly, forming a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. Hearing a loud boom, the two of them each stepped back several feet. This loud noise was like a landslide and the earth was cracking, making people's eardrums buzz. Under the powerful impact, Tang Lan and Xiang Jun's bodies flew backwards involuntarily. Their footsteps left deep marks on the ground and raised a cloud of dust. Roar! Mr. Xiang let out a deafening roar. That roar was like the roar of the king of beasts, full of majesty and domineering power. The sound echoed in the air, as if it could penetrate people's souls. Its body suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Tang Lan. That huge body drew a graceful arc in the air, like a falling meteorite. Wherever it passed, strong winds rose suddenly. The strong wind howled like an angry dragon roaring. The wind was strong, causing the surrounding trees to sway and leaves flying all over the sky. Mr. Xiang's figure looked even more fierce in the strong wind, as if he was a demon from hell, trying to destroy everything. Tang Lan's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes showing strong vigilance and determination. At this critical moment, he waved the spear in his hand without hesitation. The movements were smooth and flowing, full of a sense of power. Chi la la! The silver-white spear was like a silver snake, agile and swift. The spear tore through the void and made a sharp sound, as if it was about to split the entire space. It pierced Mr. Xiang's abdomen at an extremely fast speed, and the powerful impact instantly pierced Mr. Xiang's belly. That scene was shocking. Blood splattered everywhere, like blooming red flowers. Mr. Xiang let out a shrill howl, the sound full of pain and anger. Its huge body suddenly lost its balance, first trembled slightly, and then began to stagger and fall to the ground. During the fall, its limbs struggled instinctively, trying to stabilize its body, but to no avail. There was a loud boom sound, as if the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering. Dust was flying and smoke was billowing, covering everything around it. Mr. Xiang made a deep pit, which was huge and deep. It lies at the bottom of the pit, the body was twitching slightly. After a while, it raised its head with difficulty, its eyes full of stubbornness and unyielding. It began to struggle to stand up. First, it struggled to support the ground with its front paws, and its claws sank deeply into the soil. Its body was shaking constantly, and every effort seemed to exhaust all its strength. After several attempts, it finally succeeded in supporting its upper body. Then, it kicked the ground hard with its hind paws, and its whole body slowly stood up. Its pair of front paws tightly grasped the spear, and the sharp claws rubbed against the shaft of the spear, making a harsh sound. End of chapter. Chapter 870. You may not be able to kill me. Mr. Xiang pulled out his spear with all his strength, a painful expression on his face. Its muscles were tense, and every hair seemed to be exerting force. As it exerted more force, the spear began to be pulled out of its body bit by bit. Immediately, bright red blood seeped out along its fur, dyeing its body red. The blood is like a flowing river, making people feel tragic and tragic. Boy, do you still want to fight? Mr. Xiang's deep and powerful voice sounded like thunder exploding in the air. It releases a monstrous aura, which spreads around like a raging wave, making people almost breathless. Scarlet eyes stared at Tang Lan, eyes full of vigilance and threat. This is the Stardo Forest, and more ferocious beasts are already coming towards me. Mr. Xiang's voice contained a hint of solemnity. It raised its head slightly, as if feeling the movement around it. The Stardo Forest is the world of spirit beasts, and every inch of land here belongs to us spirit beasts. You, a human, dare to act recklessly here. Now a large number of spirit beasts have noticed the fluctuations in the battle here and are rushing here. Come. Once they arrive, you will not be able to escape. Mr. Xiang's words were full of warning. It's still too late for you to choose to leave. Mr. Xiang said with a hint of urgency in his tone. It doesn't want to continue this battle anymore. It knows that continuing to fight will not be beneficial to itself. Moreover, once more soul beasts arrive, the situation will become more complicated. It was subdued, but it was indeed telling the truth. The Stardo Forest is the world of soul beasts, and now a large number of soul beasts have arrived. There was a tense atmosphere in the air, as if a storm was coming. There was a faint roar in the distance, which was a signal that other spirit beasts were approaching. Mr. Xiang can feel those powerful auras, and he knows that there are many powerful beings among these soul beasts. Once they mix together, Tang Lan and others will undoubtedly die. However, it is very likely that Tang Lan will kill himself before he dies. So Mr. Xiang gave in and chose to give in. It doesn't dare to gamble, it's afraid of dying. Mr. Xiang's heart was full of fear and uneasiness. He didn't want to lose his life because of his impulse. It knew that Tang Lan's strength should not be underestimated, and humans often had unexpected methods. If the fight continues, it will probably become Tang Lan's dead soul. In order to save its own life, it had to choose to give in. Mr. Xiang's heart is full of helplessness and unwillingness. As a powerful beast, it has always been majestic and majestic. It never thought that one day it would bow down to a human being. However, the current situation forces it to make such a choice. It looked at Tang Lan, with a hint of complicated emotions in its eyes. Mr. Xiang looked down at his wound. The shocking wound was constantly flowing with blood. It could feel the severe pain constantly invading its mind. The pain was like a tide, hitting its nerves wave after wave. It gritted its teeth and tried to endure the pain, but the pain seemed to be pervasive, making it unbearable. Boy, even if you win today, I will admit defeat. There was a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in Mr. Xiang's voice. It knows that if it continues to fight, its life will probably be lost. It didn't want to die like this, so it chose to admit defeat. However, its heart was filled with humiliation, and it never thought that it would surrender to a human being. After listening to Mr. Xiang's words, Tang Lan showed a sneer on his lips. Admit defeat? Tang Lan's eyes were full of ridicule and disdain. He looked at Mr. Xiang as if he were looking at a loser. I told you, I will kill you today. Tang Lan's voice was full of determination and determination. He will not let Mr. Xiang go. This powerful beast is a huge threat to him. If you don't get rid of it, you're likely to get yourself into trouble later. Do you think you can guarantee your survival by admitting defeat? Stop dreaming. Tang Lan sneered. His smile was full of coldness and ruthlessness. His right hand holding the spear shook slightly, and the originally dim Dragon God Overlord spear suddenly lit up, with a flash of black light. The black light was like lightning in the dark night, instantly lighting up the surrounding space. Tang Lan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he had made up his mind to completely eliminate Mr. Xiang. Aren't you afraid that the army of spirit beasts from our Stardo Forest will arrive? When the time comes, you will die without a burial place. Mr. Xiang roared. Its voice exploded like thunder, full of anger and threat. It widened its scarlet eyes and stared at Tang Lan, as if it wanted to eat him alive. At this time, Mr. Xiang was filled with excitement. Full of anxiety and fear. It knew that once the army of spirit beasts from the Stardo Forest arrived, this human being would be in dire straits. It hoped to use such words to shock Tang Lan and make him retreat in spite of difficulties. Ha ha ha, die without a burial place. Tang Lan looked up to the sky and laughed. Do you think you can keep me with such a group of trash? Don't be ridiculous. How naive. Tang Lan's laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. His eyes shone with confidence, as if he didn't take Mr. Xiang's threat seriously at all. He looked around at the approaching soul beasts, his heart filled with contempt. In his opinion, these soul beasts are just a ragtag group of people and cannot pose a threat to him at all. Mr. Xiang was stunned for a moment. Although your strength is close to extreme Douluo, you are not invincible. There are stronger beings than you in this star forest. If those guys come, you will have no way to survive. There was a hint of anxiety and helplessness in Mr. Xiang's tone. It knew that Tang Lan was indeed very strong, but there were some even more powerful beings in the Star Do forest. If those beings come, Tang Lan will be in a desperate situation. It hopes that Tang Lan can realize this and give up the idea of continuing to fight. Oh? Really? Tang Lan snorted and raised his spear suddenly. There was a firm light in his eyes, as if he didn't take Mr. Xiang's words to heart at all. He knew that there were very powerful beings in the Star Do forest, such as the demigod Emperor Tian. But he has a problem now and can't appear here. So, he is not afraid. Tang Lan was full of confidence. He believed that his strength was enough to cope with any challenge. Boy, don't bully others too much. Mr. Xiang roared. Since you won't give up, let's fight to the death. I don't believe you can kill me. Mr. Xiang's voice was full of anger and determination. End of chapter. Chapter 871 Fearless. It knows that it has no way out. Since Tang Lan refused to let it go, it could only choose to fight to the death with Tang Lan. There was a crazy light in its eyes, as if it had prepared for the worst. Tang Lan's eyes flashed, and the Dragon God Overlord gun in his hand shone brighter, as if there was a giant dragon circling and roaring on the gun. Since you are stubborn, don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. After saying that, he flashed and rushed towards Mr. Xiang like lightning. The speed was so fast that Tang Lan disappeared in a blur before his eyes. Upon seeing this, Mr. Xiang roared angrily, and his soul power surged throughout his body, like a raging ocean wave. It knows that this battle is a matter of life and death, and it cannot afford to slack off in the slightest. Its huge body tensed up, preparing to meet Tang Lan's attack. Tang Lan's Dragon God Overlord spear was like a dragon coming out of the sea, stabbing at Mr. Xiang with an extremely fierce momentum. The tip of the spear flashed with cold light, as if it could penetrate everything. As the gun body danced, the air was torn apart, making a sharp sound. Mr. Xiang waved his huge claws, trying to resist the attack of the Dragon God Overlord spear. The claws were as if they were made of steel, extremely hard. However, Tang Lan's power was too powerful, and the Dragon God Overlord spear easily broke through Xiang Jun's defense, leaving a deep wound on it again. The wound was shocking, and blood splashed out like a fountain. Blood spattered and Mr. Xiang roared in pain. That voice was full of anger and pain, as if it would shake the entire Star Do forest to tremble. But it didn't flinch. Instead, it rushed towards Tang Lan even more crazily. It opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, which were like sharp swords and shone with a cold light. It wanted to bite off Tang Lan's throat in retaliation for the injuries it suffered. Tang Lan nimbly dodged Mr. Xiang's attack, his figure was like a ghost, elusive. At the same time, he kept brandishing the Dragon God Overlord spear, giving Mr. Xiang a fatal blow. Every attack contains powerful power, making it difficult for Mr. Xiang to resist. In the fierce battle, the surrounding trees were completely destroyed, and those thick trees broke and fell to the ground under the impact of powerful force. The earth was also shaken, as if an earthquake had occurred. At this moment, a powerful breath came from the distance. Tang Lan's heart tightened, he knew that other powerful soul beasts in the Star Do forest were approaching. He must deal with Mr. Xiang as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. That powerful aura made him feel tremendous pressure, but he did not flinch. Instead, he became more determined to defeat Mr. Xiang. Tang Lan gritted his teeth, a look of determination on his face. He once again poured his powerful soul power into the Dragon God Overlord spear. The spear, which was already so powerful, now shines brighter and brighter, like a small sun, shining brightly. The intense light seemed to illuminate the entire star forest, bathing every corner of this mysterious forest in this dazzling light. Tang Lan's eyes were condensed, his legs were slightly bent, and then he exerted force suddenly, and his whole body shot forward like an arrow from a string. The Dragon God Overlord spear in his hand Ishi's rapid charge was as fast as lightning, making it almost impossible to catch his trajectory. The tip of the spear carried an indomitable momentum, aiming directly at Mr. Xiang's vital point, as if it wanted to defeat this powerful beast in one fell swoop. Mr. Xiong felt the fatal blow at that moment, and his huge body trembled slightly. It understands the power of this blow. If it is hit in a vital part, it is likely to die. So, it twisted its heavy body with all its strength, trying to avoid this fatal attack. Although its movements were fast, Tang Lan's attack was so fast that it was unimaginable. Even though Mr. Xiong tried his best, the Dragon God Overlord's spear was still like an unavoidable lightning bolt, carving a deep gash on its shoulder. The wound was shocking, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Mr. Xiong roared in pain, his voice full of despair and anger. In its eyes, despair shrouded its soul like a dark cloud. It never thought that it would be in such a desperate situation. Facing this powerful human being, it felt unprecedentedly powerless. And anger is like a blazing flame, burning in its heart. It is not willing to be defeated like this. It wants to fight back and fight for its own dignity. I am one of the overlords of the Douluo forest, how could I be defeated by a human? Mr. Xiong roared in his heart. I can't fall down like this, I still have my territory and my glory. It endured the severe pain on its shoulder, and a look of madness flashed in its eyes. It decided to fight back at all costs, even if it paid the price of life, it could not let this human succeed easily. It began to mobilize all the soul power in its body, preparing to release its strongest blow. The soul power in Mr. Xiong's body surged crazily, and the majestic power spread outwards one after another like a raging wave. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this powerful force, making bursts of heart-stopping sounds. The space seemed to have become unstable under the impact of this terrifying soul power, and there were faint cracks. Xiong Jun's eyes widened and he stared at Tang Lan closely, his eyes full of determination. It is a kind of determination that regards death as home. It knows that it has no retreat and can only fight to the death. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope. Tang Lan also felt the powerful power that Xiong Jun was about to explode, and the oppressive feeling made his breathing stagnate slightly. He frowned slightly, secretly wary. He knew that the next blow would be earth-shattering. But he did not flinch. Instead, he held the Dragon God Overlord's gun tightly. The gun body seemed to be integrated with his arm and was indestructible. His eyes were shining with perseverance, ready to receive Mr. Xiong's final blow. He knew that this battle was a matter of life and death, and there was no room for retreat. Mr. Xiong roared angrily, and the sound was like thunder, echoing throughout the star forest. The huge body rushed towards Tang Lan like a cannonball, so fast that it brought up a gust of wind. The soul power on its body condensed into a terrifying light. The light was so dazzling that it seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. The light contained all the power and anger of Mr. Xiong, as if he wanted to completely destroy Tang Lan and avenge the humiliation he had suffered. Tang Lan's eyes flashed, and he advanced instead of retreating, waving the Dragon God Overlord's spear to face Mr. Xiong. His actions were decisive, without any hesitation. The tip of the spear collided with the light, making a deafening sound. End of chapter. Chapter 872 Beast Tide. The sound seemed to be able to penetrate people's souls, and their eardrums were almost shattered. The powerful impact exploded instantly and spread to all directions. The surrounding trees were broken under the impact, and the rocks were shattered into pieces. The powerful impact made both Tang Lan and Xiong Jun fly backwards. Tang Lan adjusted his body shape in the air. His body was like a flexible flying swallow, light and agile. With his strong strength and rich combat experience, he landed steadily on the ground. Mr. Xiong fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound. It spurted out a mouthful of blood again, and the blood stained the ground red, which looked particularly shocking. At this time, the powerful aura in the distance was getting closer and closer. The aura was like a raging tide, coming overwhelmingly. There was a tense atmosphere in the air, as if a storm was coming. Tang Lan's heart tightened. He knew that time was running out and he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Should we continue to fight Mr. Xiong, or should we take the opportunity to escape from here? But he also knows that no matter what choice he makes, he will face huge risks. At this time, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao also felt a powerful soul beast approaching. They looked at each other with solemn expressions in their eyes. That powerful aura rushed towards them like a surging tide, causing their hearts to be instantly enveloped by a heavy pressure. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly, his eyes full of worry, and whispered, "This aura is so powerful, I'm afraid the person who came here is not evil." There was a hint of uneasiness in his voice. After all, in this dangerous Douluo forest, any powerful existence may pose a fatal threat. This aura is so terrifying, the strength of the soul beast must be unfathomable. Compared with those soul beasts we encountered before, they are like ants. Huo Yuhao's heart was filled with doubts and worries. Wang Dong bit his lips gently, and the pink lips were bitten out by him a shallow trace. He nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, such a powerful aura must be an extremely powerful soul beast." Wang Dong's eyes shone with vigilance. He knew that in the Star Forest, if he was not careful, he might fall into a place of utter disaster. This spirit beast is more powerful than we imagined. We must remain highly vigilant. We cannot be careless at all, otherwise we may become the prey of this powerful spirit beast. I don't know if Senior Tang Lan can handle it. Wang Dong couldn't help but worry about Tang Lan. After all, Tang Lan was also caught in a fierce battle with Lord Xiong at this time. If the threat of this powerful soul beast was added to it, could he survive this crisis safely? Just when everyone is filled with worry, a roar that shook the earth and the mountains suddenly came from the depths of the Stardo forest. The sound seemed like a war drum from ancient times, hitting everyone's heart again and again. It's mind-blowing. Immediately afterwards, the roars of countless soul beasts came and went. It was as if the entire forest was shaken by this powerful sound. The roaring sound is like the roaring waves. Wave after wave, impacting people's eardrums. It's frightening. I saw that under the leadership of the three-headed red demon mastiff Red King, the mighty army of soul beasts came like a tide. The huge body of the Red King is like a moving hill. Every step on the ground caused a violent vibration. Its thick limbs are like giant pillars supporting the sky. Every time it falls, the earth trembles. It was originally supposed to have 3 heads. But now there are only 2 left. One of the heads was chopped off by Tang Lan. There is still blood flowing from the wound. The blood dyed its fur red. Make it look even more ferocious and terrifying. The 2 remaining heads of the Red King were raised high. The eyes on the middle head were burning with rage. He made no secret of Tang Lan's murderous intention. The rage seemed to set the entire forest on fire. It makes people feel the anger and hatred in its heart. The sharp teeth flashed coldly in the sun. Those teeth are like sharp daggers. It's daunting. Human, how dare you seriously injure Mr. Xiong and chop off my head? Today is your day of death. The Red King roared. The sound echoed in the forest like thunder. That voice seems to penetrate people's souls. It almost makes people's eardrums burst. The powerful pressure emanating from it made the surrounding air seem to freeze. The pressure is like a heavy mountain. It's so overwhelming that people can't breathe. The spirit beasts that followed the Red King were all fierce. Some of them are huge and as strong as giant elephants. That huge body seems to be able to trample everything under its feet. Make people feel their power and majesty. Some are extremely fast, traveling like lightning. Their figures are like ghosts. It's elusive. Some have powerful magical powers. Be ready to attack at any time. Those magical powers are like gorgeous fireworks. Make people feel their mystery and danger. Both Xiong Jun and Tang Lan felt the spirit beast army approaching. Xiong Jun endured the severe pain in his body and slowly struggled to stand up. Although its huge body was covered with shocking wounds and blood was still flowing, staining the surrounding land red, its eyes were full of pride. That is a kind of confidence and arrogance that is about to receive strong support. Human, your end has come. Mr. Xiong's voice was low and threatening, like a roar coming from the depths of hell. The army of soul beasts has arrived, and you can't escape with your wings. If you leave now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, when the Red King arrives, you will die without a burial place. Mr. Xiong threatened Tang Lan fiercely. Its words were full of disdain and anger towards Tang Lan, as if Tang Lan was already a mortal person in its eyes. Tang Lan's face was as cold as ice that had not melted for thousands of years. There was no trace of fear on his resolute face, and he held the Dragon God Overlord gun tightly in his hand, the gun body exuding a cold light. That light seemed to declare his unyielding and bravery to everything around him. Humph, how could I, Tang Lan, be intimidated by you? What happened today will not stop here. Tang Lan's voice was firm and powerful, full of determination. His eyes shone with determination, as if telling Mr. Xiong that he would never back down easily, no matter how powerful the enemy was. At this time, the army of soul beasts was getting closer and closer, and the strong sense of oppression became more and more obvious. The earth trembled slightly under the footsteps of the soul beast army, as if it was afraid of this powerful force. There was a tense atmosphere in the air, as if a storm was coming. Tang Lan knew in his heart that this battle might not be easy, but he would never back down easily. He clutched the Dragon God Overlord gun tightly, preparing to face the upcoming challenge. End of chapter. Chapter 873. Unable to resist. Not far away, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong watched this scene nervously. Their hearts were full of worries, not knowing that Tang what choice will Lan make. Huo Yuhao frowned tightly, his eyes full of worry. This situation is getting more and more dangerous. What should Senior Tang Lan do? Wang Dong bit his lip, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. We have to find a way to help Senior Tang Lan, we can't let him face so many powerful soul beasts alone. They prayed silently in their hearts, hoping that Tang Lan could survive this crisis safely. Tang Lan was not moved by Mr. Xiong's threat at all. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he raised the Dragon God Overlord's spear again and stabbed Mr. Xiong fiercely. The Dragon God Overlord's spear shone with a cold light under the sunlight, like a sharp weapon that could penetrate everything in the world. The veins in Tang Lan's arms popped out, and all the strength in his body was concentrated on this shot. He shouted, "Today, either you die or I die." His voice was like a bell, echoing throughout the star forest, full of determination and determination. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, approaching Mr. Xiong instantly. His rapid sprint brought up a gust of wind in the air. The howling wind made the surrounding leaves rustle, as if playing a tragic piece of music for this fierce battle. Xiong Jun watched Tang Lan attack again, feeling shocked and angry. It didn't expect that this human being was so tough and would dare to attack it when the army of soul beasts was about to arrive. It roared angrily, its huge body shook slightly, and the soul power in its body surged crazily. The soul power spread to all directions like a raging tide, causing the surrounding air to become distorted. It raised its huge claws and swung it violently towards Tang Lan. The claws were so powerful that they seemed to be able to easily smash a hill into pieces. The claws sliced through the air, making bursts of sharp whistling sounds, which made people shudder. However, Tang Lan's speed was too fast, and the Dragon God Overlord's spear passed by like a meteor. He nimbly dodged sideways and avoided Mr. Xiong's claws. His movements were smooth, as if he had been practicing countless times. Then he turned around and stabbed Mr. Xiong again. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a harsh sound. Although Mr. Xiong tried his best to avoid it, the tip of the spear still made another deep gash on his body. The wound was shocking, and blood spurted out again, like a red fountain, staining a large area of the ground red. The blood exuded a pungent smell that made people nauseous. Mr. Xiong roared in pain, his voice full of unwillingness and anger. It doesn't understand why this human being is so persistent and why he wants to be the enemy of their soul beasts. Mr. Xiong's eyes were burning with anger, and that anger seemed to set the whole world on fire. It mobilized all its soul power again, preparing to launch a more violent counterattack. Mr. Xiong's body was trembling slightly, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Tang Lan was not afraid. He held the Dragon God Overlord gun tightly and stared at Mr. Xiong firmly. He knows that there is no retreat in this battle, and only by going all out can there be a chance of survival. Tang Lan charged up again, and all his soul power gathered on the tip of the spear, making the tip shine even more dazzlingly. He was ready to face Mr. Xiong's next attack, and his heart was full of fighting spirit. At this time, the army of soul beasts was close at hand, and the huge figure of the Red King gradually became clearer. The Red King exuded powerful coercion, making the entire forest tremble. Tang Lan had no intention of backing down. He held the Dragon God Overlord's gun tightly, preparing for the more intense battle to come. There was no fear in his eyes, only determination and courage. Not far away, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong felt both admiration and worry in their hearts when they saw Tang Lan being so brave. Huo Yuhao frowned tightly, his eyes full of worry. He whispered, "Senior Tang Lan is really awesome, but this time the trouble is even bigger." Wang Dong bit his lip tightly, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. She said, "We can't just watch. We have to find a way to do something." They began to think about how to help Tang Lan in this crisis, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. Tang Lan charged up his strength again, and all the soul power in his body surged like a raging tide, continuously converging on the tip of the spear. The light shining on the tip of the spear became more and more dazzling at this time, like a bright star, exuding frightening power. His eyes were burning with blazing fighting spirit, like a fearless lion, rushing toward Mr. Xiong with indomitable momentum. His footsteps hit the ground, and each step made the earth tremble slightly, as if to declare his determination and strength. Xiong Jun saw Tang Lan rushing towards him like lightning, and felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. It roared, and the roar seemed to penetrate the clouds, causing the surrounding leaves to fall one after another. It knows that it is facing a life and death crisis at this moment and must go all out. The soul power in Mr. Xiong's body surged crazily, and he decided to use his own trick. I saw it roaring up to the sky, and the surrounding air seemed to be shaken by its roar. Its body began to exude a powerful dark aura, which was like a black flame, burning around its body. Mr. Xiong's eyes turned blood red, filled with madness and murderous intent. It raised its huge claws, which contained powerful soul power, as if it could tear apart space. Then, it swung towards Tang Lan fiercely, and the power swept through him like a violent storm. However, Tang Lan's speed was so fast that Mr. Xiong's eyes could hardly keep up with him. Tang Lan's power far exceeded his imagination, and that powerful force seemed to be able to destroy everything. Tang Lan was not afraid of Mr. Xiong's trick at all. He held the Dragon God Overlord's gun tightly, and the light on the gun became even more dazzling. He poured all his soul power into the gun, and the Dragon God Overlord gun seemed to feel his determination and let out a low roar. Tang Lan brandished his spear and stabbed Mr. Xiong like a bolt of lightning. The tip of the gun collided with Mr. Xiong's claws, and a strong light erupted, as if a bomb exploded in an instant. The powerful impact distorted the surrounding air, and the dust and stones on the ground were thrown up, forming a huge wall of smoke. Tang Lan didn't pause at all, there was only determination in his eyes. He waved his spear again and attacked Mr. Xiong like a violent storm. Every blow contains huge power, and the tip of the spear draws beautiful arcs in the air, carrying the aura of death. Xiong Jun was unable to fight back under Tang Lan's attack and could only passively bear the storm-like blow. End of chapter. Chapter 874. One man faces thousands of troops. Its body was hit again and again by the tip of the spear, with more and more wounds, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Under Tang Lan's fierce attack, Xiong Jun was beaten black and blue. Its fur was stained red with blood, and its body was covered with deep wounds. In some wounds, bones could even be seen. Its breath is getting weaker and weaker, and every breath seems so difficult. Finally, it fell to the ground, dying. Its eyes were half opened, full of unwillingness and despair. It never imagined that it would be beaten so miserably by a human being. At this time, the army of soul beasts was approaching. The Red King was extremely angry when he saw Mr. Xiong being beaten to death by Tang Lan. The two remaining heads of the Red King looked up to the sky and roared at the same time. The sound was like rolling thunder, as if it was an angry roar from ancient times, carrying endless majesty and anger. Every roar seemed to shatter the void, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. The shock caused the entire Stardow forest to tremble, the leaves fell rustling, and the branches swayed violently, as if they were afraid of the anger of the Red King. The ground also trembled slightly, as if the earth was trembling with the anger of the Red King. The soul power in it is surging, like a raging ocean wave, impacting the surrounding space wave after wave. The soul power seemed to engulf Tang Lan instantly, and the strong pressure made the air around Tang Lan become heavy. It was as if there was an invisible mountain pressing on him. Tang Lan, I will definitely kill you this time. The Red King roared, the eyes on the two heads burning with blazing anger, which seemed to be able to burn the entire world. Its voice echoed in the air like thunder, carrying endless killing intent and determination. Every word seemed like a sharp blade piercing Tang Lan's heart. At this time, Mr. Xiong, who was dying on the side, heard the roar of the Red King and opened his eyes with difficulty, with a trace of hope and expectation in his eyes. It tried to stand up, but fell down weakly, and could only move its body slightly. Mr. Xiong used all his strength and weakly shouted, "Red King, you must avenge me. This human being has bullied others too much." Tang Lan looked at the Red King disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt and ridicule. He raised his chin slightly, with a sneer on his lips. "The one I killed ran away like a lost dog. Where did you find the courage to kill me?" Tang Lan's voice was steady and powerful, full of confidence and domineering. His words were like a loud slap, hitting the Red King hard on the face. Tang Lan straightened his spine, holding the Dragon God Overlord gun tightly in his hand, the gun body flashing with a cold light. That light seemed to declare to the Red King his fearlessness and bravery. Tang Lan's eyes were firm and sharp, as if he could penetrate the Red King's soul and make him feel his determination and strength. His words were full of disdain and provocation towards the Red King, as if to tell the Red King that he didn't take it seriously at all. The Red King was angered by Tang Lan's words, and his two heads spurted out fiery breath at the same time. The breath was like a raging flame, with suffocating heat. "Human, you are too arrogant. Today is the day you die." The Red King's voice exploded like thunder, full of anger and majesty. Every word is like a bombshell, causing waves in the air. At this moment, the Red King's heart was burning with raging anger. It cannot stand such provocation and contempt from a human being. It is a powerful soul beast king, commanding many soul beasts, and has the supreme status in this star forest. And this Tang Lan actually dared to injure Mr. Xiang and still treated him with such disdain. The Red King secretly swore that Tang Lan must pay a heavy price to let him know that the majesty of the soul beast cannot be violated. Of its two heads, one was full of anger and murderous intent, while the other was calmly thinking about how to defeat Tang Lan as quickly as possible and establish majesty for the spirit beast army. After saying that, the soul power in the Red King surged again. That soul power is like a raging tide, it surged crazily in all directions. The surrounding air seemed to be ignited, making a sizzling sound, as if it might burst into flames at any time. There is a strong pressure in the air, making it difficult to breathe. A dazzling light flashed around the Red King's body. The light was like the sun, making people afraid to look directly at it. Under the power of the Red King, the army of soul beasts also began to move. They roared in waves, and the roar was like rolling thunder, making the earth tremble. The soul beasts' eyes were fixed on Tang Lan, like a group of hungry beasts staring at their prey. Their eyes were full of greed and murderous intent, as if they were ready to pounce at any time and tear Tang Lan into pieces. Some powerful soul beasts began to move forward, exuding powerful auras from their bodies, making the surrounding air thicken. The entire army of soul beasts was like a turbulent ocean, which could engulf Tang Lan at any time. But Tang Lan, facing the wrath of the Red King and the threat of the spirit beast army, did not feel the slightest fear in his heart. He knew that this battle was inevitable, and shrinking would only put himself in a more dangerous situation. He held the Dragon God Overlord's gun tightly, feeling the power coming from the gun. Tang Lan's heart was filled with firm belief. He believed in his own strength and believed that he could defeat the Red King and the army of spirit beasts. The army of soul beasts was dispatched, rushing towards Tang Lan like a tide. The earth trembled under their galloping, and the dust they raised filled the air. Each soul beast exudes a powerful aura, and their eyes are burning with the desire to fight. Tang Lan held the Dragon God Overlord's gun tightly and stared at the approaching spirit beast army with firm eyes. He knew that this would be a tough battle, but he had no intention of backing down. He took a deep breath, mobilized all his soul power, and prepared to face the impact of the army of soul beasts. At the front of the soul beast army, several huge soul beasts roared and charged at the front. They are so powerful that every step can cause deep cracks in the ground. Tang Lan looked at them and secretly thought about how to deal with them. He decided to first use his speed advantage to avoid the frontal impact of these powerful soul beasts, and then look for opportunities to give them a fatal blow. When the army of soul beasts was only a few steps away from Tang Lan suddenly moved. Like lightning, he quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attacks of several soul beasts at the front. Then, he brandished the Dragon God Overlord spear and stabbed a soul beast in the abdomen. The tip of the spear flashed with cold light, instantly penetrating the soul beast's body. The soul beast let out a painful roar and fell to the ground. However, Tang Lan's attack did not make the spirit beast army retreat. On the contrary, they rushed towards Tang Lan even more crazily. End of chapter. Chapter 875 Powerful and Invincible. Tang Lan kept dodging the attacks of the soul beast while looking for opportunities to counterattack. His figure shuttled among the army of soul beasts, like an elusive ghost. Not far away, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong watched nervously as Tang Lan fought with the army of spirit beasts. Huo Yuhao frowned tightly, his heart filled with worry. Senior Tang Lan is so powerful, but how long can he persist in the face of so many soul beasts? Wang Dong bit his lip, his eyes showing determination. We must find a way to help Senior Tang Lan, we cannot let him face so many soul beasts alone. At this time, the Red King coldly watched Tang Lan's battle with the army of soul beasts from behind. One of its two heads was full of expectations, hoping that the army of spirit beasts could defeat Tang Lan as soon as possible. The other one was thinking about how it would respond if the soul beast army failed. The army of soul beasts continued to attack Tang Lan crazily. They bared their teeth and claws, and roared loudly. Some soul beasts that were good at long-range attacks began to release various soul attacks. Fireballs, ice cones, wind blades, etc. came towards Tang Lan like raindrops. Tang Lan flexibly danced the Dragon God Overlord spear, blocking the incoming attacks one by one. The body of the gun shines with light, as if telling its tenacity and unyieldingness. Tang Lan knew in his heart that he could not remain in a passive defensive state, and must find a breakthrough to disrupt the formation of the Soul Beast army. He focused his eyes, saw the right moment, and rushed towards the weakest point in the army of soul beasts. The spirit beasts there were relatively weak, and Tang Lan's speed gave them no time to react. The Dragon God Overlord's spear was like a bolt of lightning, moving through the group of soul beasts. Wherever it passed, the soul beasts fell one after another. But the army of soul beasts was too huge. Although Tang Lan's attack caused some losses to them, it did not make them retreat. Instead, they surrounded Tang Lan even more crazily. Not far away, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were worried. Huo Yuhao gritted his teeth and said, "We can't watch like this anymore. We have to find a way to help Senior Tang Lan." Wang Dong nodded and said, "But our strength is too weak. Going up hastily will only cause trouble to Senior Tang Lan." Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "We can find ways to interfere with the Spirit Beast army and create opportunities for Senior Tang Lan." So, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong quietly walked around to the side of the Soul Beast army. Huo Yuhao used his mental interference skill, which caused temporary confusion in the actions of some soul beasts. Wang Dong took the opportunity to release some small attacks. Although they were not powerful, they could distract the soul beasts. Tang Lan felt the changes in the army of soul beasts. He knew that Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were helping. A warm current surged in my heart, and my fighting spirit became even higher. He waved the Dragon God Overlord spear again and rushed towards the core of the Soul Beast army. When the Red King saw the chaos in the Soul Beast army, both heads showed angry expressions. It roared and released powerful soul power fluctuations, trying to stabilize the situation of the Soul Beast army. But Tang Lan was already unstoppable at this time. He was like a brave lion, charging rampantly in the army of spirit beasts. Tang Lan was like a bright meteor in the army of soul beasts, shining brightly wherever he went. His vigorous figure is particularly eye-catching on the chaotic battlefield, as if it is a ray of light in the darkness, bringing hope and courage to people. The Dragon God Overlord spear in his hand seemed to have come to life. The tip of the spear danced, creating strong winds. The tip of the spear shone with a cold light, as bright as the stars in the night sky. Every thrust was accompanied by powerful soul power fluctuations, which spread like turbulent waves to the surroundings. The surrounding soul beasts felt this powerful force and were all frightened. Their eyes showed fear and uneasiness. From time to time, he would jump high to avoid the attack of the spirit beast. His figure was as light as a swallow, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Then he swooped down like an eagle pouncing on food, and stabbed the tip of the spear into the head of a soul beast. At that moment, it was as if time had stood still, and only the tip of the spear was seen accurately penetrating the soul beast's head, and blood splattered everywhere. Sometimes he shuttles quickly among the soul beasts, as nimble as lightning. His figure is like a ghost, elusive. The attacks of the soul beasts failed one after another. They roared angrily, but they were unable to touch the corners of Tang Lan's clothes. Tang Lan's eyes were firm and sharp. He stared closely at the target ahead, not afraid of the siege by the army of soul beasts. His eyes were full of confidence and courage, as if nothing could stop him from moving forward. Sweat slid down his cheeks and fell to the ground drop by drop, but his movements did not slow down at all. He knew that he could not relax even a little bit, otherwise he would be overwhelmed by the army of soul beasts. In this life or death moment, he must maintain a high degree of vigilance and concentration. A huge soul beast opened its bloody mouth and bit him. The stench from the soul beast's mouth was disgusting. Tang Lan dodged sideways, his movements quick and decisive. He took advantage of the situation and inserted the Dragon God Overlord spear into the soul beast's mouth, and the powerful soul power exploded instantly. The soul power was like a bomb, exploding in the soul beast's mouth. The soul beast struggled painfully and let out bursts of shrill screams. Its body trembled violently, and then fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. But more soul beasts surrounded him again. They seemed to be angered by Tang Lan's tenacity, and their attacks became even more frenzied. They bared their teeth and claws, rushing towards Tang Lan desperately, as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Humph, die! Tang Lan stared at the surrounding soul beasts with cold eyes, his whole body soul power running. The Dragon God Overlord's gun threw out dazzling gun flowers in mid-air, and golden ripples spread out in circles, forming a powerful soul realm. The soul beasts were enveloped by this layer of golden soul realm, and suddenly fell into a brief confusion. Taking advantage of this moment, Tang Lan flicked his wrist slightly, and the Dragon God Overlord's spear broke away from the shackles of the soul beast. The next moment, he jumped up and fell from the sky like a cannonball, hitting the group of soul beasts below heavily. The Dragon God Overlord's spear traced a perfect trajectory in the air, like a dragon probing its head, stabbing at the powerful soul beasts with unparalleled sharpness. Boom! A dazzling brilliance bloomed, as gorgeous as a firework. The Dragon God Overlord's spear pierced the 3 soul beasts, took their bodies up into the air, and flew into the distance. The other 6 youth class students looked at this scene with shock in their eyes. So handsome! How cool! It turns out that senior brother Tang is actually a close combat soul master. He is simply my idol. I really wish I could take his place and fight those beasts to kill these guys. Even Huo Yuhao, who was usually extremely serious, had a smile on his lips. End of chapter. Chapter 876, One person is in charge, and all beasts retreat. Most of the group of soul beasts that were originally scattered around were cleared by Tang Lan in just a few breaths. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and others suddenly realized that their vision was empty. The ground was already covered with the corpses of soul beasts. The momentum of the spirit beast army that was charging towards them was suddenly suffocated, and its momentum actually weakened slightly compared to Tang Lan's. Use your own strength to overwhelm the spirit beast army in terms of momentum. This is the first time that Huo Yuhao and others have seen such a terrifying scene. Even in the historical records of Shrek Academy, there is probably no other person. It's hard to imagine that today's senior Tang Lan is just a second-level soul master. However, the next second, 6 black shadows suddenly rushed out from the army of soul beasts. These black shadows have different shapes, but their speeds are extremely fast. Each of them is actually a powerful soul beast that is more than 200,000 years old. But at this time, Tang Lan did not look at the 6 soul beasts, but looked to the other side. I saw hundreds of branches as thick as buckets suddenly sticking out from the forest to the east. With huge roots, they were like the tentacles of ancient gods, overwhelmingly attacking Tang Lan. At the same time, a faint green light filled the large area of the soul beast forest. The scars on the soul beasts that were injured by the aftermath of Tang Lan's battle were healing at a terrifying speed that was visible to the naked eye. Hey! Have 2 more powerful soul beasts ranked in the top 10 appeared. Looking closely at the hundreds of tree roots and the healing light covering the entire forest, Tang Lan concluded that this must be the work of Bridget and the King of Monsters. Being able to have these 2 people appear at the same time, Tang Lan suddenly thought of the reason. It must be the King of Soul Beasts in the Stardow Forest, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, who was completely furious. But Tang Lan did not panic. If you wave the Dragon God Overlord gun in your hand at will, dozens of soul beasts around you will be blown away. Faced with the siege of 6 200,000-year-old ferocious beasts, Tang Lan just moved around casually. After resolving the attack, he pressed the 6 200,000-year-old soul beasts to fight. Although the battle seemed extremely fierce on the surface, Tang Lan kept focusing on the other side. Those hundreds of tree roots, emitting powerful green light, seemed to have caught Tang Lan's momentary weakness. At the same time, he stabbed towards Tang Lan's back. Although they are all trees, the sharpness of these roots is more terrifying than fine steel. If you encounter a weaker soul master, even if you have protective soul skills, you may be instantly penetrated by these roots. Finally can't bear it anymore. However, a sneer appeared on the corner of Tang Lan's mouth. After turning around suddenly, the Dragon God Overlord's spear in his hand danced like the wind, and the roots as tough as gold and iron were cut off in an instant. But at the same time, more roots were surrounding Tang Lan from all directions. The second soul skill, Dragon God Overlord's Wind-Eating Thorn. Tang Lan gave a low drink and activated his second soul skill instantly. After being blessed by the fusion of the 2 martial souls, this second soul skill has also undergone earth-shaking changes. As the Dragon God Overlord's spear in his hand was dancing, a golden dragon shadow came out raging. The dragon shadow circled and danced, creating a golden glow that filled the sky. Those spirit beasts with lower cultivation levels were drawn into it with almost no resistance. The overwhelming tree roots that originally surrounded Tanglan were crushed to pieces in an instant. But even so, those roots grew again below at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's as if they are immortal and endless. But only Tanglan knew clearly that the scene in front of him was not caused by the 530,000-year-old demon-eyed tree of the 10,000 Demon King. It was done by another emerald swan who had cultivated for nearly 600,000 years. Although its terrifying healing ability cannot resurrect human flesh and bones, it can gradually recover from injuries on these soul beasts as long as they are not dead. It is rumored that the body of the emerald swan is extremely fragile, and most of them will be killed by other soul beasts as a great tonic before they grow up. The one in front of me can cultivate for 600,000 years, which is really astonishing. It is precisely because of its special ability that the overall strength of this soul beast army has doubled. Even the strength of the 10,000 Demon King has been significantly improved with the blessing of powerful healing power. After Tanglan destroyed those roots, it didn't take long for the second wave of branches to break through the soil from the bottom of the earth and attack Tanglan. A few roots actually rushed towards Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong on the other side. Seeing this, Tanglan couldn't help but frown slightly. I didn't expect that the king of 10,000 demons would be so despicable. Seeing that he was helpless, he would launch an attack on the students behind him. Humph, this rat's plan is so ridiculous. Of course, Tanglan couldn't let the 10,000 Demon King succeed. The Dragon God Overlord spear swept out, instantly injuring a 200,000 fierce beast, and then immediately turned around and rushed towards Huo Yuhao and the others. At the same time, although Huo Yuhao and others, who were surrounded by dozens of roots, knew that their strength was not enough to support powerful soul beasts. But no one showed fear. The three-eyed golden tiger's eyes flashed with anger, and it was seen that it rushed towards Huo Yuhao in an instant with the help of the siege of the root system. But unexpectedly, Huo Yuhao was not intimidated by its powerful aura, and instead quickly displayed his soul skills. In an instant, the powerful spiritual light blasted towards the three-eyed golden beast, and the speed was also fleeting. But in the eyes of three-eyed Jinyi, the power of this soul skill is negligible. Even if it is a mental attack, this attack is not enough to harm a 100,000-year soul beast like it. But at the next moment, the three-eyed golden tiger was stunned when he felt that this power was extremely consistent with his own. It actually felt many thoughts and memories of Huo Yuhao from this spiritual trend. The original idea of resisting or even destroying this spiritual attack was gradually withdrawn. Instead, he is trying to feel more memories about the human being in front of him. When Tanglan cut off all the roots with the Dragon God Overlord spear in his hand, his face flashed with surprise and complexity when he saw the scene in front of him. Immediately he murmured, "It seems that what is supposed to come is still coming. It just seems to be much earlier than expected." This sentence may sound confusing to outsiders, but only Tanglan himself understands its profound meaning. Stop! At this moment, a terrifying power suddenly swept over from a distance. Sound the coercion that filled it was like a god from the sky descending into the world, and the originally menacing army of soul beasts also crawled down at the same time. At this moment, they seemed to be worshipping and welcoming the true king of this soul beast forest. Even Mr. Xiang, who was severely injured in the distance, had to lower his head slightly, his eyes filled with fear and awe. "You're here." When Tanglan saw the huge black dragon covering the sky and sun appearing over the forest ahead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was as calm as an ordinary conversation between an acquaintance. End of chapter. Chapter 877 The Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King's Retreat. However, the young students from Shrek Academy standing behind Tanglan were unable to be as calm as him at this moment. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and they raised their heads with fear, looking at the black dragon above them that was blocking the sky and the sun. But among these people, there are several young figures who still stand tall and straight. Without exception, they all focused their attention on Tanglan. "Human, you have violated the definition of existence jointly established by the human race and the spirit beasts back then. Although the human race can hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, they cannot kill them wantonly. Do you know your guilt?" The black dragon's pair of golden eyes looked at Tanglan across the air. The moment the words fell, the terrifying pressure instantly dropped. The coercion enveloped dozens of miles in radius, and even the giant trees several feet high on the ground made a faint creaking sound as they were overwhelmed. It seemed that all it took was one roar from the black dragon, and all living things within a radius of dozens of miles would be crushed to death. The dragon god overlord spear in Tang Lan's hand seemed to have felt the pressure from the golden-eyed black dragon king from the outside world. The gun body buzzed and trembled, and a golden glow carrying an ancient and wild aura enveloped Tang Lan's body. The powerful coercion, like the arrival of a god from heaven, fell on Tang Lan, but it was like a breeze blowing by, just causing Tang Lan's hair and clothes to blow slightly. Faced with the gaze of the golden-eyed black dragon king, Tang Lan stood with his gun in hand and his voice was calm. Slowly he said, "It was obviously your men who took action against us first. Do you, the beast god, want to protect them?" After finishing his words, Tang Lan's eyes turned to King Qi and Lord Xiong on the other side. The arrogance of these two guys before has long been gone, and they are now scarred. When they saw Tang Lan looking towards him, the two powerful soul beasts actually showed a hint of hesitation. They hesitated to speak, but finally Mr. Xiong said angrily, "Humph, you are killing my people. As the leader of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear clan, how can I just sit back and watch? Oh? In that case, how about we fight again, one-on-one between you and me, and fight to the death right here?" Tang Lan said with a smile on his face, holding a spear in his hand. However, Mr. Xiong did not answer, but the look on his face became increasingly gloomy. Mr. Xiong already knew in his mind from the fight just now that he would never be able to defeat Tang Lan on his own. This guy is completely beyond the soul beast's understanding of human soul masters. He looks like a young man, but he possesses terrifying strength comparable to that of a super Douluo. Tang Lan's whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, making it difficult for people to see through his true identity and background. "What's your name? Where are you from?" After being silent for a long time, the golden-eyed black dragon king stared at the golden dragon gun in Tang Lan's hand for a long time, and then suddenly spoke. This sudden question made all the ferocious beasts in the Stardow forest look puzzled. They didn't understand why the Lord Beast God wanted to talk too much to the human soul master in front of them who had killed a large number of soul beasts, rather than directly killing them. In fact, only the golden-eyed black dragon king could feel the terror of that golden dragon spear, and the dragon power coming from it was actually able to faintly suppress him. This aura is not unfamiliar to the golden-eyed black dragon king. It is the aura of the ancestor of the dragon clan. As early as when he was still a young dragon, he felt the same aura through the golden skeletons left behind by the ancient dragons in the ancestral land of the dragon clan. The purity of the ancient dragon's dragon power is completely at the level of the ancestor of the dragon clan. Even though the blood of his golden-eyed black dragon king is pure, it is far inferior. If it were a battle of the same level, even he was not sure that he could defeat Tang Lan here. If Tang Lan cannot be retained, he will probably create an extremely difficult and powerful enemy for him in the Stardow forest. This is not a good thing for him, or even for the Stardow forest. At this level, the golden-eyed black dragon king is more willing to discuss relative terms with the powerful human soul master in front of him as before, in order to ease the conflict between the human soul master and the soul beast. Shrek Academy, Tang Lan. Tang Lan's answer was simple, but the name of student Shrek made the golden-eyed black dragon king narrow his eyes slightly. After being silent for a few breaths again, the golden-eyed black dragon king said, "Shrek Academy, is it the academy that he once founded? Speaking of which, Shrek Academy and our Stardow forest have some connections." This sentence had a profound meaning, and it seemed to make the golden-eyed black dragon king fall into memories. Many years ago, the ruler of the Stardow forest was not him, but two equally powerful spirit beasts. Next, Don't Wait Tang Lan spoke, and the golden-eyed black dragon king took the initiative and said, "You can find suitable soul rings for these little guys. But if you continue to slaughter other soul beasts in the forest, I will go to Shrek Academy to fight you even if I am seriously injured." This sentence also reminds Tang Lan that if Tang Lan continues to kill the soul beasts in the Stardow forest, then Emperor Tian wouldn't mind seeking revenge on Tang Lan on human territory, or even launching a tide of beasts to attack human cities. No one could predict how many lives would be affected. Tang Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. After a long while, he suddenly put away the Dragon God Overlord gun in his hand. He turned to look at Huo Yuhao and others, smiled and said, "Okay, I promise you. Let's go and continue looking for the soul ring that suits you." Under the gaze of tens of thousands of soul beasts and several students, Tang Lan turned around and left. Several students, including Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, saw this and had no choice but to chase after him. Before leaving, he might have turned his head and glanced at the tens of thousands of soul beasts behind him, as well as the golden-eyed black dragon king flying in the air and the three-eyed golden leopard sitting on Mr. Xiang. At the same time, those three golden eyes happened to be looking at Huo Yuhao. The eyes of the man and the beast were far away from each other, but there was not much hostility in their eyes. There was some doubt in Huo Yuhao's eyes, while the three-eyed golden man narrowed his eyes slightly, like a human being, as if he was smiling slyly. Yuhao, Senior Tang Lan has gone far away, we'd better catch up quickly. Wang Dong on the side saw Huo Yuhao in a daze and hurriedly opened his mouth to wake up Huo Yuhao, who was in deep thought. The latter nodded, and the figures of the latter two people took off and disappeared at the end of the woods. Lord Beast God, are you just going to let them go like this? He is just a person. We have strong people here, so it is not impossible to keep him. Mr. Xiang said in an angry voice. Facing the three-eyed Jin Yang lazily dozing on his shoulder, this guy could only helplessly pretend not to see it. This man's strength is unfathomable. We will have to pay a heavy price if we want to capture him. Instead of doing this, it is better to abide by the agreement we made with humans before. Nowadays, the human race is strong, and my soul beast race has not seen an ascended god for many years. End of this chapter. Chapter 878 Return to Shrek. When I make a breakthrough, it will be the time when the Soul Beast clan rises. The voice of the golden-eyed black dragon king echoed throughout the star forest. Then it turned around and turned into a black shadow, carrying a hurricane and flying towards the depths of the star forest. In the next period of time, Tang Lan led the team and spent 7 days to find suitable soul rings for every student in the team. Outside the Soul Beast forest, a group of people from Shrek Academy have already gathered, but now everyone's eyes are much sharper than when they arrived. The process of obtaining soul rings in the Star Do forest is also the key to their experience. When encountering suitable soul beasts, as long as they would not endanger the students' lives, Tang Lan would not interfere too much. As a student of Shrek Academy, experience is an indispensable and important part of cultivation. Only in this way can these students truly grow up in the future and become powerful soul masters who can stand alone on the mainland. Wait a minute, please show me the identity tokens of your forces. Just as the carriage was about to leave this area, a group of soldiers wearing silver armor came towards them. The leader walked to the carriage and spoke again, "We are the guards of the Tianhun Empire responsible for guarding the Star Do forest." When everyone in the car heard this, they finally looked at Tang Lan. This time it was Tang Lan who was in charge of leading the team. Although Tang Lan was not a teacher at Shrek Academy, his status in the hearts of Huo Yuhao and others was far higher than that of a so-called teacher. Then Tang Lan slowly opened the curtain in front of the carriage and said in a calm voice, "Shrek Academy." After hearing this, the soldier captain raised his eyebrows slightly. After taking a glance at the clothes of Tang Lan and others, he nodded and said, "Okay, you can leave." Accompanied by the sound of horse hooves trampling on the ground and the sound of wheels, the 2 carriages from Shrek Academy truly left the starry forest. On the carriage, Wang Dong turned his head and looked back at the silver-armored soldiers behind him, and asked with confusion, "This is not the territory of their Tianhun Empire, why are they here to interrogate us?" While speaking, Wang Dong showed a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. When Tang Lan heard this, he explained with a smile, "Every 3 years, the great empire will change the authority of guarding the Star Do forest. This can be regarded as preventing one party from monopolizing the resources. At the same time, we can also know the movements of the soul beasts in the Star Do forest as early as possible. You know, many years ago, several cities around the Star Do forest faced the crisis of beast tides. So that's it. It seems we still have a lot to learn." Wang Dong nodded, understanding the meaning of Tang Lan's words. But other than that, Tang Lan did not say the last statement. That means the 3 major empires are deliberately wary of the Holy Spirit cult. Over the years, during the years when the Holy Spirit Church had been neglected by the 3 major empires, its power began to expand crazily. So much so that the forces of the Holy Spirit cult exist in almost every city among the 3 empires. By the time the leaders of the 3 empires reacted, it was already too late. It's too late. There was a clean-up operation during the lunchbox year, but the effect was really minimal. Compared with other cities, Shrek City is not far from the Star Forest. After the 2 carriages travelled for less than 3 days, Tang Lan returned to Shrek City with 8 students. It has been half a month since I left last time. But at this time, Shrek City is still prosperous. Not only are there all kinds of soul masters on the streets, but even ordinary people enjoy equal status and rights in Shrek City. Today's Shrek City is no exaggeration even compared to the capital of a huge empire. Even if it is an academy, Shrek Academy is no longer the only one in Shrek City. Even if the leaders of the three empires come here, they must show courtesy to the deans and teachers of Shrek Academy. Yuhao, what are you looking at? Wang Dong turned his head and saw Huo Yuhao turning to look somewhere else. There I met a shop selling soul tools. There are 3 store names on it with the characters of the empire, but the largest one is from the Sun and Moon continent. Yes, that is to say, this soul tool shop was opened by people from the Sun and Moon Empire. Nowadays, it is recognized in the Soul Master world that the 3 major empires are the strongest in terms of top soul masters. In terms of soul guides, the Sun and Moon Empire leads the 3 empires with an overwhelming advantage. The role of a 9th level soul master is much higher than that of a soul master of the same level. If he were to play the role of a titled Douluo on the battlefield, he might not even be worthy of carrying the shoes of a 9th level soul master. Because the soul tools they are good at are undoubtedly large-scale and destructive terrifying weapons. Some soul guides that can store energy can launch terrifyingly powerful attacks without even temporarily injecting soul power into them. If well prepared, an army with numerous soul tools will be invincible and will not be afraid of a long-term war of attrition. No, it's nothing, let's go. Huo Yuhao shook his head and immediately quickened his pace to catch up with everyone. Tang Lan saw all this in his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Huo Yuhao's enthusiasm for soul tools seems to have started very early. As for when he became interested in soul tools, Tang Lan guessed that it was probably the first time he saw the soul guide, or he saw the design drawing of the soul guide. This little guy's martial soul is spiritual eyes. To a certain extent, Soul Mentor is indeed a good choice for him. Tang Lan was walking on the street, and someone soon recognized Tang Lan's identity. Those soul masters only dared to hide in the distance and pointed at Tang Lan from afar, whispering to each other secretly. Some of them had angry expressions on their faces, others had envious eyes, and some had a hint of doubt and curiosity. But for Tang Lan, all this made him unable to arouse the slightest interest at all. There is a long queue at the gate of Shrek Academy. The test for external admissions is still going on, and the person responsible for screening the qualifications of students entering the school is still a very handsome face. They are all teachers from Shrek Academy's foreign aid. But even the teachers from the outer courtyard have cultivation levels above the Soul Emperor. Even in the entire continent, Shrek Academy's teacher-to-faculty ratio is the best. If it were placed in other colleges, it would be very good if the teacher who taught the new students could reach the Soul King level. Well, you are back. It looks like everyone has gained a lot. Everyone has obtained their own soul ring. And everyone seems to have grown a lot. The old man sitting on the lounge chair at the gate saw Tang Lan and his party approaching. After scanning the crowd, he stroked his beard and said with a smile. Before Tang Lan could speak, Wang Dong smiled and said, "Yes, yes, with Senior Tang Lan here, we have received special training from the senior this time." End of chapter. Chapter 879 Soul Bone Troubles. And Yuhao and I both obtained super rare soul bones. Wang Dong raised her fair arm as she spoke, and a yellow halo suddenly emitted. That aura as thick as a mountain exuded, as if communicating with the terrifying power of the earth. Immediately, the power of the earth rose from the solace of his feet, automatically covering Wang Dong. If you observe carefully, you can clearly see that there is a trace of blood-red halo on Wang Dong's left arm bone. 100,000 years, it's a left arm bone produced by 100,000-year soul beast. How is this possible? The teacher of the Fighting Soul Emperor with level 68 soul power suddenly stood up, opened his old eyes, and stared at Wang Dong's left arm bone that was glowing with blood-red light. The old man's rude exclamation also attracted the attention of those around him who brought their children to take the assessment. What? A soul bone produced by a 100,000-year-old soul beast? I can't be dreaming, how could such a precious 100,000-year-old soul bone be in this child's body? That is a priceless treasure that even a titled Douluo would be jealous of. Even at the largest soul master auction in the continent, he has never seen it in all these years. There were exclamations one after another for a while. The air seemed to become stagnant, and everyone held their breath. The atmosphere started to become weird. Those people, without exception, all stared at Wang Dong's arm with blood-red eyes. There are many powerful soul saints among them. In a certain corner, there are even 2 soul warriors clenching their fists. Humph, I would like to advise you not to think too wildly. This is Shrek Academy, and they are our Shrek students who went out to obtain soul rings. If someone takes action against them, it will be equivalent to being an enemy of our entire Shrek Academy. Lin Yao naturally felt the tense atmosphere around him and immediately snorted coldly. Pulled everyone back from the edge of losing their minds. Even those soul saints and soul Douluo dispersed the soul power subconsciously pouring out of their bodies. Although the treasure is good, they don't have the courage to become enemies of Shrek Academy. You must know that there are crouching tigers, hidden dragons in Shrek Academy. There are countless titled Douluo, and even Super Douluo are hidden among them. Even the three major empires have to show courtesy to a special being. Naturally, they don't dare to offend. Hurry up and thank Mr. Lin. If it weren't for Mr. Lin's reminder, I'm afraid those people would have rushed up to snatch this soul bone from you. Tang Lan reminded Wang Dong at the side with a smile on his face. He, Grandpa Lin, thank you for saving me. Wang Dong nodded obediently and then bowed to Lin Yao. Unexpectedly, Lin Yao shook his head helplessly, waved his hand and said, Mr. Lin, I don't dare to take it seriously. You are stronger than me. In this soul world, seniority is not ranked by age, but by strength. Even if I don't warn you, you won't be in any danger. As long as Tang Lan is here, no one can hurt you. In doing so, I am worried that Tang Lan will cause too many troubles. At the end of the sentence, Lin Yao smiled bitterly and shook his head. The meaning is very clear. What he is worried about is not Wang Dong's safety, but Tang Lan's action. Those guys who covet Wang Dong's soul bones may no longer be able to leave here unharmed today. The recent incidents involving Tang Lan have become more and more serious. If they continue, Shrek Academy may also be affected. In response, Tang Lan shrugged and didn't say much. Although Lin Yao's cultivation and strength are not as good as his own, he can be regarded as one of the most virtuous instructors in the outer courtyard. You go in, I will handle the things here. If you don't go in, my assessment will have to be put on hold for the time being. Lin Yao waved his hands to Tang Lan and others. Although he said this, his face was full of smiles. Seeing how outstanding the juniors from Shrek Academy were, his eyes were filled with relief and pride. Senior Tang Lan. Well, thank you. After walking a few steps, Wang Dong seemed to remember something, and a light blush appeared on his originally fair face. Reflecting the sunset in the evening, it looks very pleasant. The faces of other students around him were full of doubts, and even Huo Yuhao didn't know why. They didn't know what Wang Dong was thanking for in his words of thanks. Perhaps it was because Xie Tanglan gave her such a valuable 100,000-year-old left arm bone. Or maybe she was thanking Tang Lan for always being by her side. No matter what she does, nothing will happen to her, because Tang Lan will solve all the troubles. In response, Tang Lan just smiled, then stepped forward, stretched out his palm, and rubbed Wang Dong's hair. The voice was soft. You have said thank you so many times, aren't you tired? There is no need to say thank you between us. Okay, let's go. The dean is very worried about your safety this time. Tang Lan retracted his palm, smiled, turned around and led everyone towards the building to the east of the academy. That's where the teachers and deans work. Only Wang Dong's cheeks were red all the way, looking like ripe apples. She was thinking about what Tang Lan meant when he said that we don't need to say thank you to each other. Is it between the two of them, or is it all the students? Wang Dong's identity is unknown in the entire Shrek Academy. But Tang Lan was an exception. He knew that this girl was disguising herself as a man, and he also knew where she came from. But Tang Lan doesn't want to expose it, at least not for the time being. Although Tang Lan has always doted on her like a big brother, in fact, the age gap between the two does not seem to be that big. It's just because of Tang Lan's powerful strength that he stands out from his peers. Dean, we are back. Arriving outside the dean's room, Tang Lan was about to knock on the door when he found that the door was open. After pushing the door open, he saw Yan Shaiji sitting quietly behind the table, looking at the group of them with a smile. It seemed as if they had already known about the return of their group and had been waiting here for a long time. Tang Lan, you really did not disappoint me. At the beginning, the other instructors repeatedly protested against having you lead the team this time. Now it seems that their worries are undoubtedly unnecessary. Come in and sit down. Let's have a good chat. Yan Shaiji stood up and waved to Tang Lan and the students behind him. Yan Shaiji is a 95-level Super Douluo. He manages the affairs of Shrek Academy and is also the dean of the martial arts department. But compared to this person, Duo, the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, rarely interferes in the affairs of the Academy and only concentrates on teaching and researching soul guidance tools. But that's a big shot, standing in front of Tang Lan and others, he was not arrogant at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 880 Fighting for Students. His gentle eyes looked at Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and others, just like an elder looking at his own juniors. If nothing unexpected happens, some of these little guys behind Tang Lan will be elite students in the inner courtyard in the future. At the same time, they will also be the backbone of Shrek Academy in the future, and even the successors of a group of deans and elders. In this way, it makes sense that Yan Shaiji attaches so much importance to their trip. A few minutes later, a cry of surprise suddenly came from Yan Shaiji's office. What? Both you and Yuhao have obtained 100,000 year soul bones. Yan Shaiji's cry of surprise was so loud that everyone even felt that the windows on the side were shaking slightly and making a low sound. At that time, Senior Tang Lan showed his power. So many soul beasts over 100,000 years old could not do anything to Senior. It's a pity that we can't absorb those 100,000 year soul rings at all, alas. When Wang Dong talked about the experience of everyone following Tang Lan before, his face was slightly red with excitement. It seemed that those experiences just happened, and he still couldn't calm down for a long time. Yes, we were standing behind Senior Tang Lan at that time. That golden-eyed Black Dragon King seemed to be very afraid of Senior. In the end, Senior took us away, and it didn't stop too much. The other students behind him saw Yan Shaiji staring but didn't say anything, so they had to agree in unison. After a long while, Yan Shaiji sighed with a painful face, what a 100,000 year soul ring, you guys, actually let it disappear like that. This is really sorry for the gift of heaven, sorry for the gift of heaven. Every time he thought of those 100,000 year soul rings emitting blood-colored soul power, Yan Shaiji's heart was bleeding. If he had known that Tang Lan would be so brave, he would have sent more academy instructors at the peak of Soul Saint or even Soul Douluo. If they could absorb those 100,000 year soul rings, the overall strength of the instructors at Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be raised to a higher level. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. The directors and deans next door seemed to have heard Yan Shaiji's desperate howling. Qian Duo, Xian Liner, Cai Mayer, and Fan Yu all came in a hurry. But when they saw the scene in the office, the deans and vice-deans all showed doubts on their faces. Half a minute later, several unwilling roars came from this office at the same time. Obviously, even Xian Liner and Qian Duo could not accept what Tang Lan and others did. After calming down, Yan Shaiji said seriously, this matter is of great importance. It seems that the golden-eyed Black Dragon King does not want to make a big deal. Tang Lan, although you are powerful, this trip is also full of dangers. You must be more cautious next time. If the golden-eyed Black Dragon King really loses his mind and falls into a state of rage, this continent may face another catastrophe. Xian Liner and others did not object to Yan Shaiji's words, and all nodded in support. Then he said, since the matter has come to an end, let's end it here. But there is one thing, Yuhao and Wang Dong, you should be prepared, that is, temporarily hide the details of this soul bone and soul bone skills on you. These may become your secret weapons in the future, which can catch the enemy off guard, or even turn defeat into victory. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong looked at each other, and then said in unison, we understand, thank you for the reminder, Dean. Just when several people wanted to leave, Yan Shaiji suddenly stopped Huo Yuhao and others. Immediately said, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao, the three of you stay for the time being, I have something to explain to you. Seeing this, the other 5 students looked at each other and left one after another. Just when Tang Lan was about to leave, Yan Shaiji said, Tang Lan, you should stay for a while. You may be interested in what happens next. Oh? Really? All right then. Tang Lan raised his eyebrows, put his raised right foot back again, and then found a seat and sat down. His strength is not lower than these instructors and deans. As a member of Shrek Academy, he is naturally qualified to sit down. You 3 have the best talents and martial spirits among all the freshmen. Now as the dean, I can make an exception and recruit you into the inner courtyard to receive instruction from stronger mentors. This includes me, Xian Liner and Qian Duo. I manage the martial spirit department, and Liner manages the soul guidance department. But you should know that my cultivation is level 95, Liner is level 94, and the Soul Guidance Department is developing very slowly in our continent. In a battle of the same level, a Soul Mentor can never defeat a Soul Master, and the speed of a Soul Mentor's realm breakthrough is extremely slow, which is directly related to the Soul Master's soul power level. Yan Shaiji spoke first and conveyed his meaning to Huo Yuhao and the others. Tang Lan sat aside and smiled without saying a word. Although he was still young, but these old guys have no intention of treating him as a student. At least the old guys in the outer and inner courtyards are not qualified to teach him. As for the only Poseidon pavilion that Yan Shaiji and others felt was beneficial to Tang Lan resolutely rejected it. This. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao all did not expect Yan Shaiji to say this. For a moment, I was speechless and didn't know how to answer. At this moment, Xian Liner on the side was unwilling. She saw a pair of beautiful eyes with a little dissatisfaction and said, Yan Shaiji, are you deliberately discrediting and belittling my Soul Guidance Department by saying this? After hearing this, Yan Shaiji was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Liner, this is an indisputable fact. I'm just telling the truth. Our Shrek Academy's research on the Soul Guidance System is far from reaching the level of the Sun and Moon Empire. Under normal training conditions, there are very few examples of being able to suppress Soul Masters of the same level. How about it, little guys, have you thought about it? Do you want to enter the martial arts system or the Soul Guidance System? Yan Shaiji didn't give Xian Liner a chance to refute again, and simply turned to look at Huo Yuhao and the others. This made Xian Liner instantly furious. She stopped in front of the three little guys and glared at Yan Shaiji menacingly. The aura of the level 94 titled Douluo began to rise, causing everyone around him to subconsciously take a few steps back due to the aura. Yan Shaiji smiled nonchalantly and said, Why, Liner, do you want to compete with me? You know, we have known each other for so many years, but you have never been able to defeat me. Xian Liner's momentum continued unabated, and she said coldly, If you insist on competing with me for the three of them, then I will have no choice but to challenge you. Whoever wins among us can give priority to inviting them. End of chapter. Chapter 881 That Plan. Oh, Liner, why are you doing this? Yan Shaiji's expression gradually faded, replaced by a complicated look in his eyes. In the end, all the words turned into a sigh. Seeing Xian Liner today, it seemed that for a moment, Yan Shaiji thought of the time when everyone was still young. Seeing that Xian Liner didn't say anything, Yan Shaiji had no choice but to smooth things over and said, In that case, let the three little guys make their own choices. Humph, that's pretty much it. In the past, you were the first to select the new students from the martial arts department, but this time it will definitely not work. Xian Liner snorted and refused to give in. With this look between the two deans, Jian Duoduo and Cai Meyer shook their heads helplessly. The two have been fighting for their whole lives. They even had a relationship when they were young, but now it seems that they are still the same and haven't changed at all. In the end, everyone in the office gathered towards Huo Yuhao and the other three. The meaning could not be more obvious, that is, let Huo Yuhao and the other three make their own choices. Huo Yuhao glanced at Yan Shaiji and then at Xian Liner, but he hesitated to speak. But there were certain voices in his mind that only he could hear. At this time, Wang Dong just glanced at Huo Yuhao, and then subconsciously looked at Tang Lan. Kindness. Tang Lan nodded towards Wang Dong, indicating that he could choose with confidence. However, Tang Lan has been able to confirm that Wang Dong will definitely choose the martial arts system. Then Wang Dong took the lead and said, Dean, I choose the martial arts system. The moment Wang Dong's voice fell, the entire office fell silent, and there was even a slight echo in the voice. After a few breaths, Yan Shaiji's loud laughter suddenly echoed throughout the room. Ha ha ha. Okay, Wang Dong, from now on you will be my martial soul member. What about you, Xiao Xiao? Yan Shaiji did not rush Huo Yuhao. He knew that this child was different from others, and he must be making a drastic decision. I choose the martial arts system. Xiao Xiao spoke her thoughts without even thinking about it. In fact, he had decided on this choice long ago, because that was the only place where she could improve her strength faster. As for the soul guidance system, based on the development level of the three empires and Shrek Academy, only a few soul masters with special martial souls and extremely poor martial souls would choose this path. The number of the former is extremely rare, and there are only a few people in the entire academy. Among the three people, two chose the martial arts system, which made Xian Liner's face full of disappointment. But the condition was put forward by her, and it would be meaningless to say more now. Just when Qian Duoduo wanted to step forward to comfort Xian Liner, Huo Yuhao suddenly said, I want to learn the soul guide. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent instantly. Even Xian Liner, the dean of the Soul Tool Academy, couldn't react. Instead, I subconsciously felt that I must have heard wrong. What you said is... Yan Shaoji took a deep breath and spoke again. I want to learn soul guidance tools. My spiritual eye martial soul can play a great role when combined with soul guidance tools. Huo Yuhao spoke again. This statement is currently recognized by everyone. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eye martial soul can indeed achieve mutually reinforcing effects by learning soul tools. But Yan Shaoji corrected him, Spirit Eye's martial spirit can certainly be of great help in studying soul guidance tools. But your Spirit Eye's martial soul is also a very special martial soul. Your progress in the martial soul department will be incomparable to that of the soul guidance department. Bullshit, Yan Shaoji, you are exaggerating the gap between our two departments for no reason. We all see Huo Yuhao's advantage in soul guides. I think if that plan is put on Huo Yuhao, the probability of success will increase several times. Xian Lin could no longer bear it and cursed. She then mentioned a very unfamiliar term, which made everyone in the office, except Tang Lan and Huo Yuhao, look serious. Cai Mei frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment and asked, are you talking about that plan? Qian Duoduo's fists gradually clenched, and the expressions of the four deans became serious at the same time. We have tested this plan before. Even though Hikato was the student you had the highest expectations for, his physical strength is still far from what you expected. If you really insist on doing so, then Huo Yuhao must study in both the martial soul department and the soul guidance department at the same time. Yan Shaoji's voice seemed to become much softer this time, and he did not mean to force Huo Yuhao to win over. You are talking about... Huo Yuhao's face was full of doubts, and he kept looking at the four deans. In the end, it was Yan Shaoji and Xian Liner who said four words at the same time, Extreme Single Soldier Plan. When I left Yan Shaoji's office, it was already dark. A shallow crescent moon gradually emerged on the horizon. The cicadas chirped in the woods on both sides of the road, and you could even see a little firefly from afar, which was a glowing firefly. Tang Lan, thank you. Without your help, we would not have been able to obtain such a good soul ring and improve our soul power so quickly. Huo Yuhao and the other two bowed deeply to Tang Lan. You all said that I am your senior, and it is my duty to do this. Okay, let's go back. You must be tired after traveling for several days. Tang Lan watched them leave, but finally looked at Wang Dong, who did not leave with a puzzled look. Why don't you go back and rest? Tang Lan walked up and touched Wang Dong's head as gently as before. It was this action that made Wang Dong's fair face turn red again. Although it was night, Tang Lan could not see Wang Dong's face clearly, but he could still feel her nervousness. Senior, the academy will have a competition between student teams in the near future. I wonder if you are interested in participating. Wang Dong didn't know what had happened to him. He said such a thing in such a tense moment. But when he said it, Wang Dong regretted it. Tang Lan's strength is well known. Once he exerts his full strength, even the title Douluo can't do anything to him. When he realized this, Tang Lan was no longer a young man. Okay. I just don't have anything to do recently. Who knows that Tang Lan nodded, with a bright smile on his face that he often sees on weekdays. Under the moonlight, Tang Lan's profile is so beautiful, leaving a deep impression in Wang Dong's heart. Really? But you... Although Wang Dong was very happy in his heart, he still had a lot of concerns, but he didn't know how to start. End of this chapter. Chapter 882 Tang Lan blending into the night. Don't worry, facing those younger students, I, as a senior, will naturally suppress my strength. It's getting late, I'll take you back to rest. Tang Lan came forward, gently scratched Wang Dong's nose, and said with a smile. This action made Wang Dong stunned again, and his fair face suddenly became rosy. Look, isn't that Senior Tang Lan? The person next to him seems to be Wang Dong. But, aren't their actions a bit too much? Does Senior Tang Lan like boys? Although Wang Dong is indeed very handsome among all the boys, but... Hush! Do you guys want to die? You dare to gossip about Senior Tang Lan? Let's go quickly. If Senior hears, we're done. After seeing the extremely ambiguous actions of Tang Lan and the other two, several passing Shrek students were all shocked without exception. But thinking of Tang Lan's terrifying strength, these people hurriedly left the scene. After sending Wang Dong back to his residence, Tang Lan did not go back, but changed into a black night suit and blended into the darkness. There has been no news from the three major empires and the Holy Spirit Church for so many days. This made Tang Lan very confused. It was no secret that he led people to the Stardo Great Forest. Tonight, he led the team back to the academy. It was hard to guarantee that someone would want to assassinate him at night. After all, the last sneak attack by the three major empires and the Holy Spirit Church failed. With their style of doing things, they will definitely find ways to regain their face in the future. The night of Shrek Academy is silent. Only the soul masters who patrol from time to time occasionally appear in the empty academy. Occasionally, the night wind blows, and it is actually a leafy coolness. Tang Lan hid in the dark, like a shadowy demon leopard lurking in the darkness at night, waiting for the enemy to appear and then giving a fatal blow in an instant. The shadowy demon leopard is not a very strong soul beast in the soul beast forest. But they rarely encounter natural enemies in the periphery of the soul beast forest. They hunt at night and are absolute hunters in the periphery of the forest. No prey can escape their claws. Swish! Just when the crescent moon in the sky was blocked by the shadow, a slight rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes in the distance. If you don't pay attention, you will definitely think it is a wild cat walking inside. But Tang Lan smelled the dangerous smell in the air. Not long after, several shadows walked out of the bushes. One of them laughed coldly, "Is this Shrek Academy? The guards are really weak. I really don't understand what you are afraid of." Another person reminded in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the enemy. You know, before." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the person in front. The man said, "The previous group of people were almost wiped out, right? The ability of those guys to do things was not optimistic, so it is natural that they have this result today. With my ability, I can guarantee that Tang Lan will die comfortably in his dream, without feeling any pain at all, hehe. Tomorrow morning, those Shrek Academies titled Douluo will find the guy's body, but they don't know how he died, ha 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 ha." This person was dressed in black, but Tang Lan in the shadows saw the man's pale face by the moonlight. If I hadn't heard this guy's voice, I would have thought he was dead. Soon, two more people appeared in the woods. It turned out to be a team of 4. Among them, there was a red-haired woman. Although the two sides were far apart, Tang Lan could clearly feel that these people exuded an evil aura. The followers of the Holy Spirit Church, and they were 3 titled Douluo. At the same time, 5 auras appeared on the other side, and they were also titled Douluo. But Tang Lan knew in his heart that the 5 auras there were not titled Douluo of Shrek Academy, but titled Douluo of the 3 empires. "Gui Meng, I didn't expect you to come so early." A voice suddenly appeared from the roof, and a man in a silver robe suddenly appeared, followed by another white-bearded old man. These 2 people were the Silver-Bone Douluo and Crazy Hair Douluo of the Xingluo Empire. The 3 auras on the other side were from the Duling Empire and the Tianhun Empire. Among them, the 2 from the Duling Empire were Chan Douluo and Blood Eagle Douluo. The Douluo from the Sky Soul Empire had nothing beside him except an ice-blue long sword on his back. This person was the famous Cold Sword Douluo. Although Tang Lan didn't know much about these people, he had heard of them. The weakest of them was a titled Douluo at level 92, and the strongest was Shouting Sword Douluo, whose strength had reached the terrifying level 96. His strength was no worse than that of the Dean of Shrek Academy. At first, Tang Lan thought these guys were in the same group, but soon he found something wrong. The Ghost Dream Douluo tilted his head and glanced at the 5 Douluos from the 3 empires. Then he suddenly grinned and spoke first, "Is the purpose of your trip the same as ours, to kill this kid?" The 2 Douluos from the Star Luo Empire, Silverbone and Crazy Hair, looked at each other and didn't answer immediately. On the contrary, the 2 titled Douluo from the Duling Empire said with a smile, "This guy killed our people, and he will pay the price this time. The orders have been clearly given above. If you can't take him away, you can kill him on the spot." As soon as this sentence was said, it seemed that the wind blowing around was even colder. "Cold Sword Douluo, what about you?" Ghost Dream Douluo immediately turned his gaze to Cold Sword, and then said with a smile. Facing Cold Sword Douluo, his attitude also became much more polite. For no other reason, just because Cold Sword Douluo was stronger than them. They didn't expect that the Heavenly Soul Empire would send Cold Sword Douluo this time. Humph, I'm not here like you. Cold Sword Douluo glanced coldly at the people sitting there, but didn't explain too much. The other titled Douluo saw Cold Sword's attitude, and they all frowned, and secretly became vigilant in their hearts. They knew that half of the forces present wanted to capture Tang Lan and study him carefully. On the other side, the three titled Douluos represented by the Holy Spirit Church came for Tang Lan's life. Humph, you rats are really arrogant. You dare to set your sights on the person I like. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from this world. The voice kept echoing around, but no one saw the other party. As soon as these words came out, the 8 titled Douluos all raised their heads and looked around with vigilance. Their hearts were far from being as calm as they looked. End of this chapter. Chapter 883, Fighting Ghost Staff Douluo. It is conceivable how terrifying the cultivation strength of the person opposite him is to be able to avoid the detection of the 8 titled Douluos. If the other party is an enemy, he did not find it at such a close distance. Then what will happen next? What happened? These titled Douluo dared not think about it anymore. At the same time, Tang Lan, wearing black clothes and a veil, slowly walked out of the darkness. A strange aura was spreading over Tang Lan at this moment. It was not the golden color that was usually revealed. It was a deep black color, which echoed the night and was even deeper than the night. This power came from Tang Lan's dragon-catching hand. With this ability alone, Tang Lan was not afraid of these titled Douluo in front of him. But Tang Lan did not appear in his own identity. It was just because he had been in the limelight too much recently. These titled Douluo from the 3 empires came in waves, like mosquitoes, annoying. It even disturbed the implementation of many ideas in Tang Lan's mind. Now, Tang Lan wanted to establish the image of a mysterious strong man to deter the so-called various forces. Who are you? It seems that you have been waiting for us for a long time. Another old man holding a skull cane beside Gui Meng narrowed his eyes and stared at Tang Lan in black. Although the other titled Douluo did not speak, their meaning was very obvious. They were all waiting for Tang Lan's answer. However, Tang Lan smiled, "It doesn't matter who I am. If you have the courage, follow me." After Tang Lan finished speaking, he suddenly flew into the air, and a huge golden dragon wing slowly emerged around him. The wings of the bone dragon flapped, and suddenly a hurricane surrounded Tang Lan like a meteor in the night sky, flying towards the outside of the city. Tang Lan's speed was extremely fast, even the titled Douluo behind him were surprised. They looked at each other, and then hurriedly urged their soul power to fly into the air and chased in the direction of Tang Lan. Only 3 people did not go, including Hanjian Douluo, Ying Douluo, and Gaiman Douluo. The remaining 5 titled Douluo all chose to chase Tang Lan. They were very familiar with Tang Lan's soul skills, and the soul power fluctuations of the mysterious man were very similar to Tang Lan's, but more powerful. Now they had to shift their main target and put it on the mysterious man in front of them. No matter what their intentions were, the final result was to defeat the mysterious black-clothed man with the ancient dragon martial spirit. The scenery around them passed by quickly. Tang Lan was flying in the front and naturally found that 3 people did not follow. But he didn't care, because with these people behind him, his goal had been achieved. In other words, it was to try to find an open and sparsely populated place to prevent the battle between the 2 sides from affecting innocent people. The battle between titled Douluo was extremely terrifying. Even a big city would be beaten to pieces if there were no so-called restrictions. Soon, Tang Lan flew out of Shrek City and stopped in a mountainous area in the west. He, fly, keep flying. Ghost Staff Douluo followed closely behind, and when he saw Tang Lan's figure stop, a perverted smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, the person in front of him was definitely not their opponent. Then what followed would be a one-sided crushing and ravaging. To ravage a titled Douluo was undoubtedly the most wonderful thing in the world in his opinion. Compared to this, the soul Douluos and even soul saints that he usually used to sacrifice the ghost staff martial soul seemed so boring. That's right, his ghost staff was born with an extremely fierce and evil martial soul. This was also the reason why he joined the Holy Spirit Church. The ghost staff was extremely fragile at first, but as ghost staff Douluo killed more people, the ghost staff could absorb the souls and martial souls of soul masters to strengthen itself. His strength gradually surpassed the soul masters of the same level, until he cultivated to soul saint and sacrificed all the people in a small town, and his reputation resounded throughout the continent. The 3 empires once united to organize a hunting team, led by a title Douluo and Soul Douluo as a team member. But in the end, they still didn't catch this guy. When this guy appeared again, it was many years later. And his cultivation had already broken through the title Douluo, and no one knew what this guy had done. The only thing we know is that Ghost Staff Douluo's status in the Holy Spirit Church is not low. Hehe, Ghost Staff, so that's how it is. I saw countless ghosts crying in your martial soul. You imprisoned them and let them merge with your soul ring. It's a pity that you didn't get what you wanted. They couldn't merge completely, but brought you a great backlash. Tang Lan didn't answer Ghost Staff Douluo's words, but looked at the skull crutch in this guy's hand. It seemed calm, but every word in it sounded like a bolt from the blue to Ghost Staff Douluo's ears. His eyes widened greatly. Then he said half crazy and half insanely, You are talking nonsense. These guys have already merged with my soul ring, and their power has increased by many times. Next, I will show you how powerful I am. Third soul skill, 10,000 souls parade. Accompanied by the strange cry of Ghost Staff Douluo, his third soul ring bloomed with brilliant purple light. Then the purple-black light on the ghost staff shone brightly. Instantly the sky and the earth suddenly darkened, and countless ghost howls suddenly sounded across the sky and the earth. If you listen carefully, you can hear that each of these ghosts has pain on their faces. They were controlled by the power of the soul ring and rushed towards Tang Lan. You have suffered for so long, now it's time to be relieved. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Tang Lan murmured in a low voice, speaking to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Then, a black light suddenly burst out from Tang Lan's body. As Tang Lan raised his right hand, there seemed to be an invisible black giant palm in the void, grabbing at the ghosts. The dragon capturing hand was unleashed, and with just one hold of the powerful force, the ghosts in the sky exploded with a bang. Humph, the fourth soul skill, the unity of all souls. When Ghost Staff Douluo saw this scene, he snorted coldly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The last fourth soul skill suddenly burst out with a black light, and the 10,000-year soul skill was unleashed instantly. I saw that the ghosts that had been scattered by the dragon captor were all gathered together under the light of the fourth soul skill. They merged with each other in mid-air, and finally turned into a black giant about 10 feet high. The giant roared and rushed towards Tang Lan like crazy. Oh! Interesting. Seeing this scene, Tang Lan raised his eyebrows slightly, showing some interest. The dragon capturing hand reached out and grasped the giant's head with its big empty hand. End of chapter. Chapter 884. Kill the evil with one shot. There was another bang, and the giant's head suddenly exploded. From his neck, a large number of innocent souls began to fly out, and the scene was extremely strange. These innocent souls looked like they were trying to escape, but before they could run far, they were pulled by a mysterious force back to the vicinity of Ghost Staff Douluo. Damn it, if that's the case, then let me show you some real skills. The first, second, fifth, and sixth soul skills of Ghost Staff Douluo shine at the same time. I saw the evil light of the skeleton ghost staff in his hand, and immediately 5 black ghost tigers and 2 ghost giants rushed towards Tang Lan. Not only that, a huge black net suddenly appeared above Tang Lan's head and quickly covered it. In an attempt to restrain Tang Lan, no one knows what the effect will be after being restrained. The first form of the ghost staff is called soul control, which can more accurately control the evil spirits released by the ghost staff. The second soul skill is called Ghost Tiger Soul Devouring. As the level of one's own soul power increases, the number and strength of ghost tigers can also be increased accordingly. The 5 giant tigers now, each one 5 feet tall, were rushing towards Tang Lan like small houses. His fifth soul skill is Ghost Madness, which can greatly improve the ability to control ghosts, making them more bloodthirsty and crazy. The sixth soul skill is Ghost Fusion, which can be fused into several specific ghost forms, and the strength of the terrifying wronged ghost after fusion will also increase exponentially. The 2 innocent giants are each more than 10 feet tall. From a distance, they are as terrifying as 2 hills. Haha, it's a very interesting martial spirit. No wonder you are able to do what you do in the Holy Spirit sect. Although the ability of this martial spirit is too evil, it also brings you powerful power. But, that's all. Seeing that he was surrounded heavily, Tang Lan didn't panic at all. Tang Lan's whole body was suddenly shrouded in a layer of wild golden light, and then a earth-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the world. The ancient golden dragon guarded Tang Lan, and with just one blow of its tail, countless innocent ghosts were wiped out. The rolling dragon's breath spurted out, and the golden dragon's breath actually seemed to carry the most domineering ancient sacred power in the world. Just as the 4 giant tigers were about to pounce and bite, they were instantly enveloped by the dragon's breath. In just a few breaths, their bodies turned into black air and disappeared. Tang Lan stretched out his hand to grab it, and a dragon claw suddenly appeared in the void, and then crushed the head of an innocent giant with a bang. The headless ghost giant suddenly flew out countless ghosts from its neck and rushed towards Tang Lan like crazy, as if it was not afraid of death at all. But without exception, they were all shrouded in the golden glow outside Tang Lan's body. "Boy, you are looking for death." Seeing that the many souls of injustice summoned by him were eliminated by the man in black opposite him in just a few breaths, the ghost staff Douluo suddenly screamed angrily and immediately activated his 7th and 8th soul skills. The ghost staff in ghost staff Douluo's hand was originally just a skeleton above that emitted black light. When the 7th soul skill was used, the entire ghost staff turned into a strange black energy as if it had come alive. GGG. The goosebump-inducing sounds echoed between heaven and earth. The black mist did not rush straight towards Tang Lan, but kept surrounding ghost staff Douluo. The ghost stick Douluo, who was angry before, suddenly calmed down after seeing the ghost stick do this. Then he saw his face was extremely ugly and shouted, "You bastard, I am your host, do you want to swallow me too? Quick, get rid of that ungrateful guy." Ghost staff Douluo was extremely angry, and suddenly took out a long black braid from his hand and whipped it at the black mist. Suddenly there was a roar in the black mist, and he no longer looked at the ghost staff Douluo behind him, but rushed straight towards Tang Lan. What a weird thing! Does it even want to devour its host? It seems that this ghost staff Douluo's the martial spirit is also a mutated martial spirit. After seeing this guy's weird martial spirit, Tang Lan remembered the martial spirit of that master, Tang San's teacher back then. They are all the same, they are all special mutated martial spirits. As for what they will mutate into, no one can be sure. But it was obvious that the martial soul of the guy in front of him was mutating towards a state of gradually losing control. If the black mist really swallows the ghost staff spirit, I really don't know what it will become, or it will die together with the host. What a crazy and evil martial spirit! This is the first time Tang Lan has seen such an evil martial spirit. Those ghosts are not born out of thin air, but are the result of every person killed by the spirit of the ghost staff and refined by the ghost staff. Hey, it's just a dirty evil thing. Tang Lan snorted coldly. As he finished speaking, golden light flashed in his hand, and the Overlord spear appeared instantly. The ancient dragon's martial spirit transformed and flew out to merge with it, and its terrifying power spread towards the surroundings like waves. Tang Lan's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already raised his gun and thrust towards the black mist. In an instant, golden light covered half of the sky, and a dragon shadow roared, enveloping it with unparalleled spear light and covering it with black mist. Suddenly, a sharp and endlessly crazy howling sound came from the black mist. Tang Lan vaguely saw the faces of many strangers in the black mist. Their faces were twisted, as if they were about to break out of the black mist. He knew that these people were no longer themselves, and their intelligence had been blocked or obliterated. Thinking of this, Tang Lan no longer held back his hand, and his whole body turned into a golden light and passed through the black mist. The strange thing that had transformed into countless arms and wanted to pull Tang Lan in actually screamed. A large amount of black mist evaporated for no reason, and even it itself became much more illusory. The 2nd soul skill, Dragon God Overlord's Wind-Eating Thorn. The golden whirlwind carried the gunlight and shrouded the black mist. In an instant, the black mist was pierced, and many holes emitting golden light appeared. Bang! The black mist didn't get close to Tang Lan, so it exploded with a bang. At the same time, ghost staff Douluo not far away let out a loud cry and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The soul master has a soul connection with the martial soul. If the martial soul is broken or suffers heavy damage, the corresponding soul master as the master will also suffer backlash. But it was obvious that even the ghost staff blessed with the 7th soul skill and the 8th soul skill couldn't withstand Tang Lan's attack. Just this blow caused the ghost staff to almost collapse, and it only turned into a very faint soul shadow and returned to ghost staff Douluo's body. At the same time, the aura around ghost staff Douluo was also declining at a tide-like speed. From level 93 Contra, it dropped all the way to level 91, and finally dropped directly to the Contra level. After more than 10 breaths, this guy successfully dropped from level 80 Soul Douluo to level 75 Soul Saint. End of this chapter. Chapter 885 One Against Many. The final soul power level has been reduced to level 63 before it is considered stable. But at this moment, Tang Lan's attention was not on ghost staff Douluo. I saw that the mist gradually dissipated, but the innocent souls within it gathered into a chaotic energy body. Tang Lan seemed to be pulled by a mysterious feeling, and then slowly stretched out his hand. This time, the golden light carried by the ancient dragon spirit did not have much lethality, but was a pure, elite light. When the light of essence shrouded the chaotic energy, the innocent souls bound by the black shackles inside were finally freed. When they were about to disappear, they all knelt down towards Tang Lan in mid-air. It's so densely packed, like mountains and seas, that you can't even see the edge. I really don't know how many innocent souls are filled there. Tang Lan took a deep breath, forced to suppress the great anger in his heart, and then said loudly, "The cycle of cause and effect, this is the retribution he deserves. You don't need to thank me. If there is an afterlife, I hope you can all live a safe and happy life." Tang Lan waved his hand to the innocent souls in the distance. The freed souls stood up together, then raised their heads and flew towards the 9 heavens together. Not long after, it disappeared without a trace. Everything has its fate. Although this ghost staff Douluo did many evil things, his final outcome was also extremely miserable. The martial soul is broken, and the probability of being repaired is extremely low. This guy only has level 63 soul power now, and he has no chance to do evil if he wants to. Because Tang Lan knew that this guy must have offended many enemies in these years. Knowing that he fell from the title Douluo, many people will definitely come to him for revenge. Even if they go to the ends of the earth, they will not be able to escape. I'll let you live, just go. Tang Lan looked at Ghost Staff Douluo from a distance, no, more accurately, it should be Ghost Staff Soul Emperor, and then sneered and said. This is not because Tang Lan is showing mercy, but because he wants to leave this guy to his enemies. What are you waiting for? Are you just here to watch my show? At this time, Ghost Staff Douluo finally couldn't bear it anymore and immediately turned around to look into the darkness not far away. As soon as the words fell, 4 figures gradually appeared. Demon Fa Douluo's face didn't look good. She was also a member of the Holy Spirit cult. Except for Gaiman who stayed at Shrek Academy during this trip, he and Gu Ishang were the only ones here. But I didn't expect that the ghost stick only lasted for such a short time before it was eliminated, and its end was even more miserable. Although they are all members of the Holy Spirit cult, they are not monolithic, and they will not risk their lives to help the ghost staff at this time. Standing on the other side were Crazy Hair Douluo, Cicada Douluo, and Blood Eagle Douluo. Among these 3 people, one is a guest minister of the Starfall Empire, and the remaining 2 are the guardians of the Douling Empire. Crazy-haired Douluo was originally an old man with white hair, but now his hair and beard are all dancing. Those white hairs are like living white snakes, twisting and contracting in all directions. A green jade eye silkworm was floating in the palm of Cicada Douluo's hand. His whole body was shrouded in a light mist, and it was difficult to see clearly what kind of expression this guy had. On the other side, Blood Eagle Douluo was surrounded by a pungent smell of blood, and his sharp eyes were staring at Tang Lan in the distance. With his many years of combat experience and perception of fighting for the Douling Empire, he could feel the dangerous aura on Tang Lan's body. That is a dangerous aura that can threaten a titled Douluo. Seeing that the demon-haired Douluo remained silent, the wild-haired Douluo said, "Boy, if you are willing to come with me, I can keep you alive today. You are very strong, but you have already exhausted yourself a lot against Ghost Staff Douluo. If you continue to fight, you will have no chance of winning. The big shot in our Star Luo Empire wants to meet you. Maybe this is a good thing for you." However, Tang Lan's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. He just stood there smiling and saying nothing, neither agreeing nor rejecting. At this moment, Cicada Douluo and Blood Eagle Douluo from the Douling Empire sneered and said, "Your Xingluo Empire's plan is really clever, but it's a pity that people have already seen your thoughts. Yes, this person is most likely Tang Lan's master. If we catch him, we might be able to get the means to cultivate monsters like Tang Lan from his mouth. I think your Starfall Empire should have this plan too." Being exposed openly, the crazy-haired Douluo was not upset at all. Instead, he turned to look at Tang Lan and continued, "We in the Xingluo Empire always keep our word when doing things. I just want to invite your disciples to join the Xingluo Empire and become their guests. If you are willing, we will certainly welcome you. If you don't want to, even if I don't take action, the other 3 titled Douluo will never let you leave so easily." Crazy-haired Douluo has made it very clear, and the implication is that with the joint efforts of the two titled Douluo, they can still get rid of these three guys. But Tang Lan didn't bother to do this at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Since you guys are already here, don't waste any more time. Otherwise, I really won't be sure to deal with you before dawn." As soon as these words came out, the place fell silent instantly. The remaining four titled Douluo were all stunned. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen anyone as arrogant as Tang Lan. But remembering the scene where Tang Lan fought with ghost staff Douluo just now, they took back their previous thoughts. Because the strength of the man in black in front of him is indeed unfathomable. At this moment, the demon-haired Douluo suddenly said, "Guys, this person is particularly difficult to deal with. It seems that if we don't capture him tonight, he will never give in. Why don't we join forces for the time being and deal with him later? Do discussions." This proposal made the other three people very excited. Although they did not give a clear answer, their soul power was already increasing. Drink. After understanding the attitudes of the other three, demon-haired Douluo gave a sweet shout and took the lead in attacking Tang Lan. Her 1, 2, and 3 soul rings lit up at the same time, and suddenly there were sharp thorns transformed from long pink hair that shot toward Tang Lan. Only when you get closer can you realize that these are not real hair, but pink spikes formed by the condensed soul power. The Dragon God Overlord spear in Tang Lan's hand danced like the wind, blocking all the spikes in the sky. But unexpectedly, a strong wind suddenly came from behind him. It was Blood Eagle Douluo who came up from behind, and his blood-red claw suddenly grabbed Tang Lan's back. Snort! Tang Lan snorted coldly, the soul power in his body exploded again, turned his head and punched straight out. In the void, the claws of an ancient dragon gathered together and clashed fiercely with the sharp claws of Blood Eagle Douluo behind him. End of chapter. Chapter 886 Crush with force and shatter the martial spirit. The terrifying soul power storm pushed several people in different directions. After retreating for more than 10 feet, they could barely stabilize their bodies. Tang Lan had just stabilized his figure when a strange blue ripple suddenly floated from a distance. The speed of the ripples doesn't look very fast. But every breath could span a distance of several feet, and he arrived in front of Tang Lan in a few blinks of an eye. What a powerful martial spirit! Blood Eagle Douluo felt his numb arms, his eyes filled with horror. The pure power carried in the opponent's punch was even greater than his, and he was afraid that he really used the power of the ancient dragon. In just one face-to-face encounter, Blood Eagle Douluo could already feel the gap in level between the two spirits. At this moment, white snow suddenly fell between the sky and the earth, and the temperature dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. An ice dragon suddenly flew into the sky from the ground below, opening its big mouth and biting Tang Lan. This is the 6th soul skill of Jade Ice Silkworm Douluo, Jade Ice Dragon Break. And the white snow that filled the sky was actually similar to a domain-type soul skill, and it turned out to be Ice Silkworm Douluo's 9th soul skill. The black soul ring bloomed with terrifying soul power fluctuations, suddenly increasing the ice dragon's power several times. Drink! Seeing that he had no time to dodge, Tang Lan let out a loud shout and attacked the ice dragon with the Dragon God Overlord spear in his hand. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided together, and the dazzling light of soul power almost illuminated the entire valley. The trees below were blown down by the strong wind, and a large number of birds, beasts and monsters screamed and flew into the distance. But where Tang Lan was, there was no grass growing within a 30-foot radius. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Tang Lan was floating in the sky at the moment, surrounded by frost and mist. It took him a long time to see the surrounding scene clearly. The 7th soul skill, the Jade Ice Silkworm appears. The 8th soul skill, the Ice Flame Earth. Ice Silkworm Douluo, who had been dormant in the distance, used his strength again at this moment, not giving Tang Lan any time to breathe. Along with his loud shout, the ice silkworm in his hand suddenly grew in size. In just a few blinks, it skyrocketed from the size of a palm to more than 10 feet, and it was still growing crazily. In the end, it suddenly swelled to a height of 100 feet. The trees around the ice silkworm lying on the ground were as fragile and small as grass. Tull! The sapphire ice silkworm suddenly let out a sharp and weird whistle. The whistling sound was so harsh that if Li tried his best, the weaker soul master would probably be knocked unconscious in an instant by the shock. Then Tang Lan saw streaks of ice blue flames spitting out from the mouth of the sapphire ice silkworm. These flames stained the trees and the ground and burned quickly. Just a few breaths covered a large area of mountain forest, but these trees and vegetation were not burned, but gradually frozen. Blue flame, yes, this is a weird flame with extremely low temperature. Tang Lan's spear light swept across, and the frozen trees suddenly turned into ice blue dust and fell between the sky and the earth. It can be seen that it is not that simple for this ice blue flame to freeze everything. All the energy inside including the life essence will be burned by the ice flames. You guys, do you want to destroy this forest? Tang Lan frowned slightly, then raised his head and looked at the ice silkworm Douluo standing on the back of the huge sapphire ice silkworm. Compared to you, everything here will be meaningless. If you know what's going on, just surrender and follow me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ice silkworm Douluo looked down at Tang Lan, who looked extremely small in the distance, and said with a smile. When Blood Eagle Douluo and Demon Hair Douluo not far away saw this, they had no choice but to step aside and look for opportunities. Crazy-haired Douluo stood very far away, just watching quietly, but did not interfere in the battle between Tang Lan and the three-titled Douluo. Hey, it's just a birth, let's see how much more you can vomit. Tang Lan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He didn't expect that until now, these titled Douluo would still act aloof. In this case, then tonight he will let these people know who is the hunter and who is the prey. As soon as the words fell, Tang Lan's figure suddenly disappeared. Even several titled Douluo could not see Tang Lan. When Tang Lan appeared again, he was already directly in front of the jade ice silkworm. Break it for me! Tang Lan shouted loudly, and the dragon god overlord gun in his hand also felt Tang Lan's endless fighting spirit. The dragon gun let out a thundering roar, and then transformed into the shadow of a dragon gun that was dozens of feet in size. Stab straight towards the huge mouth of the sapphire ice silkworm that is spitting out ice flames. Gee! The dragon god overlord's spear was so sharp that it actually crushed the huge mouth parts in the mouth of the sapphire ice silkworm. In an instant, the ice flames spitting out of his mouth seemed to have stopped, and began to fragment intermittently. Tang Lan's eyes flashed with light, and then he suddenly clapped his dragon spear. Immediately, the dragon gun began to spin rapidly, and the terrifying power it carried was like a drill, rushing into the giant mouth of the jade ice silkworm. After a few breaths, the jade ice silkworm's body began to tremble violently. What's going on? What's going on? Standing on the back of the jade ice silkworm Douluo's body kept shaking and he was already unsteady. But soon he discovered something was wrong with the ice silkworm's true form. Because his body actually reacted at this moment, it was an unbearable severe pain. The severe pain came from his internal organs, as if there were countless insects biting him inside. At this moment, Tang Lan had pushed the dragon god overlord spear all the way into the body of the jade ice silkworm. The last soul power suddenly activated, and a golden dragon shadow flew out and crashed wildly in this guy's stomach. The outside world. The mountains that had been hearing huge vibrations suddenly fell silent. The sapphire ice silkworm that kept jumping far and fluttering lay on the ground motionless. The ice silkworm Douluo who was carrying him on his back also knelt down with a pale face. The momentum on his body is weakening like a flood. Bang! Then, a huge explosion echoed for dozens of miles around. The huge sapphire ice silkworm's real body exploded to pieces, but it did not contain any flesh and blood. Instead, it turned into countless light spots of soul power and dissipated between the sky and the earth. The vegetation in those forests that was originally affected and destroyed. After being contaminated by these soul power light spots, it actually grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trees that were originally only a few feet tall actually doubled in size in a matter of tens of breaths. The jade ice silkworm disappeared, and the ice silkworm Douluo also fell from the sky and fell into the dense trees below. The shattering of his martial soul had caused his soul power level to fall below that of Soul Saint, and he temporarily became a Soul Emperor. Both of them were beaten to pieces by Tang Lan, who was dressed in black. End of chapter. Chapter 887. Defeating a strong enemy in a row. Such a terrifying scene made even the remaining titled Douluo around them take a breath of cold air. Yao Fa, how about we join forces to fight against the enemy? And Quangfa Douluo, if you don't want to die here, I advise you to fight with us. This person's strength is the weakest and cannot be lower than a level 95 titled Douluo. If we go up to him alone, it is tantamount to death. The previously arrogant Blood Eagle Douluo no longer had his arrogant look, replaced by a serious and cautious look on his face. The defeat of the two people in front of him had already cheered him up, and he never dared to underestimate the mysterious man in black in front of him. Hey, okay, in that case, let's join forces to fight against the enemy. Yao Fa snorted softly. Although he couldn't stand Blood Eagle Douluo, he still agreed to the temporary alliance between the two due to the situation in front of them. The crazy-haired Douluo on the other side had a wandering look in his eyes at this time. But the aura on his body was slowly rising, and soul rings began to appear around him. After getting Yao Fa's answer, Blood Eagle Douluo simply stopped hiding his strength. The fourth soul ring on his body lit up instantly, and finally a bloody roulette appeared in his hand. The roulette disc became several feet in size, and was then violently thrown out by Blood Eagle Douluo. This time, Blood Eagle Douluo didn't dare to check whether his soul skill hit or not. Almost immediately, he opened his true martial soul. It is completely different from the Jade Eye Silkworm Douluo just now. The former's martial spirit is rather special and belongs to the external martial spirit. Those martial spirits can even stay outside for a long time and survive alone. Blood Eagle Douluo is a standard beast spirit owner. After casting his martial spirit avatar, he immediately transformed into a giant eagle with a body size of more than 20 feet and blood-colored feathers. The giant eagle flapped its wings and immediately soared into the sky, carrying the hurricane and reaching a terrifying speed. But Tang Lan seized this moment and got rid of the pursuit of a large number of red hair, and jumped on the back of the blood eagle at the last moment. The silver moon is in the sky. The giant eagle climbed to an altitude of 10,000 meters, but not long after, a scream sounded from the blood eagle's mouth. At this moment, the Dragon God Overlord spear in Tang Lan's hand was inserted into Blood Eagle's neck. The gurgling blood was like a small river, dripping down the wound and feathers toward the sky. Then it was blown to an unknown place by the hurricane below. The pain made it difficult for the Blood Eagle to distinguish its direction clearly, and after wailing, it began to crash into the mountains below. Humph, get down here. Tang Lan seemed to see this guy's intention, which was obviously to pretend to be dead by relying on his rough skin and thick flesh. But this guy obviously underestimated Tang Lan's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Lan suddenly stamped Blood Eagle's back. Immediately there was a clicking sound, which was the sound of the Blood Eagle's bones being shattered. At the same time, a terrifying pressure suddenly dropped. So much so that no matter how the Blood Eagle flaps its wings, it cannot reverse the downward trend. In the end, the Blood Eagle's body was constantly illuminated by the light of the soul ring, but all of them were broken without exception. This is the terror of the ancient dragon's martial spirit. With its extremely high martial spirit level, it can completely crush other people's martial spirits and even interrupt the performance of their soul skills. Tang Lan knew that the ancient dragon's power naturally suppressed the beast spirit. But Blood Eagle Douluo was far from ready. He did not expect that after feeling the real pressure of the ancient dragon, his beast spirit would be unable to exert even 70% of its usual strength. The Blood Eagle fell into the mountains, setting off a terrifying shock wave and sending dust flying all over the sky. Tang Lan broke away from the Blood Eagle at the last moment and stood in the air looking at Yao Fa and Quangfa Douluo who were chasing after them not far behind. Strangely enough, the martial souls of these two people both have hair, but looking at their expressions, it seems as if they are deliberately avoiding each other's eyes. Tang Lan thought for a moment, and soon a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He immediately said, "You two, do you want to go up together or take turns?" This sentence can be described as extremely arrogant. In fact, Tang Lan also has this arrogant capital. "Do you dare to tell me your name?" Demon-haired Douluo saw the three-titled Douluo being defeated one after another. At this moment, he had no intention of fighting the man in black in front of him again. But due to this mission, she could only force herself to ask calmly. Although the crazy-haired Douluo on the side didn't say anything, the expression on his face showed that he was also curious about the true identity of the person in front of him. "You can call me, God of War Douluo. Because I am the invincible god, even if the real god comes, I can still defeat it. Then Tang Lan is my disciple. You can think about it before doing anything. I am in a good mood today, so I will spare your lives." After saying this, Tang Lan turned into a dragon shadow and flew far away towards the horizon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only demon-haired Douluo and crazy-haired Douluo were left standing in the night sky, looking at each other in silence for a long time. After a long while, the crazy-haired Douluo said, "This person's strength is astounding, and his martial spirit is probably at the top of this continent. Even in history, there has never been such a terrifying martial spirit. It seems that we really have to change our previous plans and response methods. Hongying, don't you want to go back and take a look? This time seems to be a good opportunity." Crazy-haired Douluo changed from his normal state and looked at demon-haired Douluo and became verbose. Humph, you saw how they expelled me from the family back then. I, Wei Hongying, am not so easy to get rid of. Sooner or later I will definitely take revenge. The demon-haired Douluo, who called himself Wei Hongying, snorted coldly and immediately spoke. But at this moment, her aura has gradually weakened a lot. The wild-haired Douluo sighed and said, your father had no choice back then. As the head of the family, he naturally had to consider the whole family. As one of the largest families in the Star Luo Empire, our Wei family cannot naturally have an evil soul master. Your father did this not only to preserve the family's status in the Star Luo Empire, but also to protect your safety. Hongying, how have you been over the past few years? My uncle is here just to take you back and have a look. Actually, brother, he has always wanted to see you, but he has never been good at words. Crazy-haired Douluo hesitated to speak, and in the end everything turned into a sigh. He was waiting for the answer from the woman in front of him. However, demon-haired Douluo lowered his head and remained silent. After a long while, demon-haired Douluo said, okay, I'll go back with you. But this time I just went back to take a look. After reading it, I still have to leave. However, Quangfa Douluo suddenly felt happy. End of chapter. Chapter 888 Returning to the Academy, the angry Poseidon Pavilion Elder. With a look of relief on his face, he said, okay, as long as you are willing to go back, everything will be easy. That man is really too strong. We alone can't hurt him at all. We'd better go back and make a long-term plan. The two reached an agreement, and then took the three severely injured Douluo away from the ruins after the battle, and flew into the distance. After leaving the mountains, Tang Lan returned to Shrek Academy. What surprised him was that Han Jian, Gaiman, and Silverbone Douluo who had chosen to stay behind were all gone now. But the mountain forest not far from Shrek Academy showed large signs of destruction. Seeing the traces left by the battle, Tang Lan could tell at a glance that they should be left by the battle between titled Douluo. Tang Lan, where have you been so late? Did you know that several deans and even the elders in Poseidon Pavilion are looking for you? Tang Lan had just walked out of the door and saw Lin Yao. At this time, there was a lot of dust on Lin Yao's face, and his clothes were in a mess, and he looked a little embarrassed. Apparently there was a battle before this. Tang Lan looked at Lin Yao, and then said, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Oh, don't mention it. This time the college was attacked again by the beasts from the Holy Spirit cult. In the end, it even alarmed several deans. Now, those guys have been beaten away by the dean and the others. I believe they won't come back for a while, because they are also injured. When Lin Yao mentioned what happened just now, he became furious and waved his hand at Tang Lan. Then he said again, let's not mention this for now. This time their actions seem to be aimed at you. You'd better go to the dean. After Lin Yao finished explaining this, he called on the other teachers in the college to patrol the surrounding area, to prevent soul masters from other forces from hiding in the academy. This night was destined to be a sleepless night, and almost all the teachers were responsible for security work. The entire Shrek Academy was brightly lit, and a light blue light shield had even risen above the academy, firmly covering the academy including several miles outside the academy. Tang Lan knew that this was a powerful soul power barrier. The source of its soul power comes from a powerful plant-based soul beast called the Soul Gathering Tree. But because its level is too high, it has reached the top of this world. Although it does not have a strong attack ability, the speed at which it breeds and gathers the purest soul power in the world is extremely terrifying. It is said that the founder of Shrek Academy and Tang sect personally went to the far south to bring back the powerful soul beast. Later, he planted this thing deep in the Poseidon Pavilion of Shrek Academy, and then used special methods to create a powerful soul power restriction to protect the entire Shrek Academy. Someone once assessed that even if a dozen titled Douluo attack at the same time, the soul shield under full protection cannot be broken. Coupled with the continuous transmission of soul power from the soul gathering tree, Shrek Academy has undoubtedly become the safest place in the entire continent. Even the Sun and Moon Empire, which had the fastest development of soul tools. After seeing such a terrifying soul shield, he also chose to befriend Shrek. Even the Sun and Moon Royal Academy often conduct exchange students exchanges with Shrek Academy. The purpose is to learn the strongest means from the other continent. After bidding farewell to Lin Yao, Tang Lan passed through the teaching building and competition arena of Shrek Academy and headed straight towards the Poseidon Pavilion at the rear. Poseidon Pavilion is located to the north of Shrek Academy, separated from Shrek Academy by a high wall. The teacher who guards the gate of Poseidon Pavilion is at the lowest level of Contra level. After seeing Tang Lan, the two people just nodded to Tang Lan symbolically, and then made way for Tang Lan in a tacit understanding. The things Tang Lan did really overturned everyone's understanding. Nowadays, there is probably no one in Shrek Academy who does not know Tang Lan. Before Tang Lan entered the meeting hall of Poseidon Pavilion, he heard someone inside saying angrily, "It's really unreasonable, these guys are really too rampant. You dare to blatantly come to my Shrek Academy to cause trouble for us. Do you really think that my Shrek Academy is easy to bully?" Suanzi, the previous head of Poseidon Pavilion, was standing in the main hall with his hands behind his back. But in his starting position, many people had no choice but to lower their heads and remain silent, not daring to step forward and interrupt at all. Douluo Suanzi was the previous pavilion master of the Poseidon Pavilion. He possessed the Doughty divine ox martial spirit, had a violent personality, and was extremely powerful. As for the 98th level, he had already reached the 99th level. I'm afraid only a few people know about it. In the position below him, standing were Yan Shaiji, Xian Liner, and other deans. There were several other Poseidon Pavilion elders including Mr. Song on the side, but they were also silent at this moment. After a pause, Suanzi spoke again, "Now is the critical moment for Mun En to retreat. Unless it is critical, it is better not to get to know him for the time being. From today on, I will temporarily take over as the head of the Poseidon Pavilion. Those bastards are here. Remember not to hold back. It's best if you kill them. No matter how many empires they have, they won't dare to do anything to us." The moment Suanzi spoke, a terrifying coercion like the arrival of a god instantly enveloped the entire Poseidon Pavilion. Facing this coercion, everyone could feel the faint sense of suffocation. They knew that Mr. Xian was really angry now. Shrek Academy has been located here for so many years. If we face a strong enemy and don't even have the courage to take action, then Shrek Academy would have been destroyed many years ago. When Mr. Xian took control of the Poseidon Pavilion, few people in the entire continent dared to offend Shrek Academy. Just because this older generation titled Douluo has a fiery temper and strong strength, he has almost reached the top of this world. Even if the three major empires and the Holy Spirit sect were combined, no one would dare to offend this person, let alone his anger. "Seniors, I'm back." Tang Lan stood outside and listened for a while, and saw that the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became silent. I had no choice but to say hello to everyone slightly awkwardly, then quietly walked into the hall and stood aside. Tang Lan was not so arrogant as to be arrogant in front of so many seniors from Shrek Academy. Many of these people are indeed worthy of his respect. "You kid, do you know that in order to find you, we dispatched all the experts from the Poseidon Pavilion? Where have you been? Did you not encounter any attacks from those evil soul masters?" Suanzi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tang Lan come back safe and sound, but he still stepped forward and looked at Tang Lan. "No, it's okay, I just went to meet an elder." End of chapter. Chapter 889 The Downtrodden Beggar, Soul Guide Master Tinder. Tang Lan shook his head, then seemed to remember something, so he explained. "Elders." Hearing Tang Lan say this, all the deans and elders present had a look of doubt on their faces. For so long, they have never heard of Tang Lan having any elders. According to the results of the previous investigation sent by the college, the information obtained about Tang Lan was that he came from an extremely remote small village. It was a child adopted by an ordinary family on the roadside in the village. But now Tang Lan said that he went to meet the elders, which had to make everyone confused. This guy can't just go back to the village. "Dean, we caught a person outside, look." But before Tang Lan could explain, a contra-level director of the outer courtyard came outside. As soon as this person opened his mouth, he attracted everyone's attention. "What? Bring me that person quickly." Yan Shaiji's face showed a hint of joy when he heard this, and he immediately ordered to the director below. Soon, two directors walked in under a filthy beggar. This man's body was covered with mud, and as soon as he appeared in the hall, a rotten smell spread. It was the smell of moldy fruits and vegetables. Tang Lan even saw a rotten apple in this guy's pocket. The first time I saw this, the person seemed to be no different from an ordinary beggar, but Tang Lan judged from the inadvertent flash of light in his eyes that this person was definitely a soul master. And he is a high-level soul master. "Who are you and why do you appear near my Shrek Academy?" As the Dean of Shrek Academy, Yan Shaiji immediately walked up to this person and asked. Obviously, what Tang Lan saw, all the seniors in the hall also saw it, and naturally their judgment would not be affected by this person's appearance. Shrek Academy can now be said to be the only pure land in the 2 continents. I finally got here, but I didn't expect those guys to come here too, but it doesn't look like they are coming for me. The man, whose clothes were in tatters and exuded a musty smell, slowly raised his head, revealing his yellow teeth. This guy has a beard on his cheeks. Apart from the obvious difference in his bright eyes hidden under his hair, there is nothing else attractive about him. Hey? Have we met somewhere? However, Xian Liner made a sound of surprise at this time. Because the man in front of her seemed to be very similar to the head teacher of the Soul Guidance Academy whom she had met a long time ago when she went to the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon Continent. But that person always wears white clothes and stays in the Soul Guidance Chamber every day. He is a complete Soul Guidance device madman. Thinking of this, Xian Liner felt that she must have recognized the wrong person, because there was no way that person could appear on this continent. You are, Dean Xian Liner, right? The Dean of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. However, the man's subsequent words completely made Xian Liner's eyes widen. Qian Duoduo on the side seemed to have noticed the clue, and his eyes kept scanning this guy's body. Are you, Academician Tyndall? Then, Xian Liner called out a name under the gaze of everyone present. The man known as Tinder smiled and said, I didn't expect you to recognize me. The last time we saw each other, it must have been more than 20 years since we last met, right? Qian Duoduo couldn't help but ask, Liner, who is he? Although the rest of the people did not speak, their eyes also showed doubts. Only Tang Lan noticed that this guy's name didn't seem to belong to this continent at all. On the contrary, it is more like the name from the Sun and Moon continent. Soon, Xian Liner's answer confirmed Tang Lan's idea. He only saw him say, Tyndall, it's really you. Why are you here? Haven't you been studying your soul guide at the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire? What, you are an academician of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire? At this time, everyone present was equally shocked. Although the Sun and Moon continent has an extremely close connection with the continent here, there are still many restrictions. As a result, there are very few soul masters in the Sun and Moon continent in this continent. A highly respected soul tool master, with the style of the Sun Moon continent, would not let him come here. Firstly, it was to protect the safety of these masters, and secondly, to avoid being kidnapped by the 3 empires, and to obtain some methods of making high-level soul tools from their mouths. Haha, it's a long story. In order to escape their search and pursuit, it took me several years to get here. Seeing that everyone was quietly waiting for his explanation, Tinder had no choice but to tell the truth. Tang Lan listened for a whole stick of incense and finally understood what this guy was going through. It turns out that Tyndall is a 9th level soul master at the level of titled Douluo. As early as 7 years ago, a soul guidance device called the Dead Soul Cannon was developed. Dead Soul Cannons can be large or small, and the power source they use is very different from all soul guides. Instead, they use something called Dead Soul Crystal as the energy storage medium. When hearing about the Dead Soul Crystal, the expressions of everyone present, including Yan Shaiji, changed slightly. Dead Soul mineral crystals are extremely rare even on the entire continent. But once the Dead Soul Crystal vein is discovered, it means that all living things and vegetation within a radius of hundreds of miles will wither and die. The Dead Soul Crystal can absorb the power of everything for its own use, which can be described as extremely evil. Some people also proposed to use the energy more than 10 years ago, but the final results ended in failure. Because the power in the Dead Soul Crystal is extremely complex and chaotic, it cannot be used by human soul masters at all. There was no news about this incident for a while. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, the Dead Soul Crystal was actually solved and became the source of energy storage power for soul guides. The power stored in this thing, after being transformed, is even more terrifying than the soul master itself. The sword I made even killed a 93 level titled Douluo with one blow. Then, Tyndall's next answer shocked everyone again. Even Tang Lan, who was leaning aside doing nothing, couldn't help but stand up straight. Only Tang Lan knows how terrifying and difficult it is to kill a 93 level titled Douluo with one blow. Even though he had the strength to kill a 93 level titled Douluo, he couldn't stay in this state for long. But when the soul guide faced these problems, everything was easily solved. It can be said that as long as they are well prepared in advance, they can do it without rest and adjustment. If it is complete, it can kill more than 10 or even 20 title Douluo in a row. End of this chapter. Chapter 890. I am willing to be your fixed dress soul guide. The appearance of this soul guide, once announced, will be an important node that subverts the entire history of soul guides. Even the new soul guide era in the future will start with the Death Soul canon. But unfortunately, this matter was suppressed by the Sun and Moon Empire, and the number of people who knew about it was probably no more than a handful. Of course, this was before Ding Deer told this matter to Tang Lan and others. As for now, this name will be known by another group of people again. So, what is the purpose of your coming here? Xian Liner calmed down for a long time, looked at Ding Deer, and said uncertainly. Well, we should be considered old friends. Looking at the various forces in these two continents, Shrek Academy may be the only exception. Perhaps only by coming here, those talents who are chasing me will not be able to threaten me. I think, join your Shrek Academy. At the end, Ding Deer also said his purpose. At this time, Xian Lao, who was standing behind everyone, frowned slightly. After brewing for a long time, he spoke, you are from the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Joining Shrek Academy like this may affect the relationship between our two academies. Although you are a friend of Liner, it is not enough for Shrek Academy to make such a big sacrifice and bet. Xian Lao's expression was serious, but it made Shrek Academy's position clear. This is the bottom line that no one can challenge. If there is no benefit, Shrek Academy will never accept this guy who is like a landmine without authorization. Well, as a token of my sincerity in joining Shrek Academy, I can give you the production method of the Soul Guide of the Death Soul Cannon. Of course, what I give you now is only a small Soul Guide crossbow cannon, not the final version that can destroy several large cities. To be honest, I still have a few difficulties in the research of the final version. Dindal lifted his dirty hair that had covered his face, and showed his complete appearance to everyone for the first time. Tang Lan took a glance and felt that this guy with yellow hair and a foreign face would still have some appearance if he washed it clean. You should be Tang Lan. I've been here for a long time, and I know everything. Those people before should have come for you. Among them is the titled Douluo of the Sun and Moon Empire. Well, your strength and potential are the most terrifying I have ever seen. It can be said that there is no one before or after you. If you want, I can be your private soul guide. I believe that some of my soul guide inventions, when used on you, can increase your combat power exponentially. Dindal suddenly turned his gaze to Tang Lan, and then stared at Tang Lan with glowing eyes. His eyes were like a perspective machine, scanning every detail of Tang Lan's body, including muscles and bones. Finally, this guy added, you are indeed very strong now, and you can fight against the titled Douluo. But if you have my soul guide, you can even fight against the titled Douluo of level 95 or even level 96. As soon as this sentence came out, the entire Sea God Pavilion fell into complete silence. Tang Lan also turned his head and stared at Ding Deer. This guy actually boasted that he could fight against Super Douluo of level 95 or 96. No one would have such a crazier idea. Tang Lan had a deep understanding of his own strength. Perhaps he could defeat a titled Douluo of level 3 or 4. But if he met a titled Douluo above level 95, he would not be able to stop them if they wanted to leave. Going higher, even he now has no confidence. This is also the reason why he wants to get more spirit rings recently. 2 rings are not enough for Tang Lan to deal with these powerful enemies. Tell me what you think. Tang Lan's eyes became calm again, and then he continued to speak. Ding Deer seemed to have expected it, knowing that Tang Lan was far from the temperament of his peers. Then he gave examples of more than a dozen fixed-type spirit guides that he had studied and processed, but the requirements for spirit masters were terribly harsh for each one. This soul-destroying axe, with a full-strength attack, is comparable to the full-strength attack of a titled Douluo at level 95, but the soul power consumed and the soul master's physique must be extremely strong and tough. Even if an ordinary titled Douluo carries this thing, it is very likely that he will injure 800 enemies and 1000 of his own. It is normal for the soul power to be exhausted and the body to collapse. Dindal's description was calm, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary thing. But Xian Liner and Qian Duoduo on the side opened their mouths wide. As the deans of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, they naturally know the many limitations of fixed-type soul guides. Hiketu is a student they are very optimistic about now. But when making a fixed-type soul guide for him, they also need to consider the range he can bear. A Soul King at level 50 or more can only fire 3 Soul Guide cannons equivalent to a Soul Emperor at most. If he does more, his body will probably falling apart. But the crazy Soul Guide in front of them has different ideas from them. If you want to do it, you have to make the best and strongest Soul Guide. As for whether it can be used, that is not a problem he should consider. He believes that in this big world, there must be a powerful Soul Master who meets the requirements of these Soul Guides. And Tang Lan in front of him is the most suitable existence he has seen so far. This feeling of finding the most important person in his life. I am afraid that only people like Ding Deer who are obsessed with Soul Guides to the degree of perversion can experience it. I don't think I really need the installation of Soul Guides. Tang Lan blinked twice and spoke for a long time. This is not what Tang Lan said casually, but with his current progress speed. Even if there is no Soul Guide, getting a few more Soul Rings can improve his strength. And Soul Guides, for someone as powerful and talented as him, are just icing on the cake. What? This time it was Ding Deer who was a little stunned. He didn't expect that after he had told about the terrifying power of the Soul Guide, Tang Lan was not moved at all, but rather a little uninterested. For a moment, he didn't know whether the Soul Guide he made was not good enough, or Tang Lan simply needed a Soul Guide. Well, if that's the case, you do have the qualifications to join my Shrek Academy. Then now let the elders and deans vote. Those who agree with Ding Deer joining my Shrek Academy raise your hands, and those who disagree don't need to express anything. Mr. Xian nodded and announced. Although Mr. Xian's expression was very calm, he was already very happy in his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 891 Tang Ye's Invitation. A level 9 Soul Guide who can make a level 95 or even level 96 titled Douluo. Its value is even more important than 10 titled Douluos combined. If Dingle can equip all the top masters of Shrek Academy with such Soul Guides in the future, then the overall strength of Shrek Academy will be doubled or even several times improved. This is a qualitative leap. Dingle in front of him is simply the key figure in the future of Shrek Academy. As the temporary leader of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, he will naturally not miss this opportunity. Thinking of this, Xian Lao was a little gloating over the old guys of the Sun Moon Empire. No one expected that such a Soul Guide genius would be forced to flee to Shrek Academy by those old guys. No one would refuse to eat the fat meat that is delivered to the door, and they are the same. Even if they become the Sun Moon Empire, so what? In order to protect Tang Lan, they have already offended several major empires and the Holy Spirit Church. It seems that there is nothing wrong with adding Dingle. However, these only flashed in Xian Lao's mind and were not revealed by him. Only Tang Lan noticed that Xian Lao's little finger trembled slightly, and then clenched into a fist. Seeing this, Tang Lan also smiled imperceptibly. Next, there were some arrangements for Ding Deer to join the academy, and Tang Lan was not interested in paying attention to these. He casually greeted these old guys and returned to his residence. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the room, Tang Lan slowly opened his eyes. Some activities were going on in the academy, and the noisy sounds of many students could be clearly heard by Tang Lan in the room. Tang Lan, are you awake? Soon, Tang Ye knocked on the door outside. Well, the door is not locked, come in. Tang Lan responded simply, and sent a message. Because there are often guests in his room, Tang Lan usually does not lock the door. As for who the guests are, it is probably Zhang Nanan and Tang Ye. Do you know? The students outside are talking about you. I didn't expect you to have such a great master. Come, I'll help you. After Tang Ye came in, she looked at Tang Lan with excitement. Then she took Tang Lan's clothes and changed them for him. Tang Lan was slightly stunned at first, and his mind was paused after waking up from his dream. He didn't understand what Tang Ye meant. It took a long time to wake up. It turned out to be because of what happened last night. In this way, Tang Lan enjoyed the imperial service brought by Tang Ye. After everything was dressed, the two walked out of the room hand in hand. Look, it's Senior Tang Lan and Senior Tang Ye. I didn't think so before, but now it seems that Senior Tang Lan is the one who is most worthy of Senior Tang Ye. Yes, they are a perfect match when they walk together. At this moment, the road outside was full of Shrek students. When they saw Tang Lan and the other two, they did not come forward, but looked at this group of handsome men and beautiful women with envy. You are here, let's go eat something first. Zhang Nanan seemed to have made an appointment with Tang Ye in advance. When she saw the two of them coming out, she immediately jumped to the other side of Tang Lan. The white little hand gently passed through Tang Lan's arm and put it in her arms. Tang Lan stood there, enjoying the feeling of being hugged by people on both sides, as well as the envious eyes of the surrounding students. Humph, you three guys go out to eat, why don't you take me with you? Nanan, Tang Ye, you two are not. He was a little too nice to this stinky guy. Come here quickly, senior sister, I also want to enjoy the feeling of hugging a beautiful woman. The three of them had not gone far when Ma Xiaotao's beautiful figure in red appeared in front of Tang Lan. When she saw the two women beside Tang Lan, she unconsciously felt a little jealous. But this feeling only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Ever since Ma Xiaotao agreed to become Tang Lan's woman, she was ready to accept everything Tang Lan had to offer, including the preparation that there will be other outstanding women around Tang Lan. Tang Lan is not an ordinary person. He will definitely achieve something in the future. It is normal to have several women around him. This was what Ma Xiaotao had in mind after some careful consideration. In this way, Tang Lan followed the three beauties all the way, which can be said to have attracted a 100% return rate. Not long after leaving, Tang Lan finally understood the meaning of Tang Ye's previous words. It turned out that the two titled Douluo who he let go last night actually spread a major news to various places after one night. That is Tang Lan, the genius who suddenly appeared in Shrek School recently, and he actually has a powerful master. The one who relied on his own strength was still able to defeat 3 people with 1 against 5, and the other 2 escaped by chance. Such a record, like a terrifying earthquake, quickly spread from Shrek City to the entire continent in the next few days. The various forces that originally wanted to take action against Tang Lan gave up instantly. There are very few people on the mainland who don't know the names of the 3 Douluo, Ghost Staff, Blood Eagle, and Ice Silkworm. But just like these 3 high-ranking titled Douluo, their martial souls were shattered by the god of war Douluo. You can imagine how terrifying the strength of the god of war Douluo is. After having a simple meal with the 3 girls, Tang Ye suddenly made a suggestion. Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Nanan were completely confused, while Tang Ye looked at Tang Lan. Now I am the only one left in the entire Tang sect. It is no longer as glorious as it was back then. Can you join the Tang clan so that you can accompany me back to worship our ancestors after a while of vacation? Tang Ye said she was offering sacrifices to ancestors, and she was offering sacrifices to the ancestors of the Tang clan, and of course her relatives. After hearing this, Tang Lan nodded without hesitation, then stretched out his hand to hold the slightly cold hands of his family. He immediately said, "Okay, I promise you, I will accompany you back in some time." "Really, really? Tang Lan, you are so good." Tang Ye agreed when she saw that Tang Lan didn't ask anything. A little mist appeared in her bright eyes. Then he threw himself directly into Tang Lan's arms. Tang Lan gave her an extremely strong sense of security during this period. This made Tang Ye, who could only support everything by herself in the past, reveal her unknown weak side for the first time. Ma Xiaotao and Zhang Nanan also came up and took Tang Ye's hand, saying together, "We will also go back with you and join the Tang clan together." Kindness. Tang Ye looked touched and just nodded, letting the big tears slide down her cheeks. I once invited Bai Bei, but Bai Bei is devoted to cultivation and doesn't have many thoughts about joining the Tang sect. End of chapter. Chapter 892 Freshman Examination, Dean Tang Bo Yang. Later, I asked several friends, but without exception, they did not agree. On the way, Tang Ye talked about some things that happened before, and at the end of the story, she couldn't help but show a look of disappointment on her face. When she joined Shrek Academy, her grandfather told her that she must support the Tang sect and never let the Tang sect disappear in their generation. During that time, Tang Ye was probably the only one who understood how terrifying that feeling of loneliness and powerlessness was. It was like a nightmare. After the old man left, Tang Ye would often fall into nightmares. When Tang Ye mentioned that the Tang sect was currently extremely short of disciples, Tang Lan immediately thought of the few juniors he had brought with him in Soul Beast Forest last time. After saying hello to the 3 girls, the 4 of them headed towards the courtyard where the new students were. After arriving at the courtyard where the new students were, Tang Lan and the others were slightly surprised. Then Tang Ye said, "I didn't expect that the number of freshmen in this class would be so large. It's probably more than double that of our last class." Zhang Nanan smiled and said, "It seems that our Shrek Academy is really going to rise. I really don't know how strong Shrek Academy will be in the future." This is also what Ma Xiaotao is thinking. The Shrek Academy in the future will be many times stronger than it is now. Next, you will take the first newcomer exam since you entered school. Those who pass the exam can successfully go to the second grade, while those who fail will need to stay in the first grade. In the square of Noda, a team of nearly 200 people was standing, divided into 4 classes. Standing at the front were several men and women dressed in Shrek Academy teacher uniforms. They are all of an age, and even the youngest ones they are 30 years old, and the oldest is an old man in his 60s. There are 6 people in total, but each of them exudes strong soul power fluctuations. Along with the sounds of waves of soul power, the soul rings on the 6 people began to appear. Yellow, purple, black, black, and black, the soul ring ratios of 5 of them are all the best. The only difference between the 6th person and the others was that this person's soul ring turned out to be purple, black, 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 and black. This person is the dean who is responsible for all affairs of the outer courtyard. His name is Tang Boyang. He is about 30 years old. He is a 7-ring soul saint with a powerful soul ring ratio. Look, it's Senior Tang Boyang. He's really awesome. He is the most talented senior in the last class, and his soul ring ratio is even more terrifying than the best soul ring ratio. It's a pity that because of that incident back then, the senior's soul power level has been stuck at level 79 for many years, but he has not made any progress. When Tangya said this, there was a hint of regret on her face. After hearing this, Tang Lan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask, what exactly caused his cultivation to stagnate? Yes, she is a senior. As early as 10 years ago, when she entered the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings, she was attacked by a group of bastards from the Holy Spirit sect. In order to protect others, the senior resisted the Holy Spirit cult on her own, and then completely disappeared from the Soul Beast Forest. Our college sent many teachers to search, but in the end they could not find the senior sister. Because of this incident, Mr. Lin was furious back then and went to several major locations of the Holy Spirit sect to make a fuss, but in the end he was unable to get any news from the senior sister. Zhang Nanan on the side also slightly covered her red lips after hearing this. She came to the academy late, so she didn't know about this matter. Then Tangya added, it is precisely because of this incident that Senior Tang Boyang seemed to have some inner demons afterwards, and his cultivation level has not improved. In those years, he left the academy and lived abroad to assassinate all the members of the Holy Spirit sect. Later on this continent, he won the title of the Messenger of Death. His hands were stained with the blood of the evil believers of the Holy Spirit Church, but in the end he never found his beloved. As Ma Xiaotao listened, the corners of her eyes became moist. She admired Senior Tang Boyang's infatuation and resolute actions, but she also felt sorry for the death of this immortal genius. If he didn't have this knot in his mind back then, I'm afraid that his lowest cultivation level now would be an 89 level Contra. It is only one step away from becoming a titled Douluo. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. Even if Doubty Douluo Xian Lao comes forward, he can't help him. There are some things that may only be discovered by himself before he can break through the shackles and leap into the sky. Hey? These little guys are here. Tang Lan soon saw the figures of the first-year class. Among the 50 people in the queue, the few people standing at the front were the junior students that Tang Lan led last time. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao were among them. In addition, there were other students who were all brilliant. But compared to these 3 people, it is slightly inferior. Oh? Aren't these Tang Lan and Xiao Tao? Why did you come to the outer courtyard? Soon, Tang Lan and the others were spotted by the teachers. Tang Boyang was the first to come forward. At this time, Tang Boyang was wearing a pair of glasses. His slightly thin face had sharp edges and deep eyes, making it difficult to tell what he was thinking. But no matter when, this guy always looks gentle and elegant. There was no clue that the legendary messenger of death in the Soul Master world was the senior and dean of the outer college in front of him. But what makes people feel a little sad is that even though he is only 30 years old, but the hair of the dean of the outer courtyard contains strands of white hair, giving him a unique charm. Hehe, we are here to visit the semester exams of this year's junior students. Senior, there is no need to pay attention to us, just continue. Ma Xiaotao clasped her hands slightly behind her back. Facing the elder brother's gaze, she hid behind Tang Lan with some embarrassment. Tang Lan also felt a little emotional in his heart. A mature man with such wasted experience and melancholy eyes can really be said to be a great weapon for girls. Just one look can make many girls fall in love. Fortunately, her charm was higher than this guy's, otherwise Ma Xiao Tao, a nymphomaniac, might really be abducted by this guy. Of course, this is just Tang Lan's complaint. A man who is so affectionate, I am afraid that except for that woman, other women will not notice him. Ha 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 ha. It's just a simple test. Since you are here, let's take the test together. You little guys, listen, these 4 are seniors in your inner courtyard. Now the exam questions have been slightly changed. You need to draw lots from these 5 teachers plus 4 seniors. The winner will need to challenge the seniors. If you can hold a stick of incense under their hands, you will pass. Tang Boyang's magnetic and gentle voice resounded throughout the venue. End of chapter. Chapter 893 Examiner Huo Yuhao. However, when the freshmen heard this, they all looked desperate. I heard someone wailing, no, how can we cope with these seniors and sisters in the inner courtyard? If we meet Senior Tang Lan, then we will definitely dead. Let's play spicy, woo woo woo. Listening to the continuous wailing below, Tang Lan and the 4 looked at each other, with an intriguing smile on their lips. Being able to participate in the assessment of freshmen is just a piece of cake for the 4 of them, Tang Lan. Tang Boyang, on the other hand, wants to let these freshmen see what true genius is, lest they become complacent and arrogant. With the addition of Tang Lan and 4 others, the number of instructors for the assessment has become 9. The 200 freshmen were evenly spread out, and 11 people would gather in front of each assessment instructor. The drawing of lots for freshmen was done very quickly, and everyone went to the assessment location where each instructor was located with a tacit understanding. Tang Lan was assigned to the east end of the square, while Ma Xiao Tao and the 3 girls were assigned to other directions. Looking around, from Tang Lan's position, he could also see the situation in other venues. At this time, Tang Ye, Ma Xiao Tao and Zhang Nanan all involuntarily focused their gazes on Tang Lan. Seeing this, Tang Lan could only nodded to the 3 women. Withdrawing his gaze and looking at the freshman in front of him, Tang Lan actually had a smile on his face. I thought to myself that I really have a fate with these little guys. But Tang Lan had forgotten that he didn't seem to be much older than them. Yu Hao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, we meet again. Tang Lan took the initiative to say hello to Huo Yuhao and the other 3 among the 11. It turns out that in this draw, these 3 people were drawn together again. I don't know if this is really fate or something else. Senior Tang Lan, I didn't expect you to be our invigilator this time. Senior, I'm going to go all out this time, so you have to be careful. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were not afraid of strangers at all, and greeted Tang Lan enthusiastically as soon as they arrived. On the contrary, Xiao Xiao on the side was hesitant and didn't know what to say. Her hands were nervously rubbing the hem of her skirt at the moment, not daring to look at Tang Lan at all. As for the 8 people behind, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. They have all heard of Tang Lan's name, and even those mentors were beaten to a pulp by Tang Lan. These candidates couldn't even take one of Tang Lan's moves. Tang Lan seemed to have noticed the thoughts of these new students, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will suppress the realm of soul power and even combat power to the same level as you. This time, you will be tested not only on your individual abilities but also on your teamwork. As long as you can hold on for a stick of incense, I believe this is my approval, and you will be considered to have passed the semester exam." Tang Lan's words were transmitted word by word into the ears of the 11 freshmen in front of him. The tense atmosphere gradually enveloped everyone at this moment. Seeing that the time was ripe, Tang Lan said, "Then, let's start. Who comes first?" As soon as these words came out, the 11 people on the field looked at each other, but no one dared to be the first to stand up. In the end, Huo Yuhao took a deep breath and took the first step forward. He saw him reaching out and clasping his fists, and then said, "Senior Tang Lan, please enlighten me." Ha 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 ha. "Okay, Junior Yuhao, I'm very optimistic about you, let's get started." Tang Lan couldn't help laughing when he saw this, feeling that he had indeed seen the right person. Huo Yuhao's reaction was also extremely fast. Almost as soon as the last word in Tang Lan's voice fell, his figure had already rushed towards Tang Lan. Well, the speed is okay, but this footwork has huge flaws. Faced with Huo Yuhao's rapid approach, Tang Lan didn't panic at all. He made the most accurate evaluation of Huo Yuhao's movements without haste or delay. Drink. Huo Yuhao seemed to have received special training from Wang Dong during this period. Even if the martial arts spirit is not released, the close combat ability is still beyond those of ordinary students. In the eyes of other students around him, this punch was fierce and extremely fast. If it were other people, they would not be able to dodge this punch. But Tang Lan's figure was like a willow swinging in the wind, and he stepped aside casually. The moment he turned sideways, Huo Yuhao's fist happened to hit him, but it only hit the empty space. Before Huo Yuhao could retract his fist, Tang Lan reached out and grabbed his wrist. After that, he gently moved towards the side, and Huo Yuhao staggered towards the front. Just when everyone thought that Huo Yuhao would throw a dog to eat, this guy actually rolled on the spot and stood up neatly with the help of that force. The first blend, mental detection. The third soul skill, soul interference. The fourth soul skill, soul impact. Faced with the strong pressure given by Tang Lan, Huo Yuhao did not dare to hold anything back. The three soul rings all lit up instantly, and all the surrounding disturbances were under his powerful perception. Then two different ripples began to rush towards Tang Lan with Huo Yuhao as the center. Hey! Psychic attack! It's quite interesting. Last time in the Soul Beast Forest, your trick was very effective. But it's used to deal with for me, I'm still a little behind. A flash of gold flashed in Tang Lan's eyes, and the ancient dragon's eyes instantly saw the semi-illusory spiritual attack coming towards him. The moment the words fell, Tang Lan suddenly opened his mouth slowly. Before anyone could react, an earth-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the countryside. This dragon roar is not only a supersonic attack, it also comes with a little soul shock. In the eyes of Tang Lan and Huo Yuhao, the oscillating ripples were like waves on the vast ocean, one after another. And Huo Yuhao's soul attack was like the ripples caused by a small boat in the sea. Before long, he would be submerged by the waves, making it impossible to get within 2 feet of Tang Lan. When Huo Yuhao saw this scene, he subconsciously felt a sense of crisis. He quickly withdrew his soul skill, then turned sideways and threw himself to the side. Tang Lan picked up a stone from the ground. After the soul power was injected into it, the stone rushed towards Huo Yuhao like a cannonball. Bang! A dull sound came out, and everyone looked towards where Huo Yuhao was. When they saw a palm-sized hole on the ground, their eyes widened. The power of this stone is so terrifying. If it hits a person, he will be seriously injured instantly. Go! Huo Yuhao, who had stabilized his figure, had no intention of giving up. End of chapter. Chapter 894. The assessment begins. The mental attack was launched again. But this time, during the crisis, Huo Yuhao actually forcibly divided his mental attack into 3 parts. They attacked from 3 directions and surrounded Tang Lan. Not bad, there is progress. Tang Lan knew that the pressure he put on had a great effect, and he immediately smiled with satisfaction. Facing 3 soul attacks, Tang Lan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then dragged out after images and rushed towards Huo Yuhao. The mental detection captured Tang Lan's figure instantly. Huo Yuhao wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Tang Lan had already appeared behind Huo Yuhao, then smiled and said, "I'll return these attacks to you." With that said, Tang Lan gently stretched out his hand and pushed Huo Yuhao on the back. Ah! Huo Yuhao subconsciously took a few steps forward. At this moment, the 3 mental attacks sank straight into Huo Yuhao's body. Then, Huo Yuhao's body began to tremble slightly. What's going on? Huo Yuhao's mental attack hurt himself. This is bad. If he becomes stupid, I'm afraid things will get worse. When other students around him saw Huo Yuhao's appearance, they immediately began to gather together and whisper. Tang Lan stood silently, just looking at Huo Yuhao not far away. You've fallen into a trap. However, after a few breaths, Huo Yuhao, who looked like he was in pain just now, let out a low cry. His entire body muscles were stretched to the limit at this moment. A dark golden wave of soul power suddenly appeared on his right hand. Then, sharp claws protruded from Huo Yuhao's right palm, and a terrifying sharp aura spread quickly across the field. At this moment, Huo Yuhao only had the thought of defeating the person in front of him. The power brought by the right metacarpal bone of the dark gold terror claw bear was completely beyond his control. At this time, it was stabbing Tang Lan's neck. By the time Huo Yuhao reacted, he could no longer take it back. That's right, I didn't expect you to be able to control it in such a short time. There was even some surprise on Tang Lan's face at this moment. The moment he finished speaking, he slowly stretched out 2 fingers, and a faint golden light suddenly flashed on the back fingers. The sound of gold and iron clashing echoed around. Tang Lan actually used 2 fingers to clamp the right metacarpal bone of Huo Yuhao's dark gold terror claw bear. Seeing this scene, everyone around them opened their mouths. Wang Dong said with a shocked look on his face, This is too exaggerated, is it just using 2 fingers? You know, yesterday I saw Yuhao use this right metacarpal bone to cut off a pig iron. So strong. Senior Tang Lan is really strong, and Yuhao is not weak either. He can actually persist for so long. This is the thought that emerged in the minds of the other 10 students around them at the same time. Because the fight between the two was so fierce, the students and instructors at several other examination points around them also looked over. Seeing Tang Lan loosen his fingers, Huo Yuhao spread out his body and continued to attack the weak spots around Tang Lan. But without exception, they were all easily resolved by Tang Lan. The fragility of human beings seems to not exist at all in Tang Lan. After burning the incense, Huo Yuhao flopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. Then he said intermittently, I lost. Tang Lan smiled and said, No, it's you who passed it. To be able to sustain for so long, your strength, endurance, and even your ability to analyze temporary battles have exceeded my expectations. Congratulations, you passed this trial and became a second-year student. Tang Lan looked at Huo Yuhao lying on the ground, and then sent him a sincere blessing. Wow! Yuhao passed, he is so awesome. Yes, he is indeed the most perseverant Yuhao in our class. It's just that our endurance is beyond our comparison. It's not just about endurance. With Yuhao's current strength, it's just a warm-up against us. The students around him sighed, looking at Huo Yuhao with both shock and envy. They know that Huo Yuhao will definitely achieve great achievements in the future, and he will be someone that everyone will look up to. Okay, let him have a good rest. Which of you will come next? Tang Lan turned his head, looked at the remaining 10 people, and then spoke again. Without thinking, Wang Dong stepped forward and said, I'll do it. Good. Wang Dong nodded heavily, and immediately summoned his martial spirit, Light Goddess Dai. In an instant, clear blue light bloomed, and a pair of sea blue wings appeared behind Wang Dong. The wings flapped continuously, and a 7-color glow appeared faintly. And Wang Dong quickly flew into the air, flying around Tang Lan, trying to find Tang Lan's weakness. Yawn. When Tang Lan saw this, the corners of his mouth inadvertently curved, and then he pretended to yawn. At this moment, Wang Dong's eyes flashed with light, and he shouted, Now! Ho Wang Dong's wings bloomed with bright blue light, and he launched the butterfly god slash. However, Tang Lan's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving butterfly god Zhan in the air. Not good. Although Wang Dong didn't have Huo Yuhao's mental detection, his reaction was still extremely fast. A pair of wings flapped rapidly, wanting to fly into the sky again and wait for the opportunity. Tang Lan's figure appeared in midair at some unknown moment, and then slapped Wang Dong on the back. It seemed like a light palm, but when it landed on Wang Dong, it knocked him from midair to the ground. However, Wang Dong's wings were extremely sensitive. When he was only 10 feet away from the ground, he glided and flew again. The third soul skill, Light of the Butterfly God. Wang Dong shouted softly, the light on his wings was bright, and golden beams of light shot towards Tang Lan. Tang Lan reached out and pushed, and the majestic soul power turned into a light blue light curtain in front of him, guarding Tang Lan within it. The next second, bang 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 explosion sounds continued one after another. Those golden beams of light were like soul-guided cannonballs, constantly bombarding the light curtain in front of Tang Lan. The seemingly dim light curtain did not change at all after being bombarded by a series of golden beams. Humph, look at me. Wang Dong seemed very unconvinced and immediately shouted again. A pair of wings actually came together in his hand and turned into a huge butterfly god's blade. The huge blue giant blade cut down from the sky, landed on the soul power shield, and poured down with terrifying power. Click, click. Then under the gaze of everyone, the soul power mask in front of Tang Lan was really chopped into pieces by Wang Dong's knife. Cracks instantly spread across the entire mask, and then turned into countless light spots and disappeared with a bang. End of chapter. Chapter 895 Soul Condensing Tool. Tang Lan stood there, his eyes not changing much from beginning to end, when he saw Tang Lan raised his hand and gently touched the blade of the giant blade. Wang Dong felt a strong force and she flew away with the giant blade. The Wrath of the Dragon God. Wang Dong shook his head, and then activated his soul skill again. I saw the golden light bursting out from the wings behind Wang Dong's back, turning into dragons and shadows. Then he roared, hovered in midair for half a circle, and then rushed towards Tang Lan again. This is obviously an enhanced version of the previous move, becoming more flexible and elusive. Under Wang Dong's control, attacks on Tang Lan started from all directions at the same time. Tang Lan's right hand began to bloom with bright soul power, and finally, under everyone's gaze, a golden blue spear was condensed. For so long, Tang Lan has long been accustomed to using guns. With just one thought, what appeared was a soul-powered spear similar to the Overlord's spear. How powerful, is this a soul skill? It can actually condense soul power into a long spear. When the students behind saw such a scene, they all opened their mouths and stared intently at the golden blue soul spear in Tang Lan's hand. This gun is about 3 meters long, with dragon patterns condensed on it. From a distance, it looks like a perfect handicraft. Seeing those golden lights rushing towards him, the spear in Tang Lan's hand danced like a windmill. Hearing the clanging sound, Tang Lan easily blocked Wang Dong's attack. Drink! This soft shout came from Wang Dong, and her third soul skill was activated instantly. Suddenly, the sea blue wings around him were dyed a touch of golden blue, and the wings also became larger. As the wings danced, the brilliant golden light fell down like stars, and then disappeared. At the same time, Wang Dong pointed at Tang Lan, and immediately a golden 6-pointed star array rose under Tang Lan's feet. Powerful forces of imprisonment descended from all directions, carrying a force of space in an attempt to suppress Tang Lan. Break! Tang Lan gave a low shout and stabbed forward with the spear in his hand. The light of the 6-pointed star array flickers on and off, actually had a confrontation with Tang Lan in a short period of time, and after a few breaths, it turned into dots of starlight and exploded with a bang. Wang Dong, however, had been waiting outside for a long time, and saw him raising his hands above his head. The majestic golden light almost covered the entire sky, and then a huge light slash that covered the sky and sun fell down with unparalleled momentum. Good! When Tang Lan saw this, he smiled, and a wild aura suddenly appeared around his body. In an instant, the dragon's roar resounded throughout the world, and a huge ancient dragon figure entangled around Tang Lan, guarding Tang Lan fiercely. Guarded by ancient dragons. The innate soul skills that came with the awakening of the ancient dragon spirit improved as Tang Lan's strength increased. Rumble! 2 powerful soul skills collided together, and the terrifying glare made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Then there was a hurricane of soul power, centered on Tang Lan, and began to sweep in all directions. Hoo! Wang Dong's soul power was already exhausted at this moment, and he fell from the sky panting. In the end, Xiao Xiao helped Wang Dong, otherwise he might have fallen to the ground. When the soul hurricane gradually subsided, everyone looked in the direction of Tang Lan. But his eyes widened, and he was horrified to find that Tang Lan was still standing in that position. And the ancient dragon guardian outside him is still the same as before, without any change, like an eternal mountain. Wang Dong's previous powerful attack was completely helpless to Tang Lan. Even Tang Lan's martial soul protection couldn't be broken, and this was still under the condition that Tang Lan suppressed the soul power level and strength. Although Wang Dong's martial spirit was of extremely high level, Tang Lan's martial spirit was obviously more terrifying. Wang Dong, you passed the exam. A smile suddenly appeared on Tang Lan's face, and he announced in front of everyone. This seems to be something that everyone expected, but everyone failed to react for a while. Even Huo Yuhao, who was not far away, was shocked that Wang Dong could persist for so long. Huo Yuhao's calm and mature character forced him to clench his fists tightly and secretly vowed to practice harder in the future. Here, eat this and your soul power will be restored soon. Tang Lan threw an elixir towards the two of them and explained. Next, Tang Lan hardly needed to speak before someone took the lead to stand up. And standing in front of Tang Lan was Xiao Xiao standing there beautifully. Although this girl looks weak and quiet, Tang Lan knows how domineering her martial spirit is. Senior, please enlighten me. Xiao Xiao looked extremely serious at this moment. The moment he finished speaking, a huge 3-legged bronze cauldron suddenly appeared above his head. The ancient inscriptions and patterns on it reveal an ancient atmosphere as thick as a mountain. Later, under Xioxio's control, the giant bronze cauldron split into 3. Among the 3 soul-suppressing cauldrons, the first cauldron has the strongest defense, and the 3 cauldrons have the most terrifying attacks. They can be attacked or withstood. They are extremely high-level martial spirits. In the soul-suppressing concentration, the 3-life soul-suppressing cauldron is a mutated martial spirit. It has been passed down in the Soul Master world several times, but I don't expect anyone in this generation to be able to awaken. This was Yan Shayage's original evaluation of Xiao Xiao Wuhun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon enough, the 3 giant cauldrons turned into 3 rays of green light and attacked Tang Lan. Tang Lan's figure was still standing there one moment, and disappeared the next moment. The attack of Sanshung soul-suppressing cauldron failed, but the 3 big cauldrons collided fiercely. In an instant, Xiaoxiao's first, second, and third soul skills lighted up at the same time. The first soul skill is the shock of the cauldron. The second soul skill is the ding of cauldron. The third soul skill, the power of the tripod. In an instant, terrifying ripples emerged from the 3 bronze cauldrons. The terrifying power of shock can not only make the soul master fall into a short-term dizziness, but even the internal organs and blood are affected in a short period of time and run extremely slowly. Tang Lan's figure only paused slightly before returning to normal again. Drawing on the previous experience of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. This time, Xiao Xiao tried her best, fearing that she would be defeated soon. A long shawl emitting green light suddenly appeared in her hand. Zhu Feng comes to perform the ritual flute. The first soul skill is relaxation. The second soul skill, hoop. 2 soul skill rays of different colors flew out quickly and landed on Tang Lan. The bones of Tang Lan's body were crackling at this moment, and his body shook violently, scattering the power of several soul skills acting on his body. Although it took Tang Lan several breaths to break through these constraints, after being released, his speed increased again and he attacked Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is a control soul master and is good at controlling the battlefield from a distance. Tang Lan naturally knew that as long as he arrived in front of Xiao Xiao, it meant Xiao Xiao was defeated. Control-type soul masters are the most vulnerable, and are far incomparable to attack-type battle soul masters. End of chapter. Chapter 896, Recruiting Talents from the Tang Sect. What a benefit! Obviously the soul power fluctuation around the senior has not exceeded level 49, but he is still able to use his soul power so superbly. Huo Yuhao's first soul skill was unfolding. In this case, he could watch every detail of Tang Lan's movements in more detail. Then how did you do it? You can use your soul power to condense a weapon with your bare hands. Wang Dong stood aside, blinking his big eyes, thinking about this question all the time. Only when the soul power control reaches a very high level can it be done. That's not because the senior has broken through the soul power level, but because he mobilized all the existing soul power to condense the soul power spear. Our fighting method is different from that of the senior. Even if we learn it, we probably won't do it this way, because we have too little combat experience. Huo Yuhao saw the key point at a glance and spoke. After hearing his explanation, Wang Dong suddenly realized it. After thinking carefully for a moment, even if she could rely on her own ability to use soul tools, she would not do it. Because they instinctively need martial souls to fight, and use soul power as a weapon. Unless they have a will as sharp as a sword, they can't do it at all. Just as the two were talking, Xiaoxiao's fierce offensive had ended. The Sanshung soul-suppressing cauldron was summoned to the top of his head again, and ancient green Sanskrit words continued to ripple out, protecting Xiao Xiao inside. On the other side, the 9 phoenixes arrived. Xiao sounded. A blue phoenix several feet in size cried out and rushed towards Tang Lan. This is Xiao Xiao's 4th soul skill, the Phoenix Seal. The power of the Phoenix Seal is not great, but if the opponent is entangled by the Phoenix Seal, the opponent's mobility will be greatly weakened. Xiao Xiao will have a chance to counterattack only if Tang Lan's speed is slowed down by him. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, the blue phoenix covered an area of several feet in radius, making it difficult to see the situation inside. Hit! Xiao Xiao couldn't help but blurt out excitedly, with a little brilliance in her eyes. In fact, the other students around did not see Tang Lan walk out. Even Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao thought so. But the next second, a figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Xiao. Little sister, I'm here. Don't move, if you dare to move, I will strangle your neck. Tang Lan leaned close to Xiao Xiao's ear and said with a smile. The slight heat spread, making Xiaoxiao's ears and cheeks red. Tang Lan said this not to really strangle Xiaoxiao's neck. As her opponent, she wanted to let her know what it meant to be beside her. I believe that after today's test, Xiao Xiao will pay more attention to the distance between her and the enemy, and will never let anyone get close to her easily. This can be regarded as the first most important lesson in Tang Lan's life for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, Pass the test. You can persist for such a long time, which has proved that you are an excellent control-type soul master. Tang Lan walked up and touched Zioxio's head, smiling and speaking. Zioxio's face became even redder, her mouth was tightly pursed, and she didn't dare to look up at Tang Lan's eyes. This scene seemed familiar, but Wang Dong, who was standing not far away, had a complicated look. She felt a little confused at this time. For some reason, when she saw Xiao Xiao and Tang Lan so close, she would be a little angry. But it was only a moment, and then it disappeared. Although the three of them had a good start, 3 students failed in the following tests after only lasting 3 breaths. Tang Lan pointed out all the shortcomings and weaknesses of each of them. The most important point was the issue of combat experience, which most of these students had no knowledge of. Many of them rushed over to fight with Tang Lan rashly, especially the strong attack type. But they did not think of any retreat or the way forward. So much so that, except for the first move, almost every move was intentionally controlled by Tang Lan and carried out according to his ideas. The result is predictable, that is, a muddled defeat. Except for Huo Yuhao and the other 2, only 2 of the remaining 8 passed Tang Lan's test. The whole process took less than a quarter of an hour, which was the fastest among all the instructors. But the remaining 6 students who failed did not feel disappointed at all, and they all showed irrepressible ecstasy on their faces. It was because Tang Lan's previous advice to them was the most practical advice without exception, and it could even affect their future development path of cultivation. After that, Tang Ye and the other 4 girls came up together, which made Wang Dong and the others feel a little embarrassed. Seeing that the time was ripe, Tang Lan smiled and said, "Yuhao, do you remember the stone I gave you before?" Huo Yuhao nodded after hearing this. The power of this stone was not weaker than that of a soul guide. Afterwards, he picked up a stone and studied it for a long time. But he still couldn't understand the secret. Including Wang Dong, he didn't understand the key point at all. Of course it's this. While Tang Lan was talking, he suddenly took out a book from his pocket. There were a few words written on it: control the crane and capture the dragon. Huo Yuhao and the other 5 students who successfully passed the exam all stared at this secret book with wide eyes. Many of the older generation of soul masters may have heard of the art of controlling a crane and capturing a dragon. But very few young people today know about it. Once in this land, the story of the mainland's glorious Poseidon has been gradually buried in history. Tang Lan looked at the confused expressions on the faces of these students, but he didn't have much doubts. So he told several people, controlling cranes and capturing dragons is the man who founded the Tang sect back then. It is also the secret technique created by the god of the sea and the god of Shura. Once you learn it, your close combat abilities, including the use of soul tools, and even the Tang sect's hidden weapons will be qualitatively improved. If you learn well, even if you are auxiliary and control system soul masters, you can defeat those power attack and agility attack system soul masters by yourself without relying on others. Tang Lan's voice penetrated his ears like a demonic sound, immediately attracting the attention of the 5 students. Really? Really? Can we do it too? Huo Yuhao and others all widened their eyes and spoke in disbelief. That's natural. In addition, I have a few remaining books, namely Xian Yu Hand, Ghost Shadow, and Xian Tian Gong. As for the actual effects, that will be explained personally by our Tanja sect master. Tang Lan had already given up his position as he spoke, and turned to Tang Ye with a meaningful smile. The meaning is obvious, that is, Tang Ye should seize this opportunity to recruit members of the Tang sect. End of chapter. Chapter 897, Recruiting Talents from the Tang sect, 2. These juniors in front of me are all amazingly talented people, and they will definitely achieve great things in the future. In this way, the Tang sect will hopefully rise again and return to the top of the mainland. After half a stick of incense, Huo Yuhao and others, without exception, surrounded Tang Ye with their eyes shining brightly. They all said together, "Senior Sister Tang Ye, we are willing to join the Tang sect. Please accept us. We can make an oath." This is the first time they have seen these cultivation techniques. But after listening to Tang Ye's description, everyone was moved. As we all know, a person's soul power and soul skills are limited. In addition, the only ones that can be used are soul bones and soul guidance tools. However, these exercises of the Tang sect are not focused on external objects, but on strengthening one's own foundation. As long as the foundation is laid well, the overall strength will be doubled. No one would want to miss this kind of good thing. Of course, only they could see it so clearly at this moment after Tang Lan's guidance. Today, joining a sect or a force is already an extremely serious matter. But Huo Yuhao and others were surprised to find that the Tang sect was not the sect they had imagined. Rather, it is a special sect that is relatively loose and does not exclude its disciples from other forces. This made them, including those who had known the Tang sect, very puzzled. More soul masters chose to give up after briefly understanding the practice of Tang sect's techniques. Because they feel that they have no energy to practice another skill. Moreover, it is still impossible to determine how useful the practice will be in the future. Most ordinary people will spend all their energy on cultivation. After all, not everyone is a genius. It is unknown to what extent they can cultivate. The juniors and juniors taught by Tang Lan have opened their horizons and can learn to consider things comprehensively and long-term. So far, Tang clan has successfully recruited 7 people besides Tang Ye and Tang Lan, including Ma Xiao Tao and Zhang Nanan. The Tang sect had only one person, Tang Ye, but now there were 9 people in the Tang sect. Tang Ye couldn't open her mouth from ear to ear with joy. Then he said boldly, "Senior sister is happy today and I'm here to treat you. How about we go to the city and have a big meal together? Just think of it as the first gathering of our Tang sect members." As soon as these words came out, the other people immediately agreed, and one of them said, "Okay, I support it. It's better to choose a different day than to hit the sun. Let's leave now. I know a good store that tastes very good." But before the 9 people had gone far, the 6 students who had failed to pass the examination came up. One of them said bravely, "Senior sister Tang Ye, can we also join the Tang clan? Although we did not pass the seniors' assessment this time." The rest of the people also nodded repeatedly, but looking at their expressions, they were a little nervous and not sure whether Tang Ye would accept them. After all, compared with Huo Yuhao and the others, they do appear to be more ordinary. Of course. From now on, you 6 are also members of our Tang sect. But one thing must be remembered. Remember the purpose of our actions as members of the Tang sect. If you violate the purpose, you will be punished. Tang Ye looked at the 6 junior students and said with a smile, "We promise our seniors that we will definitely be able to do it." After hearing this, several people quickly raised their hands and planned to make an oath. Tang Ye, however, waved her hand and then said, Okay, this is not the place to talk. Let's forget about oaths and the like for now. In a few days, I will take you to the Tang sect to have a look. You should swear an oath in front of the ancestors. Actually, our purpose is very simple, that is to punish evil and promote good, retaliate against evil, unite in love, and help others." After hearing Tang Ye's brief introduction, a group of junior students breathed a sigh of relief. In their imagination, when making a sect oath, they should abide by many rules, but they did not expect that these were the only ones. As outstanding students selected by Shrek Academy, they can naturally do everything. In this way, a group of 15 people left Shrek Academy and headed straight for the food in the east of Shrek City. Go down the street. Only Tang Boyang and the other instructors were left staring with big eyes. One of the instructors came to Tang Boyang's side and whispered, "Dean, is it really okay for us to indulge them like this?" Although Tang Ye is also a student in the academy, she is blatantly recruiting sect members like this. The teacher did not continue the rest of the sentence, but anyone could understand it. The remaining instructors remained silent. Some looked unhappy, while others were deep in thought, with different expressions. But Tang Boyang was smiling from beginning to end. Then he slowly said, "No need to worry. I think you, as instructors of Shrek Academy, should know about Tang Ye's identity and the origin of the Tang sect. As the sect founded by the strongest person since the founding of Shrek Academy, Tang sect has a close relationship with Shrek Academy. In addition, the Tang sect is not a simple sect, so we don't need to worry about it at all. You just need to remember that these little guys are all students of my Shrek Academy." Tang Boyang's words were so categorical and had such a strong aura that the people around him didn't dare to interrupt. The instructor thought for a moment and then nodded and said, "I understand." The latter group of instructors could only watch as Tang Lan and others disappeared into the distance. On the other side, Tang Lan and others took a carriage and went straight to the food street in Shrek City. Led by Ma Xiao Tao, a foodie, everyone went straight to a place called Yu Tower. There is a huge moon symbol on it, which is extremely obvious. The name Yu Lu is familiar to many people. It is said that the founder of Yu Lu was a titled Douluo with a food-based martial spirit. Mooncake Douluo is now also a titled Douluo whose strength has reached the 93rd level. Although he has not reached the level of Super Douluo, his reputation as a food soul master has surpassed that of Super Douluo. The biggest characteristic of food-type soul masters is that they can continuously make food with special abilities and store it for a long time. If a food-based soul master is placed in the Empire's army, his importance will exceed that of several Super Douluo. However, very few people know that Mooncake Douluo was actually a member of Shrek Academy in his early years. After graduation, he wandered outside alone, and then gathered a group of friends to return to Shrek City and founded the Moon Tower. Nowadays, almost every city in the entire continent has a U-Tower. Most of the people who join Douluo are extremely famous chefs on the mainland, and there will also be food-type soul masters who come here. The former just want to find a big tree as a safe haven. After all, with the name of Douluo, their life can be better. End of chapter. Chapter 898 Party Troubles. The purpose of the latter is to ask Mooncake Douluo for his cultivation experience. Some insights can only be understood by them who identify as food-type soul masters. What everyone saw as soon as they entered the door was a row of crystal counters, which contained more than a dozen mooncakes of different colors. But there is only one of each kind. When the young woman behind the counter saw Tang Lan and others, she greeted them enthusiastically. A professional smile appeared on his face, and he was the first to speak. Are you guys eating or buying other things? The things we have here are quite comprehensive. Not only are we delicious food, we even have some preserved fruit elixirs. If you take one pill, you can go without eating for 7 days. And those little guys are all well-trained spiritual beasts. Wherever there are rare treasures of heaven and earth, they can smell them as long as they are within 50 miles. Also, these equipments are all necessary for travel. They seem small but actually contain a huge amount of space. They are made by space soul masters using their own abilities. They will not be damaged within 10 years except for external reasons. This woman wearing a cheongsam accompanied Tang Lan and others and enthusiastically introduced every area in the Moon Tower. Although Tang Lan and others are younger, except for Tang Lan, everyone else is wearing Shrek Academy clothes without exception. Shrek Academy has always adhered to the principle of only accepting monsters. So even ordinary people in this city would not ignore it so much after seeing the uniforms of Shrek Academy. Maybe, these little guys will become big shots in the future, and if they offend these people, they won't get the good consequences. We are here to eat, so it would be better to eat something first. Wang Dong touched his belly and said awkwardly to the cheongsam girl beside him who was still talking non-stop. Ah ha ha ha. Okay, I'll take a few over right now. The cheongsam woman smiled awkwardly when she heard this, but her professionalism made her return to normal quickly. As he walked, he said, the east side of the first floor is where the guests dine. It is very open, but there are no private rooms. If you want to find a private room, you can go to the second floor. In addition, there are responsible servers in each area, so I can only send a few of them here. Okay, we get it. Tang Lan nodded and signaled that the cheongsam girl could go down. Then he led everyone towards the east direction of the first floor. Along the way, people saw the transfer platform on the side, which was filled with weird delicacies of different shapes. There are many people who have never even seen them and can only roughly identify what kind of dishes they are by their names. The white phoenix breaks the dawn, the blue dragon rolls around the mountain, and the fairy feast of hundreds of flowers. Each of the delicacies has a unique shape, like a landscape painting, but in fact they are all made of a variety of ingredients. Even though it looks like a stone, it can still be eaten in Douluo. This is the highest realm of top-notch gourmet food. Being able to match the scenery with the delicious food, Douluo is undoubtedly one of the best in the entire continent. Let's just sit over there, it looks very secluded. Tang Yu looked around for a while, then pointed to a corner not far away. Everyone nodded one after another and walked towards the corner by the window on the east side. During this period, there was a table wearing light blue school uniforms, and the pattern on the uniforms turned out to be an eagle with its wings spread. When Ma Xiaotao saw this, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She walked to Tang Lan and whispered, "He's from Kunpeng College." Oh! When Tang Lan heard this, he also let out a light sigh. The name Kunpeng Academy seemed familiar, and I remembered it after thinking about it for a while. This is also the name of the academy in Shrek City. Shrek City has developed to this day and has a wide range of areas. In addition, Shrek Academy has a limited number of students. As time goes by, other colleges will inevitably emerge in Shrek City. Of course, this will only appear after the consent of the decision-makers of Shrek College. Nowadays, there are 3 colleges in Shrek City, and there are 2 more besides Shrek College. One of them is the Kunpeng Academy. The founder of the academy is Silverwing Kunpeng Douluo, and his martial spirit level is extremely high. But that was hundreds of years ago. Although the current president of Kunpeng Academy is still a descendant of Kunpeng Douluo, his reputation and strength are far inferior. His strength has always been stuck at level 94 and cannot be advanced. He can be regarded as a person on the same level as Yan Shaiji. But their requirements for recruiting students are lower than those of Shrek Academy. Except for the top-notch little monsters, most of them go to Kunpeng Academy. According to rumors, the silver-winged Kunpeng Douluo who founded Kunpeng Academy was also a student of Shrek Academy. But because it has been too long, it can no longer be traced back. As for the other academy, the Night Academy, its early background was the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Tiandu Empire. Because the Tiandu Empire split into 2 empires, the Royal Soul Master Academy moved to Shrek City and became a Soul Master Academy that was not under the jurisdiction of any force. Because the Academy Masters suffered heavy losses during the migration, the enrollment requirements for this Night Academy have been the lowest for a long time. They cast a wide net in order to return to their peak in the shortest possible time. But over the years, although their strength has been slowly recovering, they have never been able to return to their original size. In the Royal Soul Master Academy back then, several titled Douluo were all killed in battle without exception. Only 2 of Contra's vice deans returned with serious injuries and brought everyone here. Now, there is only 1 titled Douluo in the Night Academy. His name is Su Tiancheng, a 93rd level titled Douluo, and his martial spirit is Zhuang Tianzhuanglong. Some people say that this guy is the bloodline of the royal family of the Tiandu Empire back then, and he has inherited the powerful martial spirit of the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. But this person has rarely appeared on the mainland for so long, and he has never taken revenge on those who overthrew the Tiandu Empire. Therefore, the Night Academy is undoubtedly the most low-key among the 3 academies. Hey, who did I think they were? They turned out to be a group of little monsters from Shrek Academy. It is said that Shrek Academy only recruits monsters, just like the Shrek 7 monsters back then. But now Shrek Academy's enrollment is getting wider and wider. I don't think this little monster is just spreading rumors. He is just an ordinary person. The so-called rich people rely on soul guides, and the poor rely on mutation. I think this is what they are talking about. In Kunpeng Academy, a tall man wearing a sky blue uniform suddenly turned his head, crossed his legs and said with a smile. Yes, yes, the mutated martial soul sounds good. If it goes well, it may become stronger. If the mutation fails by accident, you will become a useless person. If you ask me, they are not as good as those guys from our Kunpeng Academy's heavenly class. Yes, yes, things are changing, and the ranking of students in Shrek City should also be changed. End of chapter. Chapter 899 Party Troubles, 2. You. Wang Dong stepped forward angrily, but was stopped by Huo Yuhao on the side. Then Huo Yuhao lowered his voice and said, "Come back quickly. With Senior Tang Lan here, they will not be allowed to be so rampant." After hearing Huo Yuhao's reminder, Wang Dong gradually calmed down and raised his head to look at Tang Lan and Ma Xiaotao walking in front. The first person to come to that person was Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao was seen striding forward on her little leather boots, as if she didn't even hear the guy's taunting words. Snort! The tall young man from Kunpeng Academy with short silver hair completely ignored him when he saw the beautiful woman in front of him. An unknown fire suddenly rose in the young man's heart, and he subconsciously stretched his legs to Ma Xiaotao's feet. I thought Ma Xiaotao would trip and fall, but the next moment, the silver-haired man let out a scream. It turned out that the heel of Ma Xiaotao's little leather boots stepped hard on this guy's instep. Accompanied by crackling with a loud sound, the man fell to the ground, his expression on his feet already distorted. Obviously, Ma Xiaotao used a lot of strength in this move. Humph, let you do mischief here. If you are discovered by me next time, it won't be this small punishment. Ma Xiaotao gave this person a cold look, then walked straight towards the empty table by the window opposite. Go to hell! The silver-haired young man's eyes were full of anger, and he immediately shouted, got up, and rushed towards Ma Xiaotao from behind with his fist raised. Bang! However, this time, the silver-haired young man flew out faster than when he came. The person who took action turned out to be Tang Lan, who was walking behind Ma Xiaotao. It wasn't until the silver-haired young man flew backwards from the wall on the side that Tang Lan slowly retracted his right fist. And somewhere on the wall appeared a human-shaped hole with large fonts, and outside was the flowing street. The silver-haired young man was currently hanging on the flagpole of the restaurant opposite, being watched and pointed at by many passers-by. Silver-haired senior. Senior. After all, the students at Kunpeng Academy were stunned for a moment. They all stuck their heads out of the window and looked at the silver-haired senior, but they didn't know what to say. Damn it, these guys are the ones who took advantage of the seniors to lower their guard and attacked the seniors. We can't let them go, we must find an explanation for the seniors. Yes, you can't leave. If we don't explain this matter clearly, we will never end it with you. Someone in the crowd shouted, which then caused a commotion among the entire Kunpeng Academy students. In an instant, rays of soul power rose from these people's bodies. Without exception, they are all soul masters of the third ring or above. There are 23 people in total, including 6 fourth ring soul masters and 3 fifth ring soul kings. There was even a 7-ring soul saint sitting on the table, but he never looked at Tang Lan and others from beginning to end. In his opinion, this is just a conflict between a group of juniors from 2 colleges. As long as you control it properly, even occasional friction is normal. Furthermore, if he asks himself, he also wants to frustrate the spirit of the people in Shrek Academy. Over the years, the teachers and students of Kunpeng Academy have always stayed away from the old guys from Shrek Academy. This made everyone in the college, both teachers and students, feel very resentful. If it hadn't been for the dean's repeated requests, I'm afraid they would have had a conflict with Shrek Academy. It just so happened that he met today, so he naturally wanted to see the strength of a group of newcomers at Shrek Academy. If the opponent loses, it can also increase the prestige and popularity of Kunpeng Academy to the outside world. As for the failure of his own side, the Soul Saint has never thought about it at all. Because his calculation is that when the time is right, he will step forward to end the friction between the students of the 2 colleges. It seems that he doesn't care about anything, but he is secretly paying attention to the whole situation. What made him a little confused was that there were 2 people in the crowd whose strength he couldn't see through. That is Ma Xiaotao and Tang Lan. Ma Xiaotao has been practicing in the inner courtyard these years besides wandering in the Soul Beast Forest. There were a group of old pavilion deans who helped Ma Xiaotao suppress the evil fire. Naturally, other colleges did not get any detailed information about Ma Xiaotao. All we know is that there is a talented soul master in the inner courtyard who possesses a fire-type mutated martial spirit, and is known as Shrek's hope for the future. Hey? Don't you think you can fight? Humph, in that case, let's see who is more powerful. Wang Dong and others looked at each other and immediately showed their soul rings one by one. Even though there are obviously 8 fewer people on our side than the other side, our momentum is not weak at all. Everyone, guests, please wait. Private competitions are prohibited in our U-Tower. Please don't break the rules here. In my opinion, if anything happens, it's better to sit down and talk. Let's do this. I will reimburse you both for today's consumption. Let's just forget about it. What do you think? At this moment, a fat man with a big belly walked over from a distance. Then he stood in the middle of the 2 groups of people and started to smooth things over with a smile. Humph, our students are all injured like this. Do you think we can forget it now? Yes, yes, I advise you Douluo to mind your own business. The students at Kunpeng Academy shouted again. It seems that they will never give up until everyone at Shrek Academy, especially Tang Lan, the one who hit the person, pays the price. I advise you to be more sensible. If you want to fight, go outside and fight. As long as I find you taking action inside this moon tower, I, Yanfan, will have no choice but to neglect you. Seeing that things were getting worse, the person in charge of Douluo suddenly narrowed his eyes. The aura on his body began to rise like a tide, and in the blink of an eye he had reached the Contra level. This is Contra. The tutor and director of Kunpeng College, who had been silent until now, was shaken at this time and spoke with some stuttering. Okay, if that's the case, let's get out. Naturally, this person did not dare to go against a Contra here, so he immediately reminded the students around him. And each of those Peopili he looked at Tang Lan and others with unkind eyes. The meaning is obvious. Do you dare to go out and fight outside? Ma Xiaotao's fiery temper was instantly ignited, and she immediately wanted to be the first to walk out. However, Tang Lan reached out and grabbed her white palm. Tang Lan just shook his head and said, "Eat first." "What?" Ma Xiaotao was a little confused for a moment. Not only her, but Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong and others also didn't understand Tang Lan's meaning at all. You know, so many people from Kunpeng Academy are already waiting outside. If they don't go out, wouldn't it be a disgrace to Shrek Academy? However, their trust in Tang Lan came from the bottom of their hearts, and they subconsciously believed that Tang Lan was not wrong at all. This is the truth summarized after countless experiences. End of chapter. Chapter 900 Tang Lan takes action. So everyone in Shrek Academy all sat down, and under Tang Ye's organization, everyone ordered what they liked to eat. But the people from Kunpeng Academy who had been waiting for everyone from Shrek Academy outside were dumbfounded at this time. No one expected that in such a tense situation, it would become awkward at this moment. This means that they can neither leave nor stay. They stand still and don't know what to do. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Tang Lan and others had already started to move, one of the students looked at the master of the academy. Then he said, "Do you think we should go in or leave here now?" Wo Hai, the director of Kunpeng College, was furious at this moment. When the student next to him opened his mouth, he immediately cursed, "Why don't you go? We'll just stand here and wait. As long as they dare to come out, we must make them pay the price. Remember, no one should give me a hand, you must use all your means, don't be afraid even if you are injured, I will be responsible for everything." Wo Hai ordered to the students. As soon as these words came out, everyone around them nodded immediately, and then they once again began to watch eagerly through the glass, watching the people in the Tang sect eating various delicacies inside, but there was nothing they could do. Because the person in charge of the U Tower was standing behind the window on the second floor, watching them quietly. As long as anyone dares to look for trouble, this guy will definitely take action without mercy. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Shrek Academy on the first floor, led by a few heartless guys, had gradually become heated. The delicacies on the table are served one after another as if they are free. Only Tangya secretly squeezed her wallet with a distressed look on her face and sighed softly, feeling that she would have to save money again in the second half of the year. However, at this moment, a strong hand suddenly stretched out from the side and held Tangya's palm. Then he put a money bag into her hand. Tangya looked up, and what she saw was Tang Lan's angular face, and she saw Tang Lan's gentle expression. Tangya gritted her teeth, her heart racing like a deer, she was so moved that she couldn't be more moved. "Don't worry, what's mine is yours. Do we still need to differentiate between us?" Tang Lan patted the girl's palm and whispered in her ear. "Kindness." Tang Ye's face turned slightly red, and she gave a somewhat embarrassed expression of gratitude, but her voice was as loud as a mosquito's. But he still grabbed the money bag in Tang Lan's hand, feeling extremely sweet in his heart. Tang Ye also figured out instantly that she had completely entrusted herself to Tang Lan, so there was no need to distinguish between them. By the time everyone had eaten and drank enough, it was already 2 hours later. Everyone patted their round bellies one by one, their eyes filled with happiness. This moon tower is not a place where ordinary people can come casually. It's hard to come here this time, of course, I want to eat all at once. Okay, it seems we should go out and deal with those pesky flies. Tang Lan stood up and stretched, then led everyone out of the moon tower. The students at Kunpeng Academy suddenly became murderous after seeing Tang Lan and others. A male student standing at the front had the most grumpy temper. Without saying a word, he summoned his own martial spirit, the Iron Bear. In an instant, a fierce aura spread, and the man's muscles began to bulge at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face even had black hair that symbolized bears, making him look like a half-human, half-bear monster. His first soul ring shines, and his power doubles. A punch carrying unparalleled power hit Tang Lan directly. Ma Xiaotao wanted to step forward to resist, but was stopped by Tang Lan. This Soul King was like a huge humanoid bulldozer, rushing towards Tang Lan. But Tang Lan didn't panic at all, and also punched an extremely ordinary punch. At this moment, the size gap between the two sides was extremely large, and the size of their fists was even more incomparable. The air suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The next second, a loud bang was heard. The 54th level battle spirit master with the Iron Bear spirit flew backwards, knocking down several street lamps along the way, and stopped leaning against a flower bed. At level 54, there was no way to resist Tang Lan. These Kunpeng Academy students didn't even see Tang Lan summon the martial spirit, let alone what his martial spirit was. On the other hand, everyone at Shrek Academy had already smiled as expected. Perhaps only they truly know how powerful Tang Lan is. But tonight, more people will notice that he is powerful Tang Lan, and witness the tip of the iceberg of his strength with his own eyes. Leave him to me to solve it. You go and deal with the others. Surprisingly, the Soul Saint director happened again. Then he took the initiative to walk to the opposite side of Tang Lan and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to be so strong. If I guess correctly, you should be an inner court student of Shrek Academy, right? The students in the inner courtyard are no different from the instructors. I am not a bully. I will fight you next. The moment Wo Hai finished speaking, a large number of water droplets began to appear around him. Then the water flow turned into a water blue field with a width of more than 10 feet, and a huge blue shark appeared outside him. Please enlighten me. Tang Lan remained expressionless and just spoke quietly. This reaction angered Wo Hai even more, and he saw his hands shooting 2 sea blue light slashes one after another, attacking Tang Lan. But without exception, they were all avoided by Tang Lan. Humph! The third soul skill, Blue Shark Body. The second soul skill, Blue Shark's Bite. Accompanied by a strange cry, the Blue Shark Soul Master actually seemed to have transformed into a blue shark swimming in the sea. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Tang Lan. The blue shark phantom opened its mouth and wanted to swallow Tang Lan whole. But Tang Lan stepped on the ground, jumped into the air and landed on the back of Wo Hai, who was half a blue shark. A huge harpoon condensed in his hand, and he thrust it in hard. Woo! The blue shark whined and swam back and forth in the water ring, but it still couldn't get rid of Tang Lan. The extremely angry Wo Hai could no longer endure his anger and actually directly activated his martial soul avatar. In an instant, the original water ring expanded to more than 100 feet, and a huge blue shark appeared in it. A pair of cold eyes stared at Tang Lan like that. I just turned into a bigger fish. Do you think you can hurt me like this? Tang Lan crossed his arms, not panicking at all. Even if Wo Hai displays his martial spirit true form, the wound left by Tang Lan on his body with the soul power harpoon was still oozing out with traces of blood. End of chapter.